Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Pokemon Summon Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If you don't struggle, you don't improve. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of, and that was my first and last setback. It all began in China, Qingqing City. There was news that a baby that radiated light was born. Ever since then, superpowers were discovered in various places, and time passed without the cause being identified. Before we knew it, the supernatural became normal, and dreams had become reality. The world has become a superhuman society, with about 80% of the world's population now possessing some kind of special trait. In this world swirling with chaos, the profession that everyone once dreamed about and admired came into the limelight. That profession is heroes. A giant villain caught the kids' attention as it was destroying a track. It threw the debris at the civilians, but before they could suffer any injuries, a buff person with his chest exposed caught the metal. Oh nice. Way to go, Death Arms. He carries out justice through his great physical strength, the punching hero. Suddenly a water line blocked all the civilians from getting closer to the attack. Everyone, please stay back. This area is far too dangerous. The rescue specialist, Backdraft, is here too. A civilian commented on the other Quirk user. This guy must be desperate to go full monster in the middle of the city. Do you know what happened? He stole someone's bag and went out of control when he was cornered. A Quirk like that, and he's just a petty thief? I'm sorry, the trains. Yes, I don't know what time I'll make it into work. Civilians, one by one, started commenting on the rampaging villain, just casually unaware of the dangers they were oh so close to. Suddenly a branch caught the enormous villain's arm, making him panic and swing wildly. Get away! A figure landed on a roof and stared down the villain. He was skinny and covered in tree-like armor all over his body. It's Kamui Woods. He may be new, but he's making a big name for himself. The kid commented, writing in his notebook for more ideas. Why, one look at that dopey grin and I know what you are. A fanboy. A civilian talked to him, admiring his commentary. Before he had a chance to comment on the man's assumptions, the person fighting the villain started speaking. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil. Kamui started ranting, making Izuku giggle at the overhype on a purse snatcher. Go on, tree man. Show us something flashy. The civilian cheered, watching the person. Kamui readied his attack with the villain flinching for his inevitable capture. Preemptive binding. Lacquered chain prizzo dash. Canyon cannon. Everyone stood there, shocked when a giant newcomer suddenly drop-kicked the humongous villain, effectively knocking him out. The new hero was a woman, who was getting up to restrain the villain when she started speaking. Today is the day of my debut. My name is MT Lady. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Paparazzi started crowding around the kid, muttering two words. Money shot, money shot, money shot, money shot. She's getting all the credit. Kamui muttered out loud, not really being noticed for his attempt at taking down the same villain. Along with the superpowers came an explosive increase in crime. As the country was stuck in the slow progress and drastic law reforms, courageous people started performing heroic acts from out of comic books, guarding against superpowers and defending against evil. Heroes were soon accepted by the public, and it was established as an official position. Based on their performance, they are paid by the government and gained renown among the masses. Gigantification, huh? She looks like she'll be pretty popular, and it's an amazing quirk, but thinking about the damage to the city that'll go hand in hand with that, its use might be limited? No, but whether or not she can control the size. He muttered, analyzing the new heroine for strengths, popularity, and downsides. What's that, fanboy? You're taking notes over there? Wanna be a hero too, huh? The man from earlier asked, grinning. Yes. More than anything. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? The teacher announced, throwing the papers in the air. The classroom went wild, showing off their quirks, hardly being reprimanded. In fact, the teacher actually smiled, like he wasn't watching a room full of children using their quirks illegally. The class suddenly stopped when a new voice spoke above the clatter. "Hey teach, don't let me in with these bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys? They'll be lucky to work as a sidekick to some busted D-lister." Ha! The classroom reacted angrily, but he just shrugged them all off. "You all should shut up like the extras you are. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to U.High, right, Bakugo?" The teacher called out, finally giving a name to the arrogant blonde-haired boy. "UA? That national school? He's gonna try for the national school? It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know." The classroom started muttering about Bakugo's declaration to try for the top school in the country. Bakugo suddenly stood on top of his desk and started ranting. "That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance of getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. The people all across the world will know who I am, and it all starts with UA High." "Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right?" the teacher asked, not giving him a side glance. "And of course there is me," Izuku thought to himself. Everyone turned to look at the embarrassed boy for being called out and started laughing in his face. "Midoriya? No way. Midoriya, you're kidding, right? You can't get into the hero course just by studying. There's no way you're getting into the hero course with that weird weak quirk." Kids, one by one, started commenting on his chances, but when they mentioned his quirk, he was about to stick up for it when a heated explosion struck his desk. "Arf! Listen up, Deku. You're even worse than these DMN rejects, you useless wannabe. You really think they'll let someone like you in when they can have me?" Bakugo furiously declared, with tiny explosion dangerously getting close to Midoriya's face. "Huh. No way, you got it all wrong really. I'm not trying to compete against you. You gotta believe me." Midoriya didn't get to finish when Bakugo suddenly spoke up again loudly. "You'll never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'll die in the exams, defenseless Izuku. The school's already crappy. You really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard." Bakugo growled, waiting for an answer. "Calm down, Bakugo. And Midoriya, get off the floor or detention." The teacher sighed, starting up class. "Why am I in trouble again for being useless?" After class was over, Midoriya hurriedly put his items in his backpack while checking his phones for notifications on new hero news. "The incident this morning is all over the headlines. I want to hurry up and go home so I can write it down in my notebook," Midoriya commented, as he was about to put his journal away, when suddenly someone snatched it from him. "I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done talking," Bakugo furiously said, holding his notebook hostage. "Huh. Don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero. Seriously? That's so pathetic." Bakugo's two followers laughed mockingly at his hard work. Midoriya chuckled, awkward, speaking to them desperately trying to reach his notebook. "Real funny, guys. Just give it back." Suddenly, before Midoriya could understand what happened, Bakugo blew up his notebook, leaving scorch marks on his cover. Midoriya tried to reach for his notebook one last time when Bakugo suddenly threw it out the open window, with Midoriya screaming for his item. Bakugo suddenly grabbed Midoriya's shoulders, forcing him to look at the bully in fear when he started speaking. "Most first-string heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they are destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing." Midoriya didn't dare move from his spot, flinching when a burning sensation started to painfully spread through his shoulder. "Here's a word of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying or else." Bakugo and his cronies laughed, walking away when the main abuser stopped and turned to him maliciously to speak. "You know you can't be a hero, Deku, but there's actually another way for you to help people. Just take a swan dive off the roof of the building and stop being in people's way. Who knows, maybe you'll get a better quirk in your next life. Suddenly Izuku turned towards his abuser in anger as suddenly a flash of light appeared in front of him. There stood a small Pokemon wearing an egg with weird patterns on it staring angrily at Bakugo. Togepi! Izuku called out in horror. The Pokemon suddenly charged at Bakugo ready to tackle him when it was suddenly caught with one hand. This stupid egg again? Pathetic. No, don't. Izuku called out when Bakugo released a decent-sized explosion burning the egg Pokemon. Weak. Bakugo scared letting it go and callously kicked his Pokemon, almost out the window like his notebook. It was miraculously caught by Izuku, who was crying for his Pokemon in pain and anger, upset with himself for letting it get hurt. I'm so sorry. Come on, let Deku cry again for a stupid quirk. Bakugo huffed, walking away with his two snickering cronies. Izuku stared at his Pokemon as it gave a shaky smile before being enveloped in light, disappearing again. I'm so sorry. Midoriya repeated again and again, clutching his heart and hoping his Pokemon felt better soon. Flashback. Midoriya Izuku was 8 years old when his quirk manifests. He was staring at a river, nursing wounds given to him by Kakin, sighing as he wonders if anyone would be sad if he was gone. Would I have a funeral? Would people come? Would Dad come back? He hated everything about himself, as everything went wrong when the doctor declared him quirkless. He lost his dad, his friends, and mind when he started contemplating suicide at a young age. I just wish I had someone to care about me. Flash. Suddenly a bright flash of light followed by the sound of water splashing brings him out of his own mind as Izuku looks up to see a strange glow take the form of a red fish. Carp. Magikarp. The fish sounded as Izuku stared blankly, before snapping out of it and looking around quickly. No one was nearby. Hello there. Are you okay? Izuku asked, slowly moving to put a hand on the fish. Carp. It sounded again, splashing Izuku with water. Ugh. Izuku tried to shield his eyes from the water, but ended up unsuccessful. Seeing the fish just splashing about, too big for the water, Izuku lifted it up and began carrying it home, wondering if maybe the internet would have an answer for him. Carrying the fish proved easier than he expected as it began calming down quickly, only letting off a quick, quiet carp every so often. A quick search gave him a site called Pokemon and Bulbapedia, and a few pictures of the fish itself. Magikarp is a pathetic excuse for a Pokemon that is only capable of flopping and splashing. This behavior prompted scientists to undertake research into it. Harsh. Izuku muttered. It is virtually worthless in terms of both power and speed. It is the most weak and pathetic Pokemon in the world. Wow, really harsh. Izuku turned away from the computer to the fish. Hey there, Magikarp. I think you may be my quirk? It does seem fitting that Izuku cut that sentence off at the sad look in the Pokemon's eyes, as if it knew exactly what he was going to say. You know what? Let's start over. Hi, Magikarp. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I think you're my quirk. I'm also called pathetic and useless. Would you want to be my friend? Izuku asked, holding his arms out for confirmation in a hug. Magikarp jumped into his arms and Izuku curled his body around the fish, laughing as the fish enthusiastically called out its own name. I'm glad. Let's be great friends. The very next day, Izuku went up to Kakin and told him that he finally had a quirk. Oh yeah? Prove it, stupid Deku. Kakin challenged, his friends eagerly taking advantage of the distraction to play on the monkey bars. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to think of the Pokemon he knew. He spent most of the day studying the Pokemon after Magikarp disappeared. Buniri. A new voice called, suddenly, and Izuku turned to gape at the new rabbit Pokemon. Hadn't expected there to be more than Magikarp. Izuku called in joy. Bun. The Pokemon celebrated as she jumped around in happiness. What? You can summon little animals. What a useless quirk. Kakin scoffed. No, they're called Pokemon and they're amazing. Izuku argued, leaning down to be on Buniri's level. Hey there, Buniri. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'd love to be your friend. Izuku called, handing his hand out for confirmation. Buniri looked at him, then huffed and turned away. Even your own quirk knows you're a useless Deku. Kakin laughed, making Izuku feel sad. Buniri apparently didn't like that, because it rocked on its tiny feet and launched the curled-up ears straight into Kakin's chest, knocking him on his butt. Kakin! Izuku called out in shock, rushing towards his friend's aid. Arif, you're dead, Deku. Kakin challenged in anger as he started going on the attack. Buniri watched in horror as the friendly human was beat up right in front of it. But before it could help, the time limit passed, leaving Izuku alone in his beatdown. Izuku didn't move for a while after that. Maybe Magikarp really was the only friendly one? He looked up at a soft sound. Pigs! 2 foxes, one a warm brown and the other a snowy white, looked down at him. Vol! The white fox settled next to his side, where he'd taken the most damage, while the warm one settled next to his legs. Almost immediately there was a noticeable difference, the cold chilling the pain and the warmth helping him relax. Thank you. Izuku murmured, the warmth of the Vulpix putting him to sleep as the cold one got up and stood on guard. If Inko stopped arranging playdates with Katsuki after she brought her baby home all bruised and burned after that, no one mentioned it. Present day. Idiot. If I really jumped, that would mean you instigated a suicide. Think before you speak. Midoriya was angry at his tormentor, but that anger soon subsided as he looked at the floating notebook in the fish pond. There goes pages of hard work. Midoriya sighed, taking the notebook and air drying it as he walked home. He started thinking about his life so far and everything that had happened to him. He was diagnosed quirkless at the age of 4 by the doctor, and that's when everything fell apart. He asked his mother late at night if he could still be a hero, trying to cling to any hope that he could still achieve his dreams without a quirk. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Soon, Dad left and cut contact with him, leaving just an overly stressed mother taking care of both of them. All that remained was a quirkless child in the hands of society as everyone turned against him the moment he was deemed quirkless. Friends turned to bullies, teachers turned a blind eye or even joined in on the abuse. It stayed like that for 4 long years, until he finally got his quirk at the age of he thought with this miracle things might get better, but nothing ever changed. He was still the useless Deku that couldn't do anything. He was deemed even weaker than his own Pokemon, making him cry at the fact that it was true. Beatings escalated now that he had a quirk, because they didn't want him thinking he was worth anything even now. He had to endure countless days where his Pokemon fought tooth and nail to protect him, watching the bullies and even a few teachers kick his only friends into the dirt. He knew it was wrong, but when faced with the whole school, what was he supposed to do? What laws were he supposed to use for sentient quirks that had a mind of their own? He would get charged with quirk use and cost his mother more money than necessary, and he didn't want to give her more work for something he couldn't control. Even then he knew if he did anything, the school would spin it on him for animal abuse even though it was a quirk. A quirk with feelings. Midoriya sighed and suppressed his dark thoughts in an unhealthy manner as he smiled, walking under a tunnel. Doesn't matter, I'll still become a hero. Midoriya blanked. Turning towards the sudden noise, he was greeted with a giant green wall of slime with a manic grin staring down at him. Oh good, a medium-sized skin suit. Midoriya tried to dodge out the way. It was too late as he was now being suffocated in an awful-tasting slime, trying desperately to breathe. No, I can't die, not yet. Soon a flash of light appeared, and a Pokemon appeared next to the attacking villain. Bounds. What appeared was a small berry-shaped Pokemon with a red body, green leaves, and 2 yellow, beady eyes. Bounce sweet. Sheet, I can't command it. The Pokemon jumped back when the sludge villain swiped at it, missing as it readied an attack. Bounce sweet. It suddenly shot many leaves at the slime, but it did nothing except get stuck. The villain left completely unharmed. He is too gooey for a physical attack. Nice try, kid, but hey. You can be my hero at least. The villain grinned as Izuku's vision started going black. He could feel Bounsweet returning, and he felt a morbid sense of joy. At least I can die with all my friends. Texas Smash. He felt a slight painful sensation on his cheek as he slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he was met with a giant blonde man slapping his cheeks and speaking hurriedly. "Wakey, wake, wakey." Blinking twice, he panicked instantly as he realized that figure wasn't an ordinary blonde man. That was his favorite hero, All Might. "Well, looks like you're moving around all right. Sorry about that back there. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justice ng. Usually, I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out the city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate, haha. But you were a big help. Thanks, for I have captured him safely." All Might laughed, holding up 2 bottles of 2-liter colas with the sludge villain that attacked him earlier inside. How did you manage to fit that giant slime in 2 bottles? Izuku asked, confused with that logic. "Welp, I gotta take this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble. See you around," All Might announced, completely ignoring his question and walking away. "Wait, can I have an autograph, Ari? He already signed." Midoriya fanboyed, staring at his slightly drenched notebook with All Might's signature. "I have to go, young man. Heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies." All Might spoke, stretching for a takeoff. "Wait. There are still the things I want to ask." Midoriya rushed forward in an attempt to get one answer from All Might, the one answer he'd needed all his life. "I'm taking off. Thanks for your continued support." Soon enough, both All Might and Midoriya were hundreds of feet above the city, with the youth clinging on for dear life. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let go. I love my fans and all, but this is too much." All Might yelled, attempting to push him off. "If I let go now, I'll die." Midoriya screamed, scared of the possibility of All Might accidentally killing him. "Oh, that's a good point." All Might laughed nervously and covered his mouth, stifling a cough. Midoriya didn't notice the drops of blood slipping from the hero's mouth as they landed. "My whole life just flashed before my eyes. Twice." Midoriya muttered, clutching his fragile heart on the verge of bursting. "Good grief. If you bang on the door enough, I'm sure the people downstairs will let you down. I seriously am out of time, so I really must go." All Might sighed, walking to the edge of the building, about to jump off again. "Wait, not yet. 1 second. No, I don't have any to dash. Wait, I want to know if I can be a hero with a summoning quirk." Midoriya blurted out, desperate for his hero to acknowledge his one request. All Might turned to look at him, muttering, "A summoning quirk?" Midoriya didn't notice the pain that shot through All Might's as he curled in on himself. "Sometimes I do feel like I'm a failure. Like there's no hope for me. But even so, I'm not gonna give up, ever. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't personally have a quirk for myself? I'm a normal kid without any powers, except to summon." Izuku spoke, looking up to his hero only to find a smoke-clear and a blonde skeletal man was All Might was a second ago. "Are you All Might?" Midoriya asked fearfully, breaking the silence. "I assure you I am All Might, blah." The skeletal man suddenly coughed up blood. "You Impossible!" Izuku yelled, clutching his head in shock. "You know how guys at the pool are always skiing in and flexing and trying to hold their buff? I'm like that." All Might explained nervously. "No. I'm dreaming. All Might is of a giant man who saves everyone. He defeats all obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile." Izuku spoke, trying to reassure himself, mainly. "A fearless smile, huh? There's plenty of fear behind that smile. Look, I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling your friends." All Might warned, glaring at the boy, with the boy in question nodding furiously. Izuku's perspective of All Might shattered further as the skeletal man lifted his shirt. What he revealed to him shocked him to his very core, as what remained was a very messed up respiratory system. Pretty gross, right? I got this from a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out and it can't be fixed. Right now, I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, this is what I look like. All Might sighed, lowering the hem of his shirt again. "No way. 5 years ago? So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku asked nervously. It was possible that the villain had gotten a lucky hit or two on the hero. Wow, you know your stuff, but no. The punk may have landed some hit, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard about this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. I'm supposed to be the guy that's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think that I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. All Might mused bitterly, then glared at Midoriya, staring into his very soul as his next words shattered Izuku's world. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So no, I honestly don't think you can be a hero with that quirk and yourself. All Might spoke, gesturing to the spot next to him. As Midoriya looked over to where he'd indicated, there stood his first ever Pokemon. The fish Pokemon, Magikarp, was staring at All Might sadly. It didn't even flop or anything, tears welling up in its eyes, a frown forming on its mouth. Magikarp? When did? I'm sorry, Magikarp. Midoriya spoke sadly, picking up his fish and hugging it tightly. If you want to help people, there's plenty of other ways to do it. You can become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. It's not bad to have a dream, young man, just make sure your dreams are obtainable, realistic, understand. All Might finished, walking down the stairs, leaving a shattered boy and his Pokemon crying on the roof. I failed you, my friends. Izuku didn't know how long he cried, but he knew that it was a long time since Magikarp wasn't with him anymore, which just meant its time must have expired. I didn't want him to see that. Izuku sighed and walked pathetically downstairs and out the building. Flipping through his notebook, checking his life's work, Midoriya sighed and thought to himself. Don't cry. You knew, didn't you? The reality. You knew. That's why you were trying so desperately. You were averting your eyes, not looking at reality. Midoriya muttered to himself when something suddenly exploded. Midoriya looked up and turned to the direction where the sound came from. Is there a villain attack? He crossed the road, trying to get a better look at the scene, despite his inner voice's protests. Stop it. It'll just feel meaningless right now. Then he noticed the sludge villain. Why is that guy here? Did it get away from All Might? Did he drop it? If he did, then it's my fault. The realization hit as he finally stared at the hostage suffering at the hands of a monster. There, in the middle of the villain, was his explosive childhood tormentor. Kakin. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? They can't. Apparently the villain caught a junior high schooler. It's been like that for a while. What? It's been like that for a while? How can Kakin bear that suffocation? I thought I'd die after a few seconds. Midoriya covered his mouth and shook at the horrified reminder. More people started muttering to themselves. Anyway, wasn't that villain the one All Might was chasing earlier? All Might? No way. He's here. I think I saw him earlier. Seriously? Then, what's All Might doing? Nobody even noticed a skeletal man clutching his injury in anger at himself. Both Midoriya and All Might waited helplessly, All Might cursing himself over and over while Midoriya was crying in self-blame. No one knew what to do, how to help. And then Bakugo struggled just enough to move his head and open his eyes. Looking straight at Midoriya. His big red eyes were filled with horror and helplessness. Drowning out everything else, one thought screamed out. I need to help him. Before anyone could blink, the boy lunged straight at the monster. All Might and the heroes at the scene gasped. Only Death Arms tried to reach him, but failed. Idiot. Stop. Both Bakugo and the villain noticed his stupid stunt, with the villain audibly growling. This brat again. Why did I run out? What am I doing? Why? What do I do? What do I do at a time like this? Suddenly a bright flash of light appeared next to Midoriya with only a single sound coming from it. Vul. Turning, he was met with a multi-tailed white fox running on all fours, determination in its eyes. Perfect. Now with a plan, Midoriya threw his bag that hit directly in the villain's eye, making his grasp on Bakugo slip long enough for him to cough and pant, to get air back in his lungs. Icy wind now. Vulpix obeyed his command and started breathing out a stream of snow-dusted wind. It started freezing the villain's side slowly to a solid where Bakugo was at, just as he planned. "Kakin, blow it up!" Midoriya yelled, grabbing Vulpix and jumping back to avoid a slowed tendril. "Die you bastard!" Bakugo yelled as he twisted his hands and unleashed a devastating explosion on the villain, making it shatter partially. Now he was free. Before the villain had a chance to recover, Midoriya grabbed the panting Bakugo by the shirt and started running back towards the crowd. "We have to go now." "Don't tell me what to do, D-dash." Bakugo didn't finish as the villain roared in anger at losing his hostage. "I will kill that brat." The villain roared, charging at the boys. Suddenly, faster than both boys could perceive, All Might suddenly appear behind the boys, readying a fist, yelling out his signature move. Detroit Smash. A wind blew, strong enough to make the villain fall apart and put out all the fires, and even cause a mini tornado. When the wind quieted, everyone was staring at All Might, who was steaming and panting. For a moment, no one said a thing until drops of rain started falling from the sky. At first, it was 1, then 2, then 3, and then the whole sky opened up on the bystanders. "Rain. Don't tell me it's from the wind pressure just now?" "He made clouds?" No one noticed as his foot stumbled a little before he raised his fist in his familiar victory pose, smiling. The crowd cheered for their hero. With just his right fist, he changed the weather. "That's amazing. That's All Might for you." Midoriya took this time to sneak away before he was charged with quirk use, as one of the local heroes checked on Katsuki first. However, he was blocked by Kamui Woods glaring down at him. "That was extremely dangerous, kid. Also, using a quirk in public like that, dash. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to summon my quirk, it sorta has a mind on its own." Midoriya chuckled nervously, hoping he wouldn't get a ticket. Kamui stared at the glaring Vulpix for a moment, sighing before speaking. "I can write this off as a quirk accident and give you warning, but don't do that again, kid." Thank you." Izuku spoke, tears in his eyes. "Just go before the others do something more drastic, or the reporters start hogging you as well." Kamui sighed, walking to check on Kakin. Walking home, Midoriya clutched his head tiredly as he could feel the slight headache creeping up on him. "Any longer and my head would be splitting, better avoid loud noises." "DKU." Turning, he was met with an angry blonde, making Midoriya sigh internally. "My headache may just come after all." Bakugo panted for a few seconds, then clenched his fists in anger and shouted, "I never asked for help. And you didn't help me. Got it?" Midoriya was confused by this outburst, still clutching his head. "Don't think you can look down on me. Are you trying to make me owe you?" Bakugo growled, readying his explosions. "Can we put this on hold for tomorrow? I have quirk overuse and I can barely understand what you said." Midoriya muttered, clutching his head as if Bakugo was verbally attacking him. "I hate this side effect. Stupid nerd." Bakugo muttered, turning around and walking away. Midoriya sighed in relief and started walking away, enjoying the silence to keep his headache tamed. "I am here." "Shut up, please." Midoriya muttered before he could think, his grip on his temple tightening. Are you okay, my boy?" All Might deflated, coughing out a few drops of blood. "Quirk overuse, it gives me headaches." Izuku spoke, shaking his head. "But you seemed fine before?" All Might muttered softly. "That's because the adrenaline is out of my system." "What do you need, sir?" Midoriya sighed, using whatever brain cells he had left to listen to All Might. "Young man, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk." "Thank you." All Might spoke softly, a hand on Midoriya's shoulders. Sir, it was my fault in the first place. I got in the way of your work." Midoriya sighed, still berating himself for the big mess up. "You still did something, my boy. Even when all those other heroes did nothing, you acted. All Might smirked as he noticed Midoriya's embarrassment before continuing. The greatest heroes all have stories about them from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. All Might spoke as Midoriya realized what he was implying. His face twisted, his hands moving to his chest and his knees trembled. That was true for you too, wasn't it? All Might asked. Yes. Midoriya replied as tears flowed freely down his face. All Might watched him with a serious face, as wind dramatically blew his hair in front of the setting sun. He then said the 5 words Midoriya had wanted to hear so badly, ever since he was, "You can become a hero." Midoriya broke down crying, not caring for the headache as his heartache had built up more from years of pain and sorrow he'd had to endure. All for this moment. All Might spread his arms with his palms raised to the sky before speaking. You are worthy to inherit my power. My headache giving me false hope. Would you mind repeating that? Izuku sighed, not used to being up this early in the morning, as he made his way down towards the dump known as Dagoba Beach. In the center, sitting on the stairs, was a skinny All Might scrolling through his phone. Hey All Might. Izuku called out tiredly. The man turned to him smiling proudly. Midoriya my boy, glad to see you made it early today, was expecting you might forget and skip out on training. I would never do that to you, All Might. Midoriya yawned, trying to get the tiredness out of his system. I see that you're not a morning person. All Might chuckled, seeing the tired boy. That, and I haven't had my coffee yet. Midoriya muttered, handing All Might a stack of papers. What's this, my boy? All Might asked before reading the papers. It's my quirk description and all the Pokemon I am able to summon. I want you to check it out and see what I am able to improve upon. Also, we don't know what One for All is capable of when mixing it with my quirk, so I wanted to see if this won't mess anything up. Izuku explained to the hero, who nodded in understanding. Yes, I can see it. One for All is a stockpiling strength enhancer, so it shouldn't mess with your quirk besides giving them an extra boost in power. All Might explained, reading the quirk's description. Quirk, Pokemon summoning. The user is able to summon a random selection of Pokemon up to 6 times a day, not known if this can increase. No more than 2 summons can stay at any one time, and they can stay for up to 1 to 2 hours at a time, may be able to lengthen time with training. If not actively fighting. However, the user can only use the Pokemon for 15 minutes, need to work on time still, if fighting. This is mainly due to the drastic increase in action. The ability is limited to a certain pool of Pokemon. Weaknesses, all randomized and can sometimes summon themselves. Also, quirk overuse consists of severe headaches which could turn into severe migraines, and a bleeding nose can also occur. This is an interesting quirk, my boy, but the downsides are very important to work on. I don't know if we can fix the randomization problem, but we can definitely try and work on quirk overuse by extending your time in these battles. All Might explained, handing back the papers. Keep them, sir, I have them memorized. And maybe you can see something in there that I can use for heroics if necessary. Also, they could use the training as well. Izuku replied, taking off his jacket and looking at the dump with a raised eyebrow. Yes, this is going to be where you are to start your training, young Midoriya. All Might grinned happily, enjoying Izuku's deadpan expression. You're not one of those heroes who push community service onto interns, are you? Midoriya asked with a questioning look. Of course not, my boy. I don't even have an agency in this part of Japan. This is community service indeed. Though since heroics at heart was helping people and nature alike. It wasn't all flashy and fun as it is now. This right here is the roots for greatness, volunteer service. All Might explained, heading down the stairs, towards the center of the landfill. I see that this place has been a dump for years, so might as well do some workouts and clean up, correct? Izuku asked his mentor, seeing him nod in approval. Yes, you will restore the horizon for this whole section of this beach. That is your first step towards becoming a hero, young man. All Might said as he placed his hand on a fridge and crushed it with ease, revealing the shoreline that used to grace this beach. It's beautiful and awe-inspiring. Do you think my Pokemon can help as well? They still need the training with me. Izuku spoke, poking a rusted cabinet with a pole. I see. Please understand that if I restrict you from using your Pokemon to help you all the time, as I don't want your Pokemon to start doing all your work, young man. All Might scolded, giving him his own packet. What's this? Izuku asked, looking at the packet. I came up with this Aim to Pass American Dream plan. It's a training plan to help you finish cleaning up the beach. It consists of a few meal menus and weekend schedules. I'll have you follow this in every aspect of your life. All Might grinned as if his plan was infallible. I may use most of this schedule, but I don't think I can follow it all and not work on Pokemon too. I see, so 10 months worth of training before I receive one for all, isn't that a little too late? Izuku asked, confused about the sudden quirk without training. Sadly, that's the best time to give you one for all. If all goes well, then you should receive one for all about the week of the entrance exam. Any earlier than your body may just explode from being an improper vessel. All Might explained, nervously scratching his head. You do realize how dangerous this is on so many levels, right? Izuku spoke to the man before sighing and examining the trash. Yes, but it will all be worth it in the end, right, Midoriya? All Might grinned happily, hoping for him to cast all his worries aside. It would, but I need precautions, so can you try to figure out this more? You're basically saying I could die just by sheer luck. I would stick to the plan, but I need you to see if I won't die in the process. Izuku sighed while lifting a microwave, waiting for instructions. I would look into it some more, my boy. Also, just load this in my pickup truck inside the parking lot at the park 2 blocks away. All Might explained, reading his quirk over again. Izuku sighed and looked at the sunrise behind the landfill, frowning. This is going to be a gruesome 10 months. The first month of training was hell on earth. Izuku had to carry around trash of all shapes and sizes, with some being way heavier than others, in an attempt to clean up a small spot on the beach. Once that spot was cleared, Izuku made a little battle arena for him to start summoning his Pokemon safely, and gave them their own types of training designed by him and an impressed All Might. You sure these are what the Pokemon are capable of, young Midoriya? All Might asked in his small Might form, unsure about the uses of his quirks. Only one way to find out, sir. Just let me know if I'm relying on the Pokemon too much. Also sorry if some of them act out of the ordinary or be disobedient. Izuku explained cautiously. It can't be that bad, my boy. All Might grinned happily, ignoring the warnings. Your funeral. Izuku shrugged, summoning his first Pokemon to finally do actual training. Buniri. Izuku sighed, looking at the smug bunny that just punched All Might in the ball. He knew it was smart and capable of a lot of things, but he doesn't know how to properly train her yet, such as speed, parkour, and reconnaissance with her hearing. But no, when she gets told to track a Pokemon, she turns around and tries to break her kneecaps. Izuku makes sure to avoid Buniri since she kicks his butt a lot, and gets defensive whenever she is summoned during one of Izuku's beatdowns, because apparently only she can kick his butt. Apom, a normal Pokemon with a playful personality and follows orders sort of well. It has the acrobatic skills of a skilled monkey and can swing off poles, making it a good ambusher. He is too excited and not great at keeping focus. Loves to play pranks and steal his quarters, as he knows it has been storing them somewhere in the house. Note: keep away from BOSW. Cantonian Vulpix. Vulpix is very relaxed and sometimes likes to stay pretty and not get dirty. Izuku doesn't know why, but it likes to summon itself with Alolan Vulpix most of the time and cuddle into each other. Maybe these two are my twins? Izuku sighed as he took a picture of Vulpix staring down shamefully with a flaming garbage can behind her. She was holding a sign that said, "I made Endeavor." Turns out they made a funny meme with Izuku going into hiding for the weekend when Endeavor commented on his meme. Note: no more poke shaming involving heroes. Growlithe, a very obedient Pokemon that follows orders. Izuku gave this Pokemon the descriptions of a hound dog Pokemon with its sensitive nose. Why it likes fancy items, I don't know. It will sometimes sneeze fire, burning the carpet, so they replaced it with tiled floor instead of wool. Notes: if paired, train in finding Zorua. Piku Piku was a really happy Pokemon that loved to have fun no matter what. Izuku made sure to keep an eye on its training, as it had a weakness of frying itself for some reason. Note: make sure to also increase physical strength. Izuku would have to watch over the fried Pokemon constantly to make sure it doesn't wander off and make a big problem blowing up his electronics. No one ever solved Piku causing a blackout at school. Shinx was always a mystery to Izuku, as it sometimes was happy and playful, and other times it was deadly serious. It will pounce on Izuku at night and demand to be played with. If Izuku doesn't wake up, it will shock him instead. Luckily, it has been playing with All Might recently. Magikarp, it's a hard-working and emotional Pokemon just like him. Izuku set up a tiny pool for Magikarp to swim around in, but it still loved to splash a lot. However, he doesn't understand why it keeps splashing All Might with water. Poliwag, it was Izuku's newest and very curious Pokemon. Izuku finds it looking around and getting distracted easily, but finds it difficult to train Poliwag to get on a running schedule, as it loves swimming more than running. Why is newer summons showing up slower? It loves soaking in the bath and playfully loves to put more energy into performing tricks than training. Bounsweet, this Pokemon is happy and very carefree when it comes to its personality. Despite how often Apom and Swinub try to eat it, Izuku still has to make sure Mom doesn't accidentally cook it too. Bounsweet loves to play around, and when it gets startled it will release an aroma that calms everyone down. Unless you are trying to eat it. Skiddo, this Pokemon's emotions depend on the time of day and weather conditions. If it's sunny with no skies, it is super hyper and can work efficiently since it is constantly gathering energy from photosynthesis. However, it is glum when there isn't enough sunlight to work with. Note: train against ramming Sheldon if paired. Ralts is a very calm Pokemon that enjoys the time it has when summoned. It likes to hang around Izuku a lot and enjoy the happy emotions he gives off, but when Izuku is sad it will make sure to put on hero videos and enjoy a nice snack. I know Mom says I'm not supposed to have a favorite child, but Ralts is easily one of my favorites. It is very intelligent and acts more like a human than all his other Pokemon, much to Izuku's surprise, as it can solve puzzles and communicate with him effectively. Note: see how far into grading that Ralts is capable of. Abra is a sleepy Pokemon, but Izuku knows its brain is still active when it is asleep. It can be seen hovering around just sleeping and analyzing Izuku's brain. It is so deadly silent and doesn't move that Izuku and everyone that met Abra the first time will think it is a doll. Love teleporting too. Alolan Vulpix, if you thought the regular Fire Vulpix was dainty and didn't like getting dirty, you haven't seen the tantrums this little Pokemon throws when its fur is even slightly dirted. Always carry a brush and hair products. Of course, for some unknown reason, it seems to want to freeze All Might constantly. It might be because of how often he and the other Vulpix had to sit by and watch Izuku fanboy over All Might. Spheal, a very hyperactive Pokemon that loves to roll around and swimming. Izuku sometimes spots it performing tricks to entertain itself or bouncing around. It loves playing with Poliwag. It soaks in Izuku's bathroom constantly as it plays with rubber ducks mostly. However, it loves to roll down hills with Izuku, making them have a little more fun than usual. As much as I want to be a hero, these are all my kids. They should have fun. Shuppet was just a crypt ghost Pokemon that Izuku can't understand at all. Izuku sometimes finds this Pokemon just watching him sleep and popping up whenever he gets super depressed. Izuku can't really train Shuppet, as it just ignores him most of the time and just stares at him and All Might's, or rather the spot next to All Might. Shuppet is a mystery that Izuku just can't figure out. Note: could be used for intimidating opponents? Finding All Might? Why is it studying him so often? What do you see, Shuppet? Toxel, this Pokemon likes to throw many tantrums and cries a lot if not fed properly. For some reason it seems to enjoy music and can sometimes be subdued with music in mid-tantrums to calm it. Our favorite band to listen together is Set It Off. Mom told Izuku it was like him when he was a baby, so she was an expert at taming Toxel. It is effectively a baby, so Mom gives him pointers and lessons on taking care of a child when Toxel is around. Note: if not around and Toxel cries, give it junk food and play rock music until I get home. When did I become a dad? Riolu is just like Buniri in terms of attitude, in wanting to break both Izuku's and All Might's kneecaps. However, it can understand the importance of training, so it will follow orders as long as it gets a battle in the end. It loves battling but will sometimes go overboard when fighting Buniri. Note, if paired with Buniri, let them duke it out. Gibble is a very active Pokemon and loves to follow predator instincts. However, it will not pass up free food, as it will raid our fridge. Note, keep Gibble away from the fridge. It loves to chomp on stuff and acts on tantrums if it has a toothache from biting something too hard. Note, keep an eye on it if it tries to turn on the heater, as it loves wasting electricity bills. Rockruff seems to enjoy running through the trash and get dirty enough that it will have to be forcefully bathed. However, a few times, Izuku caught it rubbing its neck against the piles of trash on the beach to file down sharp objects that could have hurt Izuku himself. Likes to hang around All Might and receive pats from the hero. Larvitar, don't train it. Highly aggressive and will attack anyone looking for a challenge. It is a very powerful Pokemon, if not my most powerful Pokemon so far. It has enough strength and appetite to destroy an entire landscape if given the chance. It ate a mound of dirt in the park that was 20 times the size of a house. It is a rarer summon that needs to be immediately unsummoned. Noibat, it is an emotional Pokemon that enjoys listening to music. It will sometimes be seen listening to many bands and wears its heart on its sleeve. Wing. It loves living in Izuku's closet and will sometimes steal his MP3 player and listen to endless music. It loves to share its dark songs with a depressed Izuku, making them both happy in the end. Joltik is a little sheet and it knows it. Izuku didn't really have to train it, as it is a master at hide and seek. However, because it is a little sheet, it will SCK the power out of anything it can get its hands on and make it effectively useless. Also loves to nest in Izuku's fluffy hair for some reason. Zorua Izuku had this happy-go-lucky trickster Pokemon be a pain in his butt. It loves to change into other people, animals, and Pokemon to trick him. However, one time it disguised as his mother in front of All Might, and he nearly fainted at having almost been exposed to All Might. It is a happy Pokemon, always willing to help out and train with Izuku. However, it does have a gluttonous side, as it can eat anything metallic. Izuku finds it hard to scold the Pokemon, but sometimes that is what a mother is for sometimes. She invented the poke-shaming idea, making Eren carry a sign that it ate her pots and pans, and Izuku has been using it ever since. Suwaddle, it is a rather sadistic Pokemon that likes to watch people suffer. Izuku sometimes wakes up to pain in his arms as he could see Suwaddle gnawing on him. It can follow orders but mostly is seen playing with its victims, mainly Izuku. It will booby trap Izuku's room every time it gets in. Poochyena, it is an active Pokemon willing to follow every order given to it as long as it receives pats. It is Izuku's most loyalist Pokemon that Izuku treats mostly as a friend. It is on high alert and will sometimes protect the house or cuddle the Midoriyas when they are asleep. Fletchling is a joyful and easygoing Pokemon, but it loves to battle when given the chance. Also loves soaring in the air, and I can't fault him for that. It will protect Izuku when dealing with bullies if summoned, and would even try to poke Kakin in the eye. It should have received a poke shaming that it loves to be mean, but Izuku let it slide. Stuffle, Izuku didn't know what to think about Stuffle. It was an interesting doll Pokemon that had many emotional problems. One moment it would be all cute and cuddle and accept training its ridiculous strength to crush a fridge. And the other moment it would act all ferocious and not follow orders. Luckily it knows to follow his mom's orders. It was a universal rule of every Pokemon that you don't mess with Mama Inko. Swinub is a lazy Pokemon with a gluttonous appetite. Izuku was grateful whenever Swinub was summoned during dinner so he could feed it vegetables and mushrooms. Note, keep Swinub away from BGMI. Nidoran, male Nidoran, is a cautious Pokemon mainly because it is venomous. It prefers to stay far away from people as to not poison them with a substance that has luckily no lethal precautions. Note, could make a dart coated in this venom to keep the opponent partially distracted or create a power move with Apom yeeting Nidoran at an enemy. Litwick, this Pokemon has a curious personality and loves to hang out in dark places. Its mood increases if it saps the energy of Izuku or any plants and animals nearby. It loves to watch TV and dark movies so much that Izuku set up a mini fireproof movie theater just for it. Almost burned down the apartment too many times. Togepi is a very good manipulator in terms of cuteness and kindness. If treated kindly, it will also return that kindness if needed. However, it is very defensive when it comes to Izuku and will act out in anger. Mom loves it so much and will give the adorable Pokemon all the attention when it is out. Have a feeling it weaponized cuteness. Patina, this Pokemon is very aggressive towards Izuku mainly. He doesn't know why, but he feels unsafe around the Pokemon that is always watching him and staying away from the child. Luckily, it will follow orders from him at least. It seems to also dislike All Might and would actively ignore him as if he doesn't exist. Hope it won't murder anyone or me while I sleep. Dratini, it is a calm and shy Pokemon that obeys orders and loves swimming. It is the biggest Pokemon so far and loves to stay soaked in the bath when it is summoned. It is embarrassed shedding in front of anyone and would hide in the closet for its own personal space. Even my children deserve their own space. Bagon, it is a very confusing Pokemon always jumping off a 5-story building. It wasn't until Izuku searched up Bagon on the internet and understood why. It is a very dedicated Pokemon following its dream in learning how to fly. Izuku knew Pokemon can evolve, but he doesn't know if his Pokemon can evolve. What do I do if my Pokemon can't evolve? Sheldon, it is a very excited Pokemon that enjoys eating and shining itself. It is the best defender that Izuku owns as it tanks a full-blown impact from Kakin's explosions and that one time from a spooked All Might when he accidentally punched it, finally meeting the hero. Also learned that it is a dinosaur Pokemon. It seems as if he doesn't know or remember that past, so it may just be his quirk not actually existing during that era. Note: don't let it wander, it has terrible sense of direction. You were saying All Might? Midoriya asked with a raised eyebrow at the hero. I'm gonna take a few weeks of vacation, continue your work young Midoriya. All Might muttered, painfully limping away with a smug Buniri standing proudly. Hope they don't kill my mentor before I become a hero. Izuku sighed in exhaustion as he laid on his bed, staring at the ceiling in hopes that his headache would magically vanish. The 5 months of training had been the worst and best thing to happen to him in his life. Thinking back on the past few years, he really should have put more muscle and effort into training if he wanted a chance at heroics. Which led him to. He loved his bed now more than anything, seeing as it didn't complain or beat him up. It comforted him more and let him rest with the ease that he desperately needed. Looking at his phone, Izuku really wished he hadn't and sighed, knowing that the message would have definitely shown as read. And there goes my free time. Taking a shower and slipping on his PJs, Izuku went to bed, cursing at the ever-shrinking hours of sleep he still had. Knowing he wasn't going to sleep anytime soon thanks to his headache, Izuku decided to ponder on how far he'd come. Izuku actually had decent stamina and energy before he started training with All Might, mostly out of a need to keep up with his volatile and unpredictable quirk. Especially considering some of his Pokemon liked to summon themselves at midnight and wander away from the house, leaving Izuku to wake up and chase after it. They sometimes return immediately or don't. However, his training had improved his muscles greatly, and he actually had to buy duplicates, albeit a bit larger, of his favorite t-shirts so his classmates wouldn't see his growth. He didn't want to face the same situation as Bakugo just because he'd gotten a bit bigger. He also didn't want to encourage his bullies to a challenge, with them thinking that he was a tough guy now. His strength had increased drastically as well, meaning he could actually lift some of the heavier objects. But even then, he still had to use several other training days to balance out his body, since some days he focused on a certain body part more than others. Which led him to spending his Pokemon's allowance to buy a few weights and training equipment. That was a difficult conversation, and even then I wish I could have just bench-pressed a few of my Pokemon for a cheaper price. Izuku was especially glad that his quirk had improved dramatically over the past 5 months, and everyone was becoming happier, with them actually being able to move freely. Their timers and power had improved and a few of them actually gotten useful attacks and abilities he was never even aware they were capable of. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the memories of how far his team had come. He saw the potential and the training they were going through, which only made him work harder to catch up to them. Buniri, he at least makes sure she can get a good fight when summoned. Buniri is just like the rabbit hero Muriko and, sometimes, he can see this Pokemon late at night, copying the heroine's attacks. Apom, because it's so reliant on an ambush to attack, Izuku trained them to be able to perform physical attacks midair. It will also sometimes flip around and use range attacks to catch its victims off guard, or if it sees that physical damage won't work. Cantonian Vulpix, it's mostly a special attacker and attacks from range. Izuku noticed that it can change the trajectory of its ember attacks, effectively hitting the target most of the time. Grow its tasks, mostly related to searching for other Pokemon or specific items in the trash-filled beach to strengthen its sense of smell. It's also a close to mid-range fighter, biting and firing attacks, making it efficient in combat as well. Piku Izuku collected many car batteries and electric appliances to work with Piku's power output. It's very powerful for a Pokemon of its size, but it was not a very good idea to let it charge a toaster, effectively blowing up a pile of sorted trash and causing a fire. Shinx Izuku found it to have better physical strength and hunting abilities. Izuku also noticed that its fur lit up with sparks whenever tense, a good indicator of mood. Izuku understood that it was wary and was always on edge. He trained it to be an efficient fighter, successful in quick takedowns like Eraserhead. It also has the sense of smell to go with reconnaissance and tracking like Growlithe. Magikarp, it's an efficient swimmer and can probably blend in with other fish. However, it lacks the most basic combat capabilities. I still believe in you. Poliwag Izuku found Poliwag was an effective all-rounder in water, seeing as it can perform both physical and special attacks. Izuku just recently found out it has the ability Water Absorb, as it was weakened in a battle but, once knocked into the ocean, seemed perfectly fine. Bounsweet, it is an effective all-rounder as well, like Poliwag, but it prefers land instead of water. Note: Bounsweet can produce a sweet aroma to ease distressed victims. Skiddo, this Pokemon was dedicated to transport training by hauling large objects with its horns and vines. It also has the strength to lift All Might and was only slowed down partially. It is good for speed and emergency situations. It can also play the role of a physical attacker. To strengthen its muscles and horns, it will crash through a pile of trash. Ralts Izuku actually chose this Pokemon to play more of a leading support role than all his other Pokemon. Its intelligence, combined with range attacks, make it an effective Pokemon for taking down enemies from afar. Izuku actually tried to train Ralts into a healing Pokemon, mostly for All Might's injury, once he learned it could use Heal Pulse. This actually gave All Might a 4-hour time limit. Aberate actually had the amazing ability to teleport not only itself but also Izuku to a specific location, one that Izuku describes as a waypoint of sorts. Izuku made sure to train how far it can teleport him, and checked if it could teleport items or other people. Basically, he wanted to know the limit of such an amazing ability. However, sometimes it would get bored and just teleport Izuku into the ocean, which was when Spheal often came for him. Alolan Vulpix, this Pokemon doesn't have the same ability to manipulate the trajectory of its ice attacks as its Cantonian counterpart, but it makes up for that with its Disable. Unlike Pokemon that have many quirk-like abilities, heroes and villains have 1 or 2 quirks at their disposal. This ability would make great use for careful operations that may risk lives. The timer is around 15 minutes thanks to the help of All Might's training. It also has many ranged, special moves that can be used to damage or slow down enemies if needed. Spheal, its spherical shape and ability to float makes it great for a life preserver Pokemon, with some ability to swim despite its terrible experience. It also has insulation to both heat, cold, and weather with the ability Thick Fat, and its soft fur. Shuppet, untrainable and is great for intimidation. Even All Might is scared of it. Why is All Might scared of it? Toxel, it has a smaller electric output than Piku but can still effectively produce enough electricity to charge a small car battery if given enough time. It trained by charging electronics and then destroying said electronics, and everything else around by making a hazardous goop. It has a chemical makeup to create more effective tranquilizers with the strength to theoretically stun a grown man. Note: make sure to use protection when making trank darts. Riolu training consisted of sensing the aura of people around him and communicating to Izuku, using facial expressions based on how they felt. Training also included a lot of fighting moves like Miroku, as well as Gunhead. Note, if paired with Buniri, let them duke it out. Also, with its ability to sense auras from afar, it will be able to work for search and rescue. Gibble, it will make an efficient ambusher, as it can dig holes and wait underground to pounce on its unsuspecting prey. It has enough bite force to not lose grip on whatever its teeth latch onto. This Pokemon's ability is Rough Skin, and it actually hurts to attack it physically. It will leave scratches and gashes if harmed, making escape nearly impossible while being clamped down. Rockruff in training, Rockruff mostly tried to fight the bigger pieces of trash on the beach, biting down and scratching at it, sometimes hunting for the smaller pieces and shaking his head vigorously when he did find them. Larvitar, it has tremendous potential for a physical attacker that can destroy a local beach. Not to mention it will also tank damage and shake it off, as if it wasn't just hit by a high-powered explosion, but it can still be damaged. All Might decided it should get some training against him despite Izuku's warnings. Even at his full power, Larvitar still managed a decent fight with the #1 hero. He was glad All Might was tough, but at the same time, Izuku saw the sheer power it displayed, hitting the hero, who staggered back a few feet. If it was anyone else, then Larvitar would probably cripple a man, or worse. Noibat, this Pokemon specializes in sensitive recon involving hostage situations, spying, and many others. Also, it can tell if a fruit is ripe with sound. Really helpful when mom goes grocery shopping. This Pokemon is an effective all-rounder as well if it ever does get caught in a battle, as it has decent physical strength. It also provides specialized sound-based attacks to hurt its victims. May also effectively disorient and confuse targets, stunning them in place. Joltik, he gave it a task to try infiltration missions such as sneaking in a building and trying not to get spotted. He made sure to have the owners agree to keep an eye out for a small yellow pet spider. Izuku was really intrigued with energy draining, as he saw it was gluttonous enough to drain car batteries. Perhaps it could cut power during infiltration missions? Zorua, it was tasked with training to disguise as actual people it examined, and trying to walk around without suspicion. Zorua also tried to study people passing as fast as it can and change into their forms. It could be used for quick infiltration and stealth. Aaron, its training consists of physical damage and defense as it has a steel shell and the strength to tear apart a dump truck. Note, could be used for excavation and clearing out debris. Maybe even cleanup after villain attacks. It doesn't need to work on much attacks or defense, but he at least tried to train it in ambushes from underground. Sewaddle, it already had camouflage capabilities to blend into a forest environment for reconnaissance, so it trains in the local park. It likes to set up traps and attack its victim, slowly gnawing on them, a smile on its face. Also, it practices targeting during an ambush from trees with its razor leaf and string shots. Poochyena, it was willing to follow every training opportunity possible and has great physical attack damage and speed. Because it is so loyal, it will guard the house for intruders while Izuku and his mother sleep. It is also a great emotional support Pokemon, letting Izuku and Inko cry on it and petting the fur to calm down again. Could be used as a temporary service dog and tracker with more training. Fletchling, it will train in flying as high as possible and sometimes likes to perform evasive maneuvers. It is a great possible scout with more training and has decent attacks for a fight if it's caught in aerial combat. Izuku will sometimes have the Pokemon performing target practice by trying to shoot down Fletchling. Her speed ensures that they never succeeded. Stufful, this Pokemon broke Izuku. He knew it was strong, but he doubted its strength. Until recently, when it lifted 2 fridges with ease, sorting them into a pile dedicated to fridges that he loathed. It also got so used to being around All Might that it started training with the man. Swinub, it's an effective all-rounder as it has good physical and special attack with a decent defense. It's also fluffy and warm in the winter and can provide insulation for freezing civilians. Its sense of smell is also capable of finding civilians buried in snow-covered avalanches, like that one extremely snowy winter. Though, it did start begging the people it saved for treats after. Nidrin, the venom released from this Pokemon will not actually poison a person to death like snakes or insects, but instead causes a sensation that increases in pain over time. It should go away with a single antibiotic, or when 12 hours pass. It is a strong physical attacker and has a good sense of hearing, and coats itself in venom to weaken any would-be attacker. Izuku has a built-up immunity to said venom. Litwick is a very powerful summon that drains the stamina if out for a PRD of time, growing stronger in the process. Note, train stamina for this Pokemon to be able to perform better. It has a very powerful special attack and great ranged accuracy, and it could be useful when searching dark areas. Togepi, it's a definite emotional support role and loves to help out, emotionally filling people with kindness and compassion. An ideal mascot. Therefore, its training often devolves into a cuteness competition with whoever else was summoned at the time. However, it still volunteers to train in battles with its special attack, Metronome. This should only be used as last resort, and heals itself or others if given the chance. Patina Izuku does have it train its attacks since it's his best sharpshooter and has intense psychic powers. It mostly hits Izuku, but it does heal him back to feel healthy, only to hit him again. It has magical healing moves but, for some reason, refuses to heal All Might. Dratini, its training consists of swimming around rapidly, and Izuku occasionally surfs on it to practice underwater rescue missions. Though, that often ends quickly, devolving into playtime as Dratini starts a splashing war. It is an all-rounder in terms of attack and can't be affected by status effects. Note, its shed skin is actually great leather for building a potential hero costume for ignoring status moves. Bagon, he didn't want to break the news to Bagon and crush his dream that his Pokemon might not evolve. At the very least, he encourages Bagon to try and be safe while attempting to jump off a roof. It is a good attacker anyways, so let it fly. But Izuku would still occasionally let it train with his other Pokemon. Shieldon Izuku had several Pokemon use their attacks on it because its defense is just so important for its role. It will act as the shield for all the Pokemon and Izuku himself, but it needs to be backed up by equally strong attacks from other Pokemon. Note, could be used for breaching situations. I am here. I am here. Opening his eyes, Izuku glared at the All Might alarm clock and sighed. One thing he hadn't told his mentor was that he already had quite the busy schedule. Getting up and dressed in a green polo shirt, Izuku sighed, rubbing his tired eyes before placing a fake smile on his face. The youth grabbed his spare house keys and walked out the door before turning around and shouting, "Mom, I'm off to hang out with a friend." Getting on the train, he shut his eyes. He waited until he woke up in a part of the east side of Mizudafu. Checking his watch, he sighed as he exited the train, made his way towards the door, fake grin ever present. He was so glad that he was a good actor because the next thing he heard nearly made him falter. "You're late for work, brat. Go scrub the dishes before any customers arrive or no pay." An old man glared down at him, smoking his cigar. One thing he hated about his quirk was that it was kind of expensive to keep them satisfied. With all the electric and water bills they brought on and the damage complaints they caused when his Pokemon wander around, it really gives a peek on what being a parent is like. A parent of 36 no less. Izuku made his way towards the kitchen, immediately washing the dishes and brewing himself a nice cup of coffee for him as he ran through his list of responsibilities, muttering, "Okay, I have to sort the beans and check the pastries, as well as waiter for the guests today." Izuku worked at a run-down cafe in secret, as the owner had allowed him to work there given his age and didn't care about the laws. If anyone asked, he'd already made a cover story that he was working to help his grandpa so he and the owner wouldn't get in trouble. He was allowed coffee and got tips, but sometimes he wouldn't get paid because the shop was old and didn't get many visitors. The reason he got the job was because Dad apparently cut contacts before his quirk came and wasn't paying for child support. His mother was already overworked, and they were both far too nice and prideful to take money from Mitsuki and Masaru, so Izuku made up for it by working part-time in secret. "Hurry the f up, Midoriya. I need you to pass out some flyers so people may actually come to this shithole." The owner ranted, making Izuku flinch away from the dishes. "Yes, Gia, sir." Izuku called out, scrubbing faster and sighing as the depression slowly kicked in. "Just 5 more months," he assured himself, grumbling under his breath. "Arceus give me strength." Izuku didn't know why, but he would have said these 10 months were not worth it. He wasn't trying to be an ungrateful brat, but people have to understand that he has to deal with 36 kids, a terrible job, school, and keep an unhealthy amount of no sleep to take care of his duties with cleaning an entire beach along with doing extra workouts and fighting. My body is living off coffee. It was month 8 that he realized he decided that he was probably fit enough for combat. The problem with that was his Pokemon had a few years of fighting experience and powers to back that up while he was still a useless Deku. Enter 2 months of being tossed and beaten down by his own children, and he was pretty sure it wasn't worth the extra quirk. However, he did get basic fighting experience and some unique styles such as Riolu teaching him gunhead arts, and Buniri teaching him to use his speed for parkouring around the neighborhood. God, did it hurt fighting Gible with his rough skin. Izuku was laying in the sand, admiring the view he and his team worked so hard to achieve when a truck pulled up. Turning, he was met with a skinny form of All Might in awe from the view he was admiring until he buffed up in pure passion. You cleaned more than the spot that I told you, you cleaned the whole beach. I didn't clean it, we cleaned it because plus ultra, right Shinx? Izuku smiled, petting the fur of his Pokemon, nodding along happily. Shinx. The Pokemon yelp out happily. That's the spirit, young man, you have earned this, so please accept my reward for all your hard work. All Might smiled, plucking a hair from his mane. You do realize it's the day of the entrance exam, correct? Midoriya asked, deadpanning at the number 1 hero. Yes, correct, but I really wanted you to finish this beach before I gave it to you just to make sure you wouldn't stop when I gave you this power. All Might explained, giving the hair in his hands. Fair enough, I guess. So, anything you learned about One for All and how it will affect my quirk? Izuku asked, examining the man. It would be perfectly fine, and would only strengthen your summon. Though the backlash for your physical body should be a bit painful at first. All Might spoke nervously, scratching his cheek. He didn't research at all. Izuku gave him a disappointing stare and sighed, hoping All Might was telling him the truth even though he knew it was a lie. I swear if I die, then I'm haunting this man. How do I accept this power, All Might? Izuku asked, staring at the hair. You eat it, he announced proudly. Excuse me? Izuku asked, questioning his hearing. You have to accept some of my DNA for the power to be transferred down, and eating a piece of hair isn't so disgusting. All Might explained with a smile that did not match the situation. Was it worth 10 months of hell to inherit the world's greatest quirk by consuming a piece of hair? No, the FI was not. 3 hours later, and Midoriya still wanted to throw up, not even stopping to admire the school gates as he had to pass through. I can't believe he shoved that thing down my throat. I feel violated. Izuku muttered out when suddenly a voice spoke out. Out of my way, Deku, or I'll kill you. A familiar voice growled out. Izuku turned around and was met with his childhood tormentor. Kakin. Don't stand in front of me, nerd. Katsuki growled out, and Izuku did as he was asked, letting his tormentor go by and calm his nerves. People started commenting on the blonde from the sludge villain incident, and Izuku was glad all attention was off him. I can't stand crowds, so better get inside. Taking one step forward with a confident smile on his face, and he tripped on a ledge. Or I could just die here, that's also a good idea, please and thank you. However, he never impacted the ground and was floating in the air. What? Are you all right? A brown-haired girl was introduced. Yes, take it this is your quirk? Izuku asked nervously, since he did have some social skills because of his Pokemon meeting strangers. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first, but it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? The girl asked cheerfully to him. I never knew about that omen, but thanks for the assistance. Midoriya bowed to the girl with a small smile. No problem, so let's do our best. Siwae. The girl waved, with Izuku following along towards his seat. After an hour of the written exam that Izuku was fairly certain he passed, since he made sure to keep up with his studies greatly for lack of sleep and teaching his own Pokemon basic human knowledge. Surprised they are quick learners, and Ralts has the knowledge to actually pass middle school in a few months. After a few more hours of waiting, all the students were actually ready to take the practical exam presentations. There showed the famous voice hero in his black leather costume shouting out, HY. No one bothered to answer him, but Midoriya was too busy fanboying over the voice hero. Shut up. Bakugo growled out with Midoriya flinching, remembering Kakin was there. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 20-minute mock urban battles after this. The voice hero present mic explained, showing testing facilities. 20 minutes, so this is a test of speed? Izuku muttered to himself, hoping whatever Pokemon he summons is fast. Bakugo and Midoriya, who sat next to each other, both looked at cards they had in their hands. In other words, they won't let you work with others if they are splitting people up? Bakugo realized. You're right, I'm the number after you and I'm not in the same facility. Izuku muttered out loud. Don't look or I'll kill you. This just means that I won't be the one to crush you. Bakugo growled out with disappointment in his eyes. But you looked at my cards first. 3 different types of faux villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Present mic explained, showing off the score of 3 different point spots. May I ask a question? Spoke a voice from the crowd. Shoot. Present mic called out as the light displayed on a tall student with his hands raised. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then Udade, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. The boy spoke, making a mockery of a potential information that present mic hasn't said yet. Let the man finish first. As if he sensed his thoughts, the tall dark blue-haired boy pointed out to him in an angry manner. In addition, you over there with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. While everyone else was snickering at him, Izuku really found it rude to be singled out and made fun of. Could enjoy the presentation and pay attention. All that came out was a small nod saying he understood, but in reality he really didn't care honestly. I need to pass this test, so I can't be let down by others easily. Though it's still a guess. Okay. Examinee number 7111, that was a great message, present mic spoke, trying to get everyone on track. For me or him? The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points, and that guy's an obstacle, so to speak, with 1 in every battle center. Present mic explained, showing a silhouette of the 0-pointer. It's an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. He finished up with the teen satisfied, sitting back down. Izuku basically chalked it up to video game mechanics, except everyone was against each other. I can't fail now. Izuku was standing at the end of a large group of other examinees behind a very large door that leads into the fake city, waiting for it to open. Many seemed confident and others seemed nervous. Izuku was part of the nervous atmosphere as he was shaking in anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Izuku called for his quirk when a flash of energy appeared, displaying 2 Pokemon he was glad he had for this exercise. Noi, squeaked a bat-like Pokemon with big ears. Skid, cheered a grass-covered goat. Noibat and Skiddo, you both will do greatly. Skiddo, please charge into alleyways to avoid trainers, and take down as many robots as possible, and Noibat, scout the skies and lead me to the majority of the robots and we will take them down together. Izuku whispered to his Pokemon, making sure no one followed Noibat. His Pokemon were ready and he felt calmer and more confident than before, so he looked around at the competition. To his surprise, he found the same brown-haired girl before, which eased his worries at seeing a kind of familiar face. Making his way up to her, he was suddenly stopped by a hand on his shoulders, startling him. Turning, he was met with the same tall blue-hair boy glaring at him. That girl appears to be trying to focus. Excuse me? Midoriya asked, confused and nervous of being singled out again. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? The boy glared at him even harder, making Midoriya more nervous for making a potential enemy. What? No. Izuku spoke up, but the boy wasn't done yet. Also, what are you doing with animals? Are they up to code on quirk usage on them? The boy asked, lifting the ear on Noibat, making it growl in annoyance. He was about to ask him to not pull on Noibat's ears until something happened. Start. Finding an excuse to run away, he bolted holding Noibat when present mic continued. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Go. Izuku had a temporary head start because of anxiety, but everyone was quickly catching up to him. Turning towards the first few robots, it made a decision. Use Vine Whip and tear off the three-pointer's arm. Skiddo did just that and started tearing down the surrounding bots with everyone near. Grabbing the arm, Izuku turned towards his Pokemon and ordered. You guys know the plan, hurry? Skiddo ran into an alleyway and started taking down as many bots as possible while Izuku messed with the rocket arm following Noibat. God, thank Piku and Joltik for destroying electronics for me to fix. Making it towards a clearing with not many people, Izuku saw many three-pointer robots firing missiles at him. However, Noibat got in close and used Gust, knocking the missile off course, making Izuku proud of his Pokemon. Lifting his missile launcher, Izuku smirked as he aimed at the enemy bots. My turn. In a secluded dark room with monitors, stood many teachers watching the shows of each facility, all carrying a number of point sticks. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. Nedzu started explaining to the teachers, with some paying attention to the new teacher teaching this year for him to learn. They have to draw the villains out from there. Information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. All eyes focused on a participant examining the field with his 6 arms scanning the arena. Recon and muscles may be part of Eraserhead's class. 13 suggested examining the potential student. Mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Nedzu chirped, pulling up a screen of Tenya Ida. He could honestly be a part of either class, but Tensei says he could learn from Eraser's ability. Midnight spoke, examining Eraserhead's betrayal. Discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation. Nedzu spoke, pulling one up of a blonde participant firing lasers on his belt. A battle support item, so he has a hard time controlling his quirk then? Well, maybe put him in Eraserhead's class in case of an incident. Power Loader suggested studying the student's belt on a separate monitor. And pure combat ability. Nedzu spoke, pulling up a screen of an explosive blonde on a mountain of bots. Seems like he will get the most points, so I'm stuck with another loud blonde this year. Aizawa sighed in disappointment. Now hold on there, we may have some very adaptable talents out there, which I say is absolutely wonderful. Nedzu smiled, watching a green-haired boy with a missile arm firing down robots with his 2 Pokemon helping out in the mini-war zone. A unique quirk, but his form is off when fighting and blasting, and clever idea of reusing the robot arms. Power Loader smiled, making note to see if the student also applied for support. These basic abilities needed to keep the peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? A teacher spoke, examining all the candidates for this year. Well, we can't know for sure yet. Their true test is still to come. Nedzu grinned, pressing a big red button. I love pressing shiny buttons. After about 15 minutes of constantly dodging and reloading his new support weapon, Izuku suddenly felt the ground rumble. Checking at the source, he paled in, staring at the behemoth that put all the buildings to shame for its monsterly height. That's the 0-pointer. Turning to run away, he heard a yelp, immediately stopping in his tracks. Ah! Looking back at the direction, he saw the sight of the nice brunette from earlier pinned to the ground by fallen debris. I'm stuck. The 0-pointer tread closer and all options were running low. His Pokemon's time limit was done, making them disappear, and he needed to do something quickly. I really hope my quirk listens to me once. Izuku sighed, running straight at the robot while he focused on 2 specific Pokemon he needed. He felt a familiar weight on his head and yelled out, grabbing the Pokemon. Joltik, have a snack. He threw the tiny yellow spider as it landed safely on the 0-pointer's front. He could have sworn he saw it smirk, but paid no attention to it. Turning behind him, he was disappointed that his second hopeful summon didn't happen, as instead of an Aron, stood instead a Magikarp in the road. Carp! Magikarp, return! Izuku called out, feeling Magikarp's warmth return to his heart. Making his way towards the girl, he stopped in front of her and stared at the 0-pointer, examining it. Joltik was nowhere to be seen, but judging by the limp arm, smoking eye, glitching leg and the flashes of electricity, Joltik was doing something right. Hauling the concrete off the girl, Izuku picked her up and rushed her towards the nearest alley. "Stay here and take cover." "What? Where are you gonna go?" the brunette asked in panic and confusion. All Izuku could do was give her a small smile and answer her. "I'm gonna make sure no one else gets hurt." Running away, he ignored the girl's calls for wait and was surprised the zero-pointer switched to a different arm, readying a powerful punch. "Shit, it is gonna bring down the building." Before he could think, his body acted on its own. Running towards the monstrosity, Izuku squatted down and felt power rush through his legs. He jumped and he flew forward right in front of the zero-pointer's face. Taking his chance, he followed All Might's words and squeezed his buttocks and yelled at the top of his heart. "Smash! Duh, 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 duh." "Izuku, honey," a voice suddenly interrupted his stare down. "Yes, Mom?" Izuku called out, finally out of his trance. "Why are you staring at the plate? You didn't even notice Jibble take the fish you were holding?" his mom asked, worried. Izuku looked at his mom and frowned because over the years his mom has been working too hard that she has put on some weight. Luckily, she was still capable of running around to help track a missing Pokemon. A single mother with 37 kids is not easy. "I'm fine, Mom, just a little nervous about my results. The letter should be here any day now," Izuku explained, nervously scratching his cheek, examining Jibble, who was happily munching on his fish. "It's okay, honey. I know you did wonderfully," his mom spoke softly, holding his hands for reassurance. "Thanks, Mom. Can I have another fish?" Izuku asked, raising his plate. "Of course. Remember, I always make extra in case Larvitar or Swinub come around for dinner." His mother cheered, walking towards the kitchen to cook another meal. "But Larvitar eats dirt and Swinub eats everything." Izuku spoke up, defending his Pokemon again. "So? They can have nice cooked meals too. It must be a meal made in heaven to actually eat decent food instead of junk." His mother scolded and he couldn't help but agree. "Okay, but still, no more for Jibble. He has enough fish in his stomach." Izuku laughed, which gained him a grumble from Jibble. "All right, sweetie, go to your room or watch TV until the fish is ready," his mother told him as Izuku smiled and went to his room. Inside his room, Izuku was brushing Jibble's teeth, thinking back to his new quirk. "I don't remember what happened after I passed out from punching the zero-pointer, but one for all was too powerful if I remember correctly." The image of a glass filled with water cracking filled his mind as he thought further. "I can barely contain such power, and I'm suddenly more worried about keeping my body up to make sure I don't explode or something than training my Pokemon." Suddenly his door was slammed open by a crawling woman. "Izuku, it's here." Taking the envelope, his mother left the room, and by the sounds of footsteps, she was obviously pantsing around, worried. Izuku didn't want to open the envelope and be disappointed, but he had no other choice but to accept the possibility of failure. "Please let us pass." Ripping open the envelope, a strange metallic disc fell on his shelf as he wondered what was inside it. Suddenly a projector showed up, showing a very familiar face. "I am here. All Might," Izuku muttered out, not understanding why he was here. All Might's theme played from the video, as the hero started explaining. "I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA." Izuku leaned forward in his chair. "All Might is working at U.A." A finger tapped on the man's shoulder, then, when he looked at the direction it came from, it started moving in a spinning motion. He started having a one-sided conversation with the person outside the frame. "Wrap it up? But there is something I must talk to him about. It's going to push everything else back?" "All right, see." Izuku swallowed, waiting for him to go on, and cut to the point. "You have displayed excellent teamwork with your quirky companions and have gained a total of 49 villain points." Izuku choked on air for a moment because he didn't know how many villain points he got since he can't speak to his Pokemon. "That many? Your green companion managed to destroy a total of 21 points worth of robots while you're flying. Companion managed to destroy you, my boy. Have successfully hunted down 18 robots with your quick thinking, reusing a robot's weapon." All Might explained, making Izuku calm down, knowing he had a chance of getting in. So I guess that's it, my worries are for nothing. Izuku chuckled to himself. But wait, there's more. Huh? Izuku muttered out, confused on what his mentor was playing at. Take a look at this. All Might spoke, pressing a remote displaying what appears to be the nice girl talking to Mike. Izuku was watched carefully when the girl spoke. I'm the person with curly hair and freckles. Do you know who I'm talking about? Kind of plain looking, said the girl, demonstrating with hand gestures to help her explanation. It's me. Izuku muttered proudly that the girl remembered him. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? The girl asked, with Izuku confused as to why. He helped me from the boulder and took down the 0-pointer to save me. He nearly fell and got more injured if that mysterious spider hadn't helped fix my leg with its string for me to save him. The girl spoke, describing one of his Pokemon. Joltik, you cheeky bastard. Izuku sighed in relief, ignoring the part of nearly falling to his death. Even if you ask, you cannot give him your points. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any, little listener. Present Mike spoke, petting her hair. The video paused with All Might coming back into view. Your actions have inspired others, young man, and I must say that how can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Another screen showed up with a panel of heroes carrying numbers as All Might spoke again. Rescue points. They're given by a panel of judges for your heroic act. Izuku's tears started leaking when All Might announced his heroic act. I have more points. I saved someone. All Might chose this time to give them their final results. Izuku Midoriya, 55 rescue points. And Ochako Uraraka, 45 rescue points. A final screen showed, revealing Izuku Midoriya in first place with 104 points in total. My boy, you have not only earned yourself first place, saving you a spot in heroics, but you have beaten my UA's high score. Izuku cried tears of joy upon hearing that as All Might extended his hand to the screen, speaking one more time. Welcome to your Hero Academia. After he finished crying, he made his way outside with his mother holding a plate of fish towards him. How did you do, honey? Izuku gave a bright smile and announced. I beat UA's record. Both Midoriyas cried tears of joy that night. After a few weeks of preparation and making some adjustments to his now more busy schedule, he was ready to achieve his dreams of going to UA. Taking a deep breath and walking towards the door, Izuku paused when a voice called out to him. Izuku. Yes, Mom. Turning around, he saw his mother with a worried gaze, but she closed her hands and smiled at him instead. I'm really proud of you. She spoke, making Izuku tear up from his mother's words. Thanks, Mom. See you and love you. Izuku smiled, hugging his mother and leaving the door since he was too excited to not miss school today. Taking a train ride across the city, Izuku arrived at UA, staring at the gates. I can't believe we made it in. Crossing his first true steps, he felt prouder than ever. This would be a new year, a new me. Until he suddenly tripped on the same crack since the entrance exam, this time face planting on the ground. Someone should just kill me, and maybe fix this road. Arriving at the door on time and grateful he didn't have any scratches from the face planting, Izuku admired the door in awe for its massive size. Guess it is for all different types of students. Opening the door, he thought to himself, I hope I'm not paired up with those two guys, they're scary. Immediately he was greeted by the arguing of a familiar blonde and the tall student that singled him out. Just my luck. Taking the chance with them both arguing, Izuku made his way towards an open table. Izuku made his way to seat 19 in front of a tall girl, studying, and 2 seats behind Kakin so as to not anger him. A purple-haired midget suddenly spoke up to him and spoke. Hey, I was gonna sit. Sorry, I didn't want trouble. Izuku didn't get to finish when a girl came in and suddenly gasped. It's you. That was so cool that you dash. Izuku didn't hear the rest as another student called him out. Oh, I have a complaint with you. The tall boy spoke, making Izuku get more attention than he wanted. If you're here to make friends, then get out. A voice suddenly called from the front of the class. Everyone saw no one until they noticed a yellow caterpillar glaring at him menacingly between the chairs. Please, Arceus, don't let me be in trouble today. The caterpillar stood up and started unzipping his sleeping bag to reveal a tall, lanky man with long, black hair and tired eyes. It took you 10 seconds for you all to reach your seats. This won't do at all. Izuku just noticed everyone go to their seats as the small purple-haired boy in front of him grumbled. First day so far, I'm flipping terrified. My name is Shota Aizawa and I know this is sudden, but put these on and head outside immediately, the teacher announced as everyone followed orders, grabbing the clothes and getting changed. Izuku made sure to rush ahead of the other boys as to hide the bruises and burn marks on his body with the fact that he still hid training from Kakin and didn't want enemies scoping him out. Getting changed early is the best course of action so far. I wonder why everyone has to go outside today. Don't we have orientation? Leaving the bathroom, Izuku saw the boys barely arrived and sighed in relief that he did his changing fast enough perfectly. Heading towards the field, he was greeted by amused Mr. Aizawa speaking out loud. You're early, good. A student shouldn't waste precious time. Thanks, sir. Izuku replied, waiting nervously, scratching his cheek. Normally I would have the first place student be an example for a test I'm about to do, but your quirk is not suitable for this example. Aizawa explained that. Izuku nodded, glad he didn't have a spotlight on him. He suddenly felt a dark aura radiating off the teacher as he spoke. However, I will say this, give it your all or go home. Izuku was about to ask what he meant when the other students started arriving. I will have to ask him later. After everyone got settled, Mr. Aizawa started explaining why they were out here. A quirk assessment test? The class completed the sentence. They were all in the field, wearing their new training uniforms and looking at their teacher. They all seemed pretty nervous and confused. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Asked the brown-haired girl Izuku knew as the nice girl. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. The teacher replied as the kids got taken aback by the sudden information. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. He presented the class his phone screen that had a list of different test categories such as 50-meter dash. His lecture continued. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Izuku could honestly agree with some of the things the teacher said. Then the teacher turned to Bakugo as is asked. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters, replied Bakugo. Then, try doing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Bakugo stretched, holding the ball in his hand. He took one step forward and thought as he prepared himself. Die! He screamed and blew the ball with all of his might. Die? Echoed Midoriya in his head. Bakugo and Aizawa both watched as the ball landed. It was far away, small like a dot in the sky. In order to improve, you must know your own maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He presented his phone screen to the class. The result was 705.2 meters, making everyone gasp. 705 meters? Seriously? Muttered a kid with messy blonde hair decorated with a black lightning mark. What's this? It looks fun. A pink girl clapped. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. A boy with black hair and odd-looking elbows closed his hands to fist. It looks fun, huh? The teacher echoed, making everyone still from his tone of voice. Oh, Arceus, I think we messed up. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? The kids looked worried as the man grinned. Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. The man declared with a wicked grin on his face. Arceus and me. Huh? Everyone cried. The unimpressed teacher seemed to stare directly at Midoriya, who was freaking internally, punished with expulsion. Oh no. This is bad. In all 8 tests? And why is he looking at me? He looked at his shaking palm. I can only use one for all at either 100 or 0%. I can't control it yet, and my Pokemon are randomized, so they may get me through this but can't count on it. He got out of his head as Aizawa spoke again. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. He removed his hair from his face to reveal his sleep-deprived eyes and a mad smile. Welcome to UA's hero course. Some students looked stressed, some looked determined, and some smiled, ready to take on the challenge. A huge test on the first day of school? What am I going to do? The brown-haired girl protested. The last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The man spoke, driving a deep fear into almost every soul paying attention, making them take the exercise seriously. All right, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now, said the teacher with Midoriya taking a deep breath to summon his Pokemon. Almost any Pokemon will do. This was the worst-case scenario for Izuku as he summoned 2 Pokemon with one of them being completely unhelpful in his tasks. Shuppet and Apom. Apom has weaker training than me, besides actual strength, but it isn't fast and doesn't have much possibility in this test. As for Shuppet, said unhelpful Pokemon was currently hovering behind his teacher staring at him constantly while he was doing the grip test with Apom, getting a combined number of 253 pounds. Not bad, and Apom is way strong. Midoriya, what is this hell demon? The teacher asked, glaring at the Pokemon. It is a Shuppet. It is very mysterious sometimes and likes to stare at people. Izuku explained, making the teacher grunt in annoyance. On to the next test, the 50-meter dash. He spoke, making Izuku chuckle weakly about his quirk getting him in trouble. After a few tests it was time for the ball throw, and Izuku knew he had to do something to make an impressive score because Apom and Shuppet provided nothing to the rest of these tests. I have to use it, I have to use. One for all. With his turn coming up, Izuku could see Shuppet hovering above Aizawa's head, now staring at him as Apom was busy giving an apple to the tall kid with an ice quirk. Changing his stance, Izuku prepared to use his new quirk when suddenly he felt all power gone and his heart extremely cold. The ball was thrown on the floor, but he didn't care. His heart was freezing and it felt very painful. Clutching his heart, he fell to the ground, balling himself up, gasping for air, thinking to himself, "What is happening to me?" He suddenly felt his heart grow back in warmth, but it was still increasingly difficult to breathe and felt someone holding him by the shoulder. "It's okay, just breath, Midoriya, breath for me, take deep breaths slowly." Izuku did as the voice said, and started taking deep breaths slowly until he finally calmed down enough to notice a figure holding him in place, mere inches from the ground. He noticed yellow goggles just barely poking through his scarf and paled in shock. "You're the underground hero Eraserhead." The hero looked shocked at first and sighed, speaking. "Yes, what happened, Midoriya? I need to know the situation quickly." "I don't know, I was just doing the ball throw when my heart suddenly felt like it was freezing and it hurt really bad." Izuku explained, taking deep breaths with Aizawa sighing in relief. He turned to the students and spoke up. "Take 5, and be back or expelled." Izuku paled and started speaking up. "No, don't expel anyone on my behalf. It was just an accident." "I won't, kid, just need to talk to you for a moment." Aizawa spoke up, lifting Izuku on his feet as they made their way to a nearby tree in the shade. "What was it you wanted to talk about, sensei?" Izuku asked nervously since the situation never happened before. "I wish to apologize, Midoriya." Aizawa spoke, bowing at him. "Excuse me?" Izuku was confused about the sudden development. "I erased your quirk just as that ball throw happened, making your heart freeze up and severely hurting you." Aizawa explained that, making Izuku pale, searching around and noticed Shuppet and Apom are gone. "Oh no. Turning around, Izuku summoned a Pokemon as it summoned a green-headed Pokemon with sensors sticking out of its head, searching around in haste. Once it noticed Izuku, it embraced him, crying out as Izuku also felt tears in his eyes for almost losing his Pokemon. He could feel the strong emotion of fear that Ralts was radiating as pictures of darkness clouded his mind. It's okay, Eraserhead didn't know this could happen. I will talk to him. Want to stay out here and listen to him too? It took a few seconds as Ralts shook its head and Izuku picked it up, turning to Aizawa. Sorry, Sensei, but you scared my Pokemon as they all saw complete darkness. Also, Ralts can understand you as it is my smartest Pokemon, so it should be able to explain to the others that this was all a mistake. Aizawa seemed surprised about Izuku's behavior as he bowed down again, speaking. It was not a mistake as I had full attention to erase your quirk, but I didn't know it would have this effect on you. I'm sorry, and if you wish to sue me, you can. I would take full responsibility for this mess. Izuku sighed and placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulders, letting him look up at him as Izuku and Ralts gave genuine smiles. Sensei, we don't blame you, and I know you are a good man that just wanted to teach me something. Just promise me you won't do it again unless it is necessary or if we are fighting. Aizawa stared at him in surprise and spoke again. You want me to erase your quirk again after what you just felt? Yes, I want to learn, and if you can disable me by a simple sight, then I want to beat you, cover all my weaknesses and not be a liability, Izuku explained, making Aizawa smile genuinely as he chuckled and rubbed his hair. That's just what I want to hear. If a hero is a liability, then you're no use if you break your limbs, kid. That was the reason I wanted to erase your quirk, because if you broke your arm, I was gonna expel you. Aizawa explained, making Izuku pale at almost failing you. I see, thanks for that, and sorry if it breaks my limb as I just sort of had a quirk evolution and it hurt when I punched that robot. Midoriya explained, much to Aizawa's shock. Your quirk just evolved and now it is breaking your body? How? Aizawa asked when people started coming back again. I didn't think of an excuse for one for all. I don't know, to be honest. My theory is that my Pokemon's powers are leaking, giving me personally an extra boost in power. Izuku lied, but apparently Aizawa was also buying it. I see. Thank you for this information, and have you updated this in your registry? Aizawa asked as Izuku shook his head. No, I wanted to understand this more and thought UA was the safer option to train a newly evolved quirk. Izuku explained, hoping a pro hero bought his bullshit. I see. Well, better learn quickly and catch up with your peers, Midoriya, and thank you again for believing in me. Aizawa bowed, about to head back to his class. Sensei? Izuku called out, with Aizawa turning to him. Yes, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. Can I retake the ball throw? Izuku asked with determination in his eyes, with Ralts also having that same determination. Aizawa stared at him for a moment and grunted in approval. Go for it. Just tell me if your heart is still acting up again. Returning to the ball throw, Izuku heard many students muttering, presumably asking why he fell or is even doing this again. Turning to Ralts, he spoke in a hushed voice, ready to blow their minds? Ralts agreed, smiling along. Readying his throw, Izuku concentrated all the power into his arm, and at the last moment he made the power turn into a single point on his finger as he yelled out All Might's signature move. Smash! With great power, the ball went soaring through the air as it landed, with Aizawa showing him the results. 790.6 meters. Turning to Aizawa with a wicked smile on his face, he spoke up to him. I didn't break my arm, Sensei. Aizawa smiled happily, and Izuku bent down as Ralts used heel pulse, fixing his finger good as new. Picking up Ralts, Izuku made his way to Aizawa and spoke again, showing his healed fingers. How did I do, Sensei? Aizawa scoffed, hiding his smile, muttering two words that Izuku knew were a compliment. Problem child. Izuku was glad he could impress his teacher and stay in the best school in history. He felt nothing in the world would ruin his moment of greatness. DKU. Except for that one big problem he forgot to account for when he applied for this school. F-. Turning around, Izuku screamed, seeing an angry teen charging at him with glowing, heated hands. Tell me what the hell you did. Closing his eyes, Izuku braced for an impact that never came. Am I dead? Peeking through his arm, Izuku was surprised to see Kakin restrained with his capture weapon. What the hell, why is this thing so strong? It is my capture weapon with a special metal alloy woven into it. Now stop resisting because my quirk gives me serious dry eyes. Eraserhead ordered strictly. That's such a waste for an amazing quirk. The teacher turned off his quirk and released his capture scarf, saying with the same bored tone, "We're wasting time. Whoever's next, get ready." Midoriya started to walk away with Ralts sticking close to him, taking small steps and keeping his eyes on Bakugo the entire time. Gotta avoid Kakin. Are you all right? Uraraka asked with concern. Oh yeah. Midoriya replied, still examining Bakugo who hadn't moved from his spot. Later, everyone gathered around Aizawa while Midoriya dropped on the floor. He was sweaty and panting and he winced from pain and exhaustion with his head slightly aching. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Midoriya stood in the back, still in pain. The person with the lowest total score will be expelled. The only result I had that was any good was in the ball throw and Apom using its strength for the grip test. For the rest of the tests, I did terribly because of the pain or lack of creativity to utilize my Pokemon or one for all. Aizawa tapped on his phone and a big hologram appeared. It was a list of names, ranked. Midoriya opened his eyes examining his place, begging to not be in last place. He searched for his name. He couldn't find it, so he looked lower, till he found it. Number 19 Midoriya Izuku. I passed by 1. Last place will be expelled. Wait, who got expelled? Midoriya thought, regretting taking someone's spot. After all his hard work, everything he did, and he was almost out on the very first day, and had to take someone's spot. Aizawa turned off the hologram. Pack your stuff, Mineta. You have been deemed to be a liability with no potential of surviving the hero world. But why? I had so much riding on this. I was gonna be a hero and get many women to fall in love with me. Mineta cried ugly. Izuku would have felt bad, but with his reasoning then he felt less likely to care. On second thought, I'll keep this spot. This was a rational exercise to draw out the upper limits of your quirks, and you have shown me no potential, so you are expelled. Aizawa explained, his eyes piercing through Mineta. Everyone felt a shiver go down their spines from that glare. What? I have to do something. The kid named Mineta screamed, looking like he's having a slide, and decided to charge a tall girl making a disgusting face. A girl with a back ponytail reacted calmly and made a simple taser, electrocuting the kid down. I would suggest not trying anything with me, Mineta. I would be filing a severe complaint and can ruin your chance of any hero school possible. Everyone felt the weight of her authority and influence, agreeing to not get on her bad side. Note to self, keep on good terms with her. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Asked a black-haired boy. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them, said Aizawa, using a capture weapon to drag Mineta away. This entire class was over, making Midoriya sigh in relief for not getting expelled. Midoriya lifted his head when he heard his teacher. Have the old lady fix you if there's any pain in the nurse's office. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself, he said, handing him a note, and walked away. I got through this for now, but there was too much that I couldn't do and nearly got expelled. I'm starting from near last place, and I have a lot to learn from here on out in order to get closer to what I dream of becoming. Midoriya's arms dangled beside him as he walked out the courtyard, heading towards the gate. His back was bent and his eyes were half closed. Didn't even have time to make it to the support studio. I'm so exhausted, he mumbled. An arm rests on his shoulder. He turned around, flinched a bit. Tokoyami? Noticed you weren't around, were you okay? The boy asked in an unsure tone. Yeah, I had to visit Recovery Girl and make sure my finger and heart was properly healed. He showed Tokoyami his healed finger, which he examined closely. Why is he talking to me? He remembered the lengthy conversation with Recovery Girl about his health and the way Mr. Aizawa's quirk affected him. He could have had a heart attack if he was exposed to a certain PRD of time. Really need to update my suit further. He also explained how he healed his finger, and Recovery Girl smiled at having a potential healer help out once in a while. However, Midoriya was upset as he broke his body again and needed to do something about it. I can't just keep getting help from others. I have to hurry up and learn to control my power, Midoriya thought to himself, as Tokoyami tried to strike a conversation. I was really surprised by Mr. Aizawa's attempt at erasing your quirk. I didn't think a teacher would have such a quirk and wonder how it will affect me. Tokoyami explained with a bird-like shadow nodding along. So Tokoyami is just like me, he's just a concerned guy worried about his sentient quirk. Hey, you too, someone yelled behind them. They turned around to see Uraraka running towards them. Going to the station? Wait for me. Uraraka? Midoriya spluttered. You're the Infinity Girl, noted Tokoyami. When she caught up with them, she introduced herself cheerfully. Yep, I'm Achiko Uraraka. She asked the boys in front of her, you're Tokoyami Fumikage and you're Deku Midoriya, right? Deku? Midoriya muttered, confused why she thought that. But during the fitness test, the boy named Bokugu said right. The girl asked, now I see why she thought that. My real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me, he tried to explain awkwardly. An insult? Tokoyami asked. Oh, is that right? Sorry, but Deku sounds like the words for, you can do it, so I kinda like it. Uraraka explained herself. Without missing a beat, Midoriya yelled, call me Deku. Why did I say that? It's so weird, everything is going so differently than Aldera. Uraraka seemed confused about why he changed his reasoning so suddenly, but Tokoyami smirked, muttering the words. Seems our friend has made a action blinded by light. Arriving to class the next day was less stressful, but there was the same problem with anxiety in his system that couldn't wash away overnight. What if everything that happened yesterday was an act and everyone is mean to me again? Sitting behind the empty seat, a new question cut him off on his current thoughts as he now wondered who will take the seat in front of him from now on. Looking around, people were still chatting and Aizawa was about to walk into the room given he said he was a man of not wasting time. I still can't believe I have Eraserhead as my teacher. Soon enough the door opened and in walked his teacher standing in front of the podium. As you know, one of your former classmates was expelled and given his actions yesterday, he is not allowed second chances to make up for his lack of potential. Izuku was honestly surprised he could have had a second chance even if he got expelled yesterday. Would I have failed that second chance too? Aizawa spoke up again, but this time he looked at the door. Which is why I asked for a transfer to be made, but I can only get a student from 1B to be moved here as Vladking selected a student from General Studies. You can come in now. Soon the door opened and Izuku was surprised to see another female walk in carrying a presence he couldn't describe. She has shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair, sideswept to her right with some shorter strands hanging above her cerulean eyes. Stood next to Mr. Aizawa and bowed slightly before introducing herself. Hello, my name is Yui Kodai. If Izuku had a word to describe her, then his first reaction would be cool or cute. Go take a seat in front of Midoriya and we will start our lesson for today. Aizawa spoke with Kodai nodding before making a sound. Once she was seated, Aizawa now began to speak, not wasting a second as he started. I will say this only once, as today you are officially on my time. I will not waste my breath going over information twice. As heroes, you must learn to get as much information as possible, and failures will result in you being a liability if you can't understand if there are hostages or civilian lives at stake. This got the class's attention as Aizawa nodded in approval before speaking. I will now teach you the dash. Soon enough class was over and Izuku was glad to have a serious class this year. After a few classes with other teachers, such as present mix English tests or midnight's art lessons, it was officially time for lunch. Sitting at a secluded table, both Uraraka and Tokoyami showed up, with the former really excited. Hey Tokoyami and Deku, what did you think of the new girl? You do realize that we have known each other for a day, correct? Tokoyami asked, eating an apple first. Well, yes, but answer the question. Ochako was embarrassed by Tokoyami's reply. Well, I think she is decent. Tokoyami shrugged, turning towards him. Well, I think she is nice and seems cool. Izuku answered nervously. Really? Ochako asked, tilting her head curiously. Yeah. Izuku admitted nervously. He was about to eat when a voice spoke up, making him flinch from surprise. Excuse me. Turning around, Izuku was surprised that Kodai was standing behind him. Yes. Can I sit here? One of my old classmates is being rude. Kodai asked, turning to glare at a table with a blonde laughing out loud. Who will be mean early this year? Sure, I don't mind. Izuku answered nervously as the girl sat next to him and started eating. Hey Kodai, welcome to the table. Ochako greeted happily with Tokoyami nodding in approval. Kodai hummed after taking a bite. What do you think our first heroics class would be about? Ochako asked, looking for anyone for an answer. It could be anything, but I'm hoping for some field training with rescue. Kodai answered, taking another bite from her katsudon. I wouldn't mind rescue, but I would like to test my skills with our companions to see where I truly stand in battle. Tokoyami spoke, getting a nod from the girl. Personally, I prefer rescue and I would rather avoid getting my Pokemon hurt as long as possible. Izuku answered, getting a raised eyebrow from the girl. Pokemon? She asked curiously. Oh, it's my quirk. They are basically alive and think for themselves, but I try my best to take care of them. Izuku answered, getting a bit more comfortable into the topic of quirks. The girl hummed, looking at the other girl for more topics. My quirk is called zero gravity. I can basically negate gravity on anything I touch with my fingers. Ochako happily explained, turning towards Tokoyami for his input. Like Midoriya's, I also possess a sentient familiar, but it gets more powerful in darkness. Tokoyami explained, getting a nod of approval from his friends. My turn, I guess. Well, my quirk is called size. I basically adjust the size of anything I touch with 5 fingers, just like you. Kodai answered, looking towards Uraraka when she spoke. That's so cool. We both have similar quirks compared to Tokoyami and Deku's. Ochako answered excitedly. Deku? Kodai asked, looking at the shy boy carefully. She means Midoriya, but Deku sounded cuter to her. Tokoyami explained, unintentionally saving Izuku from embarrassment. Yeah, it has a "you can do it" sound, don't you think? Uraraka asked the girl shyly. Yes, but the real word you are thinking of is Dekairu. Kodai answered, finishing her meal before eating an apple. Dekiryu. Izuku spoke softly, testing the words that seemed to have a deeper meaning than Deku ever did. A hero that can do it, I like that name. I am. Midoriya beamed as he heard the familiar deep voice. That coming through the door like a normal person, announced All Might as he went through Class A1's door. The kids recognized him immediately. Excited chatter started. It's All Might. Wow, he really is a teacher. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. All Might explained. He flexed with his back turned to the class, then suddenly turned around, holding a card with the word battle written on it. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. Combat training. Combat training. Midoriya nervously murmured. I wanted to avoid this. And to go with that are these. The hero pointed at a corner, from which a cart with numbered cases rolled into the room. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. They all cheered. Please make your way to ground beta. All Might explained, rushing out the door. Opening his suit, Izuku smiled as he examined his suit. Time to take this for a test run. All Might waited in front of the door to ground beta, and the hero students appeared. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware, from now on. The class was fully revealed. They were shining in the sunlight, each of them unique and heroic in their own way. That you are heroes? All Might finished. Soon enough Izuku came out with his new hero suit. It was a dark green suit with a few red lines and white compression gloves, and his legs had shin guards and iron soles on his foot. On his side is a tranq gun with loaded darts made from toxel or nitron's poison. His suit is made from dratini skin, so most damaging moves won't affect it except piercing or slash damages. Basically shoot style but with a tranq gun now. Looking around, he admired his fellow classmates and started looking for his friends. Can't believe I have friends now. Hey Deku! A familiar voice called out. Turning towards the voice, Izuku spotted Uraraka leading Tokoyami and Kodai towards him as she spoke. You look awesome. Thanks, you guys look great too. Izuku complimented nervously, looking at Kodai's costume. My costume was pretty simple, as I took inspiration from one of my old favorite shows. Kodai explained, as Izuku noticed her figure really complemented Red. Stop it, brain. My costume is a little skin tight, but I still love it. Uraraka explained as Izuku equally blushed when she pointed it out. Dark shadow grows stronger in darkness, so this costume is beneficial for me. Tokoyami explained, making Izuku respect his friend's reasoning. All Might hummed as he saw Midoriya in his new outfit. He stared at his green ears, then at the metal part of his mask that resembled All Might's trademark smile. The hero covered his mouth to stop himself from bursting in laughter. So obvious. Now, it's time for combat training, All Might announced. A boy in an armor suit raised his hand. Sir. Oh, that was Ida. He looks cool, but why does it seem familiar? Thought Midoriya as he examined his outfit. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might lifted 2 fingers in the air. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Midoriya became more serious as he remembered the sludge villain's attack in the tunnel. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes. Truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight indoor battles. All Might explained. The frog girl tilted her head in question. Without basic training? This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. All Might finished. I don't feel safe. How will wins and losses be determined? Asked a girl with a black ponytail. Can we beat them up anyway? Asked Bakugo. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Asked Uraraka. How shall we be split up? Asked Ida. Isn't this cape crazy? Asked a night boy. I'll answer all your questions. All Might reassured them as he was a little overwhelmed. Now listen here. He opened a notebook that looked very small in his big hands. A script. Though Midoriya wondered how he even became a teacher and should he be worried. All Might started explaining the scenario. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. The situation is very American, noted Midoriya, wondering if All Might did this a while ago. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. All Might took out a box with the word, lots, written on. They're being decided so haphazardly? Asked Ida. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why? Midoriya suggested. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. Soon enough everyone picked their lots and Izuku was surprised he got Team A with Uraraka. Wow. It must be fate. Uraraka cheered. I'm counting on you. The first teams to fight will be. All Might pulled 2 balls from 2 boxes and revealed them to the crowd. These guys. Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida and Bakugo all gasped as All Might announced. Team A will be the villains and Team D will be the heroes. F me. Izuku thought, wanting the world to swallow him. Midoriya stared at his feet as the rest of the kids left. He lifted his head to look at Bakugo, who in return sent him an intense glare, making him avert his gaze. Midoriya clenched his fist to make it stop shaking. He raised his eyes from the floor and fixed them on Bakugo once more, this time with an intense glare of his own. No, I can't be afraid, I'm a hero in training now and must face Kakin. Bakuga's expression became surprised for a few seconds, then became angry. Luckily All Might spoke up before things could escalate. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. Both Uraraka and Izuku saluted. The villain team waited inside of a building as the hero team were about to raid from outside. Uraraka and Midoriya were looking at a piece of paper with the floor plans attached. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan, and there are a few places to put our bomb. It makes me anxious since my Neta got expelled and I don't wish to fail, the girl said. Then her cheerful smile appeared again as she noted. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Mr. Aizawa, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax and dash, she gasped when she looked at Midoriya, who clenched his paper tightly and was covered in sweat, despite that the exercise has yet to start. You're not relaxed at all, she cried. Well, it's because, he uttered, we're up against Kakin, and there's Ida, too, so I feel like I need to be on guard. I see. Bakuga's the one who makes fun of you, right? She asked sympathetically. Izuku only nodded before he spoke. I'm worried because he is ruthless and will attack my Pokemon without a care in the world. But this is it. Battle trial and dash. Ochako didn't finish before Izuku spoke above her. I know, I would have to fight someone in real life, but they are basically my children and I can't stand them getting hurt. Izuku spoke as he shook in anger at the many times Kakin abused his Pokemon. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Izuku opened them with no longer worry in them but pure determination. Which is why I'm joining the fight. Ochako couldn't help but smile as she spoke. What's the plan? Izuku smirked as he summoned his first Pokemon. Ida was tired of dealing with the blonde-haired boy next to him. After about 5 minutes of trying to get Bakugo's attention, he sighed and chose to follow his own plan. From what the blonde's plan was is that he was just gonna charge in and kill Midoriya. While he didn't understand the reasoning behind his aggression, he could at least work with it. Bakugo distracts Midoriya and I'll take care of Uraraka swiftly. Start! All Might yelled out. Rushing in, Ida and Bakugo were surprised to see a stairway at the back of the building, and standing on it were the two villains they were supposed to beat facing away from them. The F-. Bakugo spoke, glaring at the two of them. Language. Ida automatically spoke, chopping his hands. Prepare for trouble. Uraraka announced, turning around with a grin on her face. And make it double. Midoriya announced, mimicking Uraraka's movements. To protect the world from devastation. Uraraka started taking a step forward. To unite all peoples within our nation. Midoriya stated, following her lead. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Uraraka confronted, posing with her hand out. To extend our reach to the stars above. Midoriya mimicked but kneeled with a rose to his forehead. Where did he get a rose? Uravity! Uraraka called out suddenly. Dikairu! Midoriya yelled out as well. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Uraraka stated, floating, leaning on Midoriya. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Midoriya ordered, standing next to Uraraka's level. Meow. Hee. A cat-like creature dropped down from the stairwell in front of them. I'm confused. Was all Ida could say from that show. That was awesome, Deku. Uraraka smiled, fist bumping her partner. Sadly, their mini-celebration didn't last thanks to a certain blonde. When the F, did you get another Pokemon? Bakugo roared, blasting ahead. Bakugo, wait! Ida called out when suddenly Midoriya raised his hands, removing his gloves. Smash! Midoriya shouted when a giant burst of powered wind blew both of them back outside, smashing through the entrance. Getting off the streets, with a few dents in his armor, he saw Bakugo already rocketing ahead, only to be blasted out again. He is preventing us from using the entrance. Taking a peek inside, he saw Midoriya clutching his hands as another creature behind him was healing the damage to his fingers. Thanks, Togepi, and I hate recoil damage. Where is Uravity? The cat. Ida called out, ready to dodge into a room in case. Somewhere guarding the bomb, but you will have to get past me, hero. Midoriya started raising his arm again. Deku. Bakugo roared, rushing in once again as he dodged into a room to avoid Midoriya's attacks. Smash! Midoriya yelled as another burst of wind propelled Bakugo away. Head-on attacks in a narrow space won't work. Ida come in only to receive profanities from his partner. I'll deal with Deku 4 Eyes, you get Gravity Beach and the bomb. Bakugo ordered, making Ida groan for his chances of winning. Going to the hall, he saw Midoriya crouched next to his creature getting healed again. Togepi, keep on using life dew, and I'll keep attacking. If I say run, then you go to Uraraka. Midoriya spoke now, turning to notice him. Surrender, villain. Ida spoke as he heard Bakugo blasting his way over again. Never. Izuku answered, staring him down in determination. Du. Bakugo yelled out as Midoriya raised his arm again. Ducking inside the room again, he waited until Midoriya blasted Bakugo away and activated his quirk for a risky gamble. Third gear. Rushing into the hallway at his best top speed in this gear, he bounced off the wall and rushed over a surprised Midoriya as he dodged in the last second before he could receive a kick. Landing on top of the stairs, Ida decided not to focus on Midoriya and go straight for the bomb. Bakugo, I need a distraction before Midoriya blasts me. Wait. Midoriya spoke, about to blast him out the window until he heard a familiar blonde. I'll kill you. Bakugo roared as Ida couldn't be more grateful for his hot-headed companion's timing. Kakin. Midoriya yelped, turning around and blasting Bakugo away, who luckily dodged into a room he was using before. Rushing up the stairs, Ida ran ahead, checking rooms and hallways hoping to find Uraraka. Wonder how much time we wasted with that standoff? 5 minutes left. All Might announced conveniently. Too much time then. Smash. Die. Smash. Izuku repeated, clutching his fist in pain for repeated smashes. A war of attrition and I'm losing. Looking at Togepi, he could tell it was trying its best to heal him, but even then the move it is using is only healing 25% of the damage he is distributing. To make matters worse is that Ida went ahead and Kakin is keeping him occupied to provide Uraraka with backup. Uraraka, I am not coming up, but am gonna send Togepi to help you too. Thanks Deku, but me and your Pokemon are fine. Just focus on your fated fight with Bakugo. Uraraka said, cheering him on. Izuku couldn't help but smile under his mask as he was ready to move to Plan B. Togepi, you did good, but this next part is all on me. Toge. The Pokemon called, tilting its head in confusion. Du. Bakugo roared, now closing in closer than ever before. With quick motion, Izuku caught his tormentor's arm and flipped him over his shoulder, slamming him on the ground. Landed an actual hit on Kakin. Not trying to be caught up in his mini-victory, Izuku grabbed the egg Pokemon and started running towards the entrance. Togepi, let's go. You were looking down at me all this time, I'll kill you and your worthless Pokemon. Bakugo roared, fully recovered as he started blasting his way over and gaining speed. Just a little longer. Izuku muttered as he was finally outside. Izuku was about to call on comms until danger crawled up his spine. Die! Bakugo yelled angrily as he blasted his back, making him stumble and crash on the ground. Getting up with both hands, Izuku now noticed his hands were actually empty. Togepi! Izuku panicked, looking around for his child. Toge! A weak voice called as Izuku turned around and gasped in horror at what he saw. Bakugo had one of his hands on Togepi as his other hand glowed red from heat, emitting tiny sparks getting threateningly closer. Tell me how a weakling like you got in, or I'm gonna fry this beach into an omelet. Kakin, don't! Izuku called out in plea for his Pokemon. Tell me, did you? Bakugo yelled angrily as Togepi whimpered with smoke coming off its back. Togepi, return! Izuku yelled out in anger as he charged the blonde. Togepi disappeared into Izuku, leaving a surprised reaction from Kakin as he was suddenly tackled on the ground. No one hurts my kid. Izuku slammed a fist into Bakugo's face and was returned with a more powerful explosive punch, knocking him away. Kakin is still stronger. Think you're a real tough guy, Deku? That new bullshit quirk and some new extras filling dreams into your head. Bakugo spoke, wiping a bloody nose from the punch he received. Grinning devilishly, Bakugo raised his gauntlets that flashed red as he spoke. He wouldn't. How about I show you your place again? Clear. Ida muttered as he opened the door to another empty room in the building. He was on a strict time limit and was fairly certain that this was the last floor, so the bomb must be on the roof of the building. Clever placement, as if this was any other student then they might have failed from lack of speed. Heading to the roof, Ida opened the door and was surprised it didn't budge. He tried again and found it was open, but there was something on the other side of it. There goes my possible surprise attack. Ida muttered, flaring up his quirk and smashing the door down with his legs. Noticing his surroundings, there was indeed a bench covering the door and Uraraka on the other side of the building with the bomb floating above her. So I have to possibly attack Uraraka for the bomb to get back on the ground. Surrender, villain, or face justice. Ida called out, ready to attack his target. Uraraka didn't speak, but she instead made an intense glare that scared him honestly. She has such a scary face. Where is that cat I saw you with, villain? Ida asked, looking behind him and not seeing the creature. Instead of answering or attacking, Uraraka raised her hands and made a taunting gesture with an awful grin on her face. She isn't taking me or this exercise seriously. Also, that cat may have returned to the wilderness. Second gear. Ida called out, rushing at her with intense speed. Except this wasn't his top speed at second gear. Is one of my engines stalling? Kicking her, she managed to dodge his attack and in return she charged at him, swinging wide. I can't let her touch me. Dodging her swipes, he boosted away before he could get touched and stood in front of the doorway stairs again. That was a close one. Nice try, Uraraka, but I move faster than you could touch me. Ida replied, about to charge at her again. Want to test that? A voice spoke up and suddenly he felt weightless. What? Ida questioned, turning around mid-air to see a grinning Ochako waving at him. Looking to where Uraraka was, he could tell she was still there, but then there was also this Uraraka too? But, what's going on? Hee. The Uraraka that he was fighting smirked as it suddenly jumped and transformed into that cat Pokemon he saw at the beginning. What is that? Ida asked when suddenly that cat jumped again and transformed into a black and red creature that resembled a fox. Zorua, that was so amazing. Uraraka cheered, rushing towards the creature and hugging it happily. But how? Was all Ida could ask, still in shock. Izuku's quirk summoned Zorua and we agreed to let Zorua copy me, and when you were so distracted by it then I would sneak up and use my quirk on you. Uraraka explained, happily petting the creature as it was still snickering happily. I admit, Ida was about to give up and congratulate her until suddenly, a big explosion was heard and the entire building shook from the sheer power of the shockwave. Zor! The creature howled out as it suddenly disappeared from existence. What happened? Bakugo, All Might, anyone? Ida asked, worried if things escalated too far. This is Yaoyorozu answering, and the match is over. A female voice replied over comms. Yaoyorozu, what happened? Uraraka asked worriedly. Midoriya took a severe direct blast from Bakugo and All Might is rushing him to Recovery Girl. Waking up, Izuku saw that he was in a familiar white room and wondered if he should get Recovery Girl a gift basket for being a regular customer. Izuku's body felt heavy for some reason, but he kept moving anyway to get up. That was until a familiar voice spoke up suddenly. Don't move too much, my boy, that was an intense blast you took? Blast? What happened, All Might? Izuku asked, sitting up straight but still on the bed. He saw that his mentor was in his small form and glancing at him worriedly. You took a targeted explosion, point blank, and smashed through a wall. All because this imbecile didn't think it was okay to call it off. An angered Recovery Girl growled out as she walked into the room. I just saw Midoriya kept flicking young Bakugo back with 1-4. All and thought it was basically the same concept and blast radius. All Might tried to defend himself, only to receive a cane to the head. 1 for all and explosion is not the same quirk. Recovery Girl shouted, smacking All Might's knees repeatedly. Ow, I just thought dash, All Might didn't finish as Recovery Girl's death aura showed. One for All makes blasts of air force, and explosion makes a high-force shockwave combined with intense heat that could send a person into shock at that range. Recovery Girl explained, wanting All Might to question the similarities again. I'm sorry, but Midoriya is fine at least. All Might explained, trying to lighten the mood. He is fine because his suit took the most damage, and explain to me, Sonny, what your suit is made of and how you were able to survive. Recovery Girl asked, looking at Izuku softly. It is made of Dratini's skin, so any burns would have not affected me. It doesn't mean I can still feel the heat. Also, the compression gloves and added protection must have helped lessen the damage. Maybe, other than that, maybe luck. Izuku explained, getting a satisfied nod from the woman as she turned to glare at the man. That explosion was designed to be near or is lethal, and if it wasn't for his suit modifications and the fact that Midoriya used a last-second summon to heal him, then a student's life would have been in critical condition. Recovery Girl stated, scolding the number one hero for basic training issues. Wait, a Pokemon healed me? Izuku asked, surprised by the new info. Yes, my boy, it was that, a Hatena. That's the Pokemon. All Might explained, wanting to avoid Recovery Girl's wrath. Yes, it did heal you, but you took a lot more damage than what it could heal, so I helped take over and heal the rest, as you had 2 dislocated arms, 3 cracked ribs, your neck should have been paralyzed, but take it that your Pokemon fixed that, and a major concussion. Recovery Girl explained, much to Izuku's shock. My hero career could have been over that quickly. I see. Thank you, Recovery Girl, and I should thank Hatena when I can for also saving me. Izuku bowed to the heroine. No problem, Sonny, but I do have an offer for you. Recovery Girl spoke, making Izuku perk at what it was. Yes? Izuku asked, kind of nervous about what it was. No doubt that your Pokemon will be helping you heal yourself and others, but I want you to take lessons with me. Recovery Girl stated, much to Izuku's shock. Why? Was all Izuku could ask from this offer. No doubt you can heal problems better than I can, but even then healing could only take you so far and could mess up if not careful. I can't regrow a limb from scratch, but I can reattach and stitch a limb and heal it. Get what I'm saying, Sonny? Recovery Girl asked, getting a nod from the boy before she continued. Healing quirks are very valuable in the field of heroics, but you must know what you are dealing with before working on a patient, so I want to teach you lessons on what I know and give you a support hero license in medics that you can receive as well. Recovery Girl explained, making Izuku go wide-eyed at such an offer. I can't thank you enough, Recovery Girl. I accept. Izuku answered, wanting to bow but realized he was still in bed. Are you sure, my boy? What about training with One for All and Dash? All Might didn't finish as Izuku spoke over him. I'm sure, All Might. How can I be a great hero if all I could do is attack? I wanted to be more than a fighting hero, and if that means expanding my roles to save a life, then I would gladly take on the extra workload. Izuku answered with steel determination in his eyes. That's great to hear, Sonny, and I'll let you know when we can start our lessons, and All Might, please be careful with classes. You are a teacher, and that means prioritize the students' safety first. Recovery Girl explained, walking away lighter than ever. You really are something, my boy. All Might sighed, rubbing his temple. Sorry. Izuku apologized, looking down in shame for not listening to his mentor. Don't be. I didn't expect you to be exactly like me, as I'm proud you are willing to expand your role. I'm just worried about you falling behind on your training and making One for All lesser priority to master. All Might explained, making Izuku feel slightly guilty for making All Might feel that way. I'm not doing that, All Might, and I'm at a roadblock anyways, so might as well strengthen my body and learn some more skills until I can figure out how to not break my bones. Izuku answered nervously, hoping to appease his mentor. I see. It is the best we can do for now, and I guess learning to heal yourself properly will be greatly beneficial for you. All Might nodded with a smile on his face. Oh, what happened at the battle trial? Did we win? Izuku asked, trying to change the conversation to something less stressful. You did, my boy, and you managed to get MVP. All Might explained with a small smile gracing the boy. Really, how? Izuku asked, surprised he got MVP. Flashback. Can anyone tell me who MVP is after that interesting match? All Might asked, watching his successor be carried off by medical bots with Hatena guarding the boy. Thought that Pokemon hated Midoriya? A tall girl with black hair raised her hands as she spoke. I believe Midoriya should be MVP as he was the one who came up with the plan. While it was foolish to have that performance, it did prove effective in stalling for time. Second was that his quirk proved very useful in a narrow hallway but could have been detrimental if shot in a room or if the blast was more powerful. Lastly, the disguise of his creature as bait proved effective in confusing Ida and provided the perfect opportunity for Uraraka to sneak up on him. Everyone was silent after that explanation, but one voice spoke over the silence. How the hell did Deku get MVP Beach? I beat that weakling into a pulp. Bakugo yelled out angrily. Did blow a huge hole in the wall and attack narrow-mindedly. Tsuyu spoke, making Bakugo seethe in anger. You went feral and caused more violence and destruction than was necessary. Tokoyami replied, glaring at Bakugo for hurting his new comrade. Kodai agreed, also glaring at the blonde for hurting someone that badly. Bakugo was about to blow a fuse until All Might spoke up suddenly. Great observation, students, but don't forget this is still training lessons and we must get a move on, so next teams. Soon enough all the students went through their trials, giving it their all with a few impressive results. Todoroki froze an entire building immediately and captured the bomb and villains with no property damage in sight besides a few pools of water. Do I send young Hagakure over to Recovery Girl to check if she developed blisters? Tokoyami overpowered both Kirishima and Siro while the young frog girl snuck over their heads and touched the bomb. Young Ishido proved to be versatile and near untouchable with her acid and skating skills to touch the bomb. He didn't know what would happen if anyone decided to punch her with her acid activated. Recovery Girl would have my head by sending another student her way. The next matchup was one All Might was interested in the most besides young Midoriya's. While he read all the quirks on his students, this Kodai girl was a new last-minute addition and he didn't know what she was capable of. Wonder if this is how young Midoriya feels about seeing a new possible quirk. Soon enough the students were in position with both Kodai and Yaoyorozu barricading the door and windows. I see. Kaminari and Gyre don't have brute strength and it will take a lot of time for them to smash through those objects, giving away their position. Soon enough, young Kodai spoke to Yaoyorozu. Can you make me some polystyrene sheets and glue? Oh sure, what for? Yaoyorozu asked, producing a handful of black sheets. Touching the sheets, All Might was surprised that it expanded massively. She then placed it on the floor and walls, gluing them on for extra security as she turned to her partner. Soundproofing. She has a size-altering quirk? That is extremely useful. I see, it will take Gyru a while to find us by sound and even longer for them to break through the barricades. Also Kaminari won't be able to electrocute us if we stand on the sheets. Yaoyorozu explained to herself as she sat down on the floor, conserving her energy. Kodai nodded, sitting as well as they both stood in silence for the time to run out. Are we really gonna watch these two beaches wait it out like losers? Bakugo growled in annoyance. Yes, as technically they are winning as long as the timer runs out. All Might explained, watching the exercise play out. It took the hero team 10 minutes to find their room that didn't open, alerting the villains of their position. Take this. Yaoyorozu whispered to her partner, handing her what seemed to be baton and taser. Kodai nodded as she crouched near the banging door, aiming her weapon at the door with Yaoyorozu mimicking her movements. After about 3 minutes of slamming the door, it finally budged open with Kaminari slamming through and landing on the floor with a bruised shoulder. Now! Yaoyorozu shouted as she smacked Kaminari with the baton across the face, knocking him out. Kodai slammed the back of young Jur's leg, making her kneel on the ground in pain as she spoke in a cold tone. Stay down, final warning. Young Gyru raised her hands in defeat as All Might was about to call the match when suddenly she sent a jack forward in false surrender. However, Kodai proved ruthless and stunned her, effectively knocking her out of the match too. Villain team wins. All Might yelled out in cheer. With the matches over, All Might left in a rush for his limit was almost up. Luckily, because of Togepi and Ralts, he had at least an hour left, but he didn't want to risk it in case he had more stuff to do later on. I have to thank young Midoriya's Pokemon later for allowing me to properly teach. Once he finished retelling the story, All Might looked to Midoriya only to sigh at the image of his successor. He was busy writing in his notebook at top speed and muttering up a storm that could be mistaken for another language. Where did he even get that notebook? Midoriya, my boy, I think you are forgetting something. All Might spoke up, making Midoriya yelp in surprise. Yes, All Might? Izuku asked, unsure of what he was missing. School is out, and you can't sleep here throughout the night without Recovery Girl's permission. All Might spoke, making Izuku realize the time as he paled. I wanted to visit the support lab today. Izuku whined in defeat on another day of putting his upgrades off. Don't worry, my boy, you can wait a little longer for your support meeting. Want me to walk you towards the gate? All Might asked happily. No thank you, as I don't want to waste your time for me. Izuku answered nervously since he knows All Might is a busy man. Very well, and I believe young Tokoyami brought your bag and a spare set of clothes for you here. All Might gestured to the chair near them with indeed his backpack and spare clothes since he was probably still locked away in the boys' changing room. Oh, I'll be sure to thank him. Izuku answered, getting up slowly. You better stay in bed until I say you can go. Recovery Girl screamed from a different room, frightening the two males. She is scary, Izuku said fearfully. All Might chuckled nervously as he patted the boy's head. Tell me about it. Can you tell us about the symbol of peace? A reporter suddenly asked, shoving a mic in front of a student passing by to class. In front of the school stood a mob of reporters pestering students. Word got out all over the world. It was revealed that All Might was teaching at UA. Wonder if I can release Larvitar on them and call it a day. Izuku muttered, standing a few blocks away from the place. He could see how feisty the reporters were getting, ready to sink their teeth into any students for information. I hate cameras, but I need to get into class. Building up as much courage as possible, Izuku made his way towards the crowd of reporters, and that was honestly the worst mistake of his life. What can you tell us about All Might? What is All Might like? Is he really teaching at U.A? It was honestly making him claustrophobic, but he couldn't make himself a fool on national television, so he came up with a single solution. Raising his palm in the air, the crowd of reporters silenced slightly as Izuku finally had little room to breath. I have to make it to class, but I will answer only one question and that's it, so make it worthwhile and not a waste of my time, please. Midoriya spoke semi-professionally, mimicking Aizawa as all cameras seemed focused on him now, allowing a few students to take advantage of his distraction, such as Tokoyami and Kodai. Glad I can help them out. A blue-skinned girl with violet hair raised her hand, ready to be picked, as Izuku saw this person was the most well-mannered person available. Yes, you, what's your question? Chitose Kazuki here, and I want to know why you think All Might is here teaching at U.A? Chitose asked, bringing a microphone steady to him. Well, I believe All Might is here because he is the pillar of peace. A pillar is a good start to holding a foundation, but one day it will need other pillars to carry the foundation. Midoriya spoke nervously, but he knew he had to have one more word before he left. Other pillars? Chitose questioned, raising an eyebrow. All Might will teach us to be standing tall, with the mindset of one for all. Always ready when we hear the call, because it is our destiny as heroes. Izuku smiled softly as he bowed and walked away. All the reporters cleared a path, and he couldn't be more grateful that no one was hounding him for more information. Making it to the other side of the gate and out of sight, Midoriya collapsed and took a deep breath. Anxiety will be the death of me. Hope I don't have to deal with another reporter ever again. You could try going underground, it is the best path to avoid the media. A voice spoke, startling Midoriya in surprise. Turning around, he sighed in relief at seeing it was only his homeroom teacher. Hey Mr. Aizawa, you startled me. You need to practice situational awareness if you plan on being a hero problem child. Aizawa grunted, watching the reporters at the gate. I'll try my best. Midoriya spoke, turning to look at the gates, seeing a lone reporter try to cross the barrier only for its defenses to activate. Vultures. Aizawa sighed knowing he had to deactivate the system. Midoriya turned to his teacher and spoke his opinion before walking to class. Maybe I will take you up on that idea of going underground, for reporters are scary. Sitting in class, Izuku waited anxiously as everyone else was equally seated. This class learned quickly that Aizawa's word was law in less than a day, and Izuku hoped he was able to keep up with his teacher's expectations. The door opened and Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the display of kids seated. Good, you are taking my word seriously. So before we get down to business, Bakugo. What? Bakugo asked, glaring at the man. I won't punish you for your actions yesterday, since All Might basically allowed it, but that stunt yesterday with blasting Midoriya with a lethal weapon won't slide again. Aizawa stated, eyeing him with an intense glare. Wait, what? He is actually getting in trouble? What? But All Might didn't say dash. Bakugo was shouting and popping explosions but didn't get to finish as Aizawa spoke up again with his quirk activated. I don't care if All Might was your instructor, as I'm your teacher. My word is above his, and if you blast anyone with that weapon again, then I will punish you greatly with expulsion or worse. Aizawa spoke, leaving a heavy silence linger in the air. No one decided to interrupt the stare down, but Aizawa knew time was precious, so he continued on. I will speak to you after class, Bakugo. Now Midoriya. Aizawa called out, startling the boy in alertness. Yes. Midoriya answered nervously. Am I in trouble? No stressful tasks today, recovery girl's orders. If you do have to train, then use the first part of your quirk. Aizawa explained, making Izuku sigh in relief that he wasn't visiting recovery girl again so soon. I understand, sir. Midoriya nodded with Aizawa grunting his approval. Now with that out the way, let's get down to business. Aizawa spoke looking at his papers. To defeat the Huns. Kaminari muttered out loud. 5-page essay on interrupting people. Kaminari. Aizawa suddenly spoke, making the electric boy pale. Sorry, sir. Kaminari apologized sadly. As I was saying, it is time for you to pick a class president. Any volunteers? Aizawa asked, looking up from his desk. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Kirishima exclaimed first. Me too. Joined Kaminari. I want to do it too, added Jairu. It's a job made for M-. Aoyama sparkled but got cut off again by Ishido. I'll be the leader, she proclaimed loudly. Soon enough everyone was asking to be leaders besides a select few individuals. Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Kodai didn't raise their hands, and Izuku chose not to join for his personal reasons. I'm too busy to be playing leader. I have a job, school, and extra classes with Recovery Girl, as well as training my body to handle my quirk better. Things were getting louder by the second until one voice spoke above everyone. Silence, please. Everyone stopped their chatter and turned to look at Ida standing up straight. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Why did you suggest that? Asked Kirishima. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything? Tsu pointed out. If that's the case and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima continued. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Argued Ida. He does raise a good idea. What do you think, Mr. Aizawa? He asked the teacher, who was busy closing the zipper of his sleeping bag. I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, he replied. Wonder if I can ask where he gets those sleeping bags from, and can I use them at school? Thank you very much. Ida bowed, sitting back down. Before anyone could start voting, Midoriya spoke up. Question, but has anyone got any experience with leading a group of people? Experience? Mina asked, tilting her head. Yes, anything really, from clubs or events. Maybe you were a class president before in middle school. Midoriya spoke, turning to see a few thinking brains. No one cares about your shitty idea, Deku. Bakugo growled out in annoyance. I was secretary for my old school. Yaoyorozu commented. I lead a dance club. Mina added in her input. I was vice president at my old school. Ida called out. All right then, carry on. Izuku answered, writing his preferred president. Honestly, I don't know much about Yaoyorozu and Mina, so my vote is probably Ida. Hope he isn't a dictator. The election results were revealed and the top 2 people in the chart were Izuku Midoriya with 4 votes and Momo Yaoyorozu with 3 votes. I got 4 votes? Midoriya asked, tilting his head confused. Bakugo got up from his chair and demanded, Why Deku? Who voted for him? Izuku hoped that the people who voted for him were great actors, as he didn't know what would happen if Bakugo found them. While I do appreciate the offer of a leader, I will have to say I withdraw from the election. Midoriya spoke up honestly. Wait, really? Why? Whoa, what? Mostly everyone had responded to his immediate resignation. I am too busy to be a class president, and I'm not really a leader, so I'm giving my title to Ida, and I guess Yaoyorozu can be vice president. Izuku answered, walking back to his seat, feeling better at not having to lead more children. I do not feel like adding 19 more kids to look after. The cafeteria was bustling with students, sitting with their friends and chattering over lunch. Uraraka gasped in excitement. There are a lot of people today too. That's because everyone is here now, including the upper years. Tokoyami explained. The brown-haired girl made happy noises as she ate her meal. The rice is so delicious. Kodai hummed in agreement. I'm just glad I finally have some free time to eat with you all. Izuku spoke, taking a bite of his katsudon. I agree as well, my friend. Tokoyami replied, enjoying his. What do you guys think of the new class presidents? Ochako asked happily. Hard to tell since I did vote for Midoriya. Tokoyami replied. Wait, you did? Izuku asked, surprised by his classmate. Same here. Uraraka admitted. What? Why you too? Izuku asked, wondering what they saw in him. You just have this natural feeling that you are a leader. Also, the fact you led the battle trial made me have a better impression of your natural leadership. Uraraka explained, making Izuku wonder if he actually did lead like she thought. I saw a person similar to me, and decided to take interest in someone who understands us. Also, as Uraraka said, you're a natural-born leader and have a good heart to put my trust into you. Tokoyami explained, making Izuku feel slightly proud and happy that he has actual friends. Despite all his years, he never truly had friends, as he only had Pokemon which he saw as his children only. He once thought of Bakugo as a friend until he saw him take his rage out on his Pokemon. Izuku now only sees him now as an acquaintance at best or a tormentor at worst. Thanks you guys, it means a lot. Izuku smiled softly at them. No problem, Dikairu. Uraraka spoke, giving a thumbs up. Likewise. Tokoyami nodded, finishing his meal. Oh Kodai, who did you vote for? Uraraka asked the least talkative girl. I was new with little interaction, so I decided to vote for Yaoyorozu since she was my battle trial partner. Kodai answered, making her friends understand why she voted for her. Makes sense, and I voted for Ida. Izuku answered honestly. Why? Uraraka asked, curious of his decision. At first I didn't want to pick Ida since he made a terrible first impression with me, but then I kinda learned he was just strict, meaning he came from an elite school. I saw his potential and chose him given his history as a vice president. Izuku explained, making his friends stare at him surprised. You have good insight, my friend, just makes me confirm my decision to pick you. Tokoyami spoke, drinking his tea. Yeah, I get why you picked him, but you still would have made a great leader. Uraraka smiled. I would have also picked you as well if things were different, but I respect your decision on electing Ida as president. Kodai answered, making Izuku feel more happy about his friends. Maybe I can actually relax and enjoy this moment. Alarm noises. Or a stupid alarm ruins the moment. An alarm blared throughout the school, making students jump from the sudden noise. People started asking rapid questions about what was going on. A recorded voice was suddenly talking through the speakers. There has been a level 3 security breach. What? Gasped a few students, suddenly getting up. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly, said the voice. What's level 3 security? Uraraka asked a student next to her. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry. 2. The school hallways were full of panicked students, shoving each other to try to get away as fast as possible. Don't push. Wait your turn. I said don't push, a-hole. Their table was about to join the crowd until Izuku spoke up suddenly. Don't go in there. What do you mean? Uraraka asked, confused about her classmate's decision. A mob of students panicking, and if you fall you would be trampled on. Izuku answered, focused on how to aid the situation. Izuku knew this since he always wanted to be a rescue hero, and during his free time he studied on how to help out during a panic such as earthquakes or large natural disasters. Do we wait? Kodai asked, unsure what to do. No idea. What's the situation outside? Izuku asked as their table looked out the window. It is the vultures. Tokoyami murmured. Did they really break in to talk to All Might? Uraraka asked, watching more reporters flood in. Okay Uraraka, use your quirk on me, and Tokoyami, can Dark Shadow lift me in the air? Izuku asked with determination in his eyes. Sure, Uraraka agreed happily. What do you intend to do? Tokoyami asked curiously. Calming this crowd. Izuku answered, grabbing a metal tray and spoon, giving them to Kodai. Kodai nodded, enlarging the two objects for him. Great, Tokoyami and Uraraka, now. Izuku asked. On it. Dark Shadow cheered with being summoned, lifting Izuku in the air with his gravity removed. Hope this works. Izuku muttered before proceeding with his plan. Clang, clang, clang. Smashing the two enlarged objects together in the air, Izuku caught the attention of everyone in the hallway with the loud noise. No need to panic, it's just the media wanting to see All Might. Can we not panic and trample on each other? We are better than that. Izuku yelled out, and soon enough, it did work. All the UDA students calmed down and started walking out the hallways normally. You can set me down now. Izuku answered nervously now that people started staring at him just float in the air. Sorry, release. Uraraka apologized, stopping her quirk. I got you, buddy. Dark Shadow spoke gently, setting Izuku down. Thanks for the help, you are all amazing. Izuku bowed towards his friends. Kodai nodded, putting her fingers together and releasing her quirk on the objects. No problem, Dikairu. Uraraka gave a thumbs up with a proud smile. Anytime, buddy. Dark Shadow saluted, before quickly being returned by Tokoyami. Glad to assist you, and as I said, you are a natural leader. Tokoyami replied, making Izuku feel slightly embarrassed about proving he was a leader. Can we just leave now? Izuku murmured, quietly looking for any place to sink into and not come out of. On his way to class, Izuku kept having an idea popped up into his mind, and decided to just embrace it. Can't believe I'm thinking of something stupid. Come on, class rep, start, said Yaoyorozu, who stood next to Ida in front of their class. Yes, Yaoyorozu, now let us decide on Seidash. Ida didn't get to finish until Midoriya spoke up. Hold it, I'm sorry for this, but I'm slightly changing my decision. Midoriya spoke, walking in the door with a tired stare. Excuse me? Ida questioned, confused by the green-haired boy. What? Why change now? Yaoyorozu asked, confused about the sudden change of decision. I just feel like you need a little extra help in taking a few friends' advice and help lead the group, not fully but partially. Izuku answered honestly, staring back at his two friends, giving nods of approval. If they believe in me, I should at least try for their sakes. I see, so what roles do you wish to have? Ida asked in a thinking pose. You can still be class representative, but I'm gonna share the title of vice representative with Yaoyorozu. Is that okay with you too? Izuku asked, staring at the two authority figures he selected. If they reject, then that's fine, I won't fight about it since I did give them the win. But we can't have two vice representatives. Ida argued, seeing the problem within it. As much as I don't mind having extra help as the vice representative, we can't have two. Yaoyorozu commented towards the boy. Then make me peace officer. I try not to do most the heavy burden tasks but can still help, and hold silence or help throughout the class and not get us expelled by Mr. Aizawa. Izuku answered honestly to the two representatives. He was also listening to the chatter amongst his classmates and getting their opinions on him. What's a peace officer? It depends on how you look at it. Basically, he is reasonable for making sure we don't panic. Oh, just like he did in the hallways. Yes, and he can help out if we have problems. I see no problem with that, Midoriya, and when Yaoyorozu is busy you can assist her if she wants help. Ida replied happily. Thank you, Ida. I'll try my best to not let the class burn down. Izuku replied, walking towards his desk. He saw many students chatting but chose to not intervene yet. I can let them have fun for a bit. As long as they don't disturb classes or start fighting, then this role should be okay this year, right? Lady, Kamuri Woods and other heroes stood back, battered and panting with helpless expressions on their faces. Listen, heroes, don't come after me, threatened a muscular and oversized villain, holding in his arm 3 whimpering hostages. If you do, I'm gonna kill this rich family here. And Lady gritted her teeth, trying to think of a solution when she heard a familiar thundering voice. It's fine now, family. Missouri smash. All Might dropped from the sky with a battle cry and with a single slap, took down the villain. But, because I am here on my way to work. All Might laughed, jumping into the air again, leaving baffled heroes. He was about to leave towards the school when he heard a scream, a hit and run. It'll be bad if I'm late. He thought, but didn't hesitate further before leaping into action, noticing something different. I've gotten slower? Guess since I gave young Midoriya one for all, my powers must have been weakening drastically. He then thought about the treatments his successor have been doing to him and smiled, landing on the getaway car, stopping the villains. My time limit was saved thanks to young Midoriya's Pokemon, so maybe I should buy him a little gift basket as thanks on my way to school? Help! Another person called out, alerting the pro. Must be a busy day today. I'll get young Midoriya's gift after I sweep up the crimes. For today's hero basic training, it will be turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Explained the Erasure hero. Turned into? I wonder if it's a special case. Thought Midoriya. Excuse me. Zero raised his hand but decided to speak anyway. What'll we be doing? The teacher pulled out a card, similar to the one All Might had in his lesson, with the word rescue written on it. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Eraserhead presented as excited mumbling was heard from the kids. Rescue? Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too, said Kaminari. Right. Ashido replied excitedly. This is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air. No one can beat me in water, Ribbit. Tsu croaked happily. Hey, wait for Mr. Aizawa to finish, there could be more to this rescue training. Izuku spoke up, silencing the excited chatter. That was simple, maybe I dash. Don't tell me what to effing do, Deku. Bakugo suddenly growled out in annoyance. Language. Ida scolded, already chopping his arms. That was uncalled for, dash. Kodai was about to speak until the blonde started yelling. Shut it, 4 eyes. Bakugo! A raised voice suddenly spoke, silencing the class, as all eyes turned to the teacher activating his quirk, making sure not to affect Midoriya. At least he takes this class seriously. Midoriya thought happily. What does it teach? Bakugo mumbled out in annoyance. Just like Midoriya said, I have extra information and would appreciate it if you and everyone else remained quiet until I finish speaking instead of wasting my time with your childish rants. Aizawa scolded, deactivating his quirk and rubbing his eyes in annoyance for dry eye. Tee. Bakugo sked as he didn't say anything and waited for the teacher to speak. Now you can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities or aren't made for rescue training. The teacher explained as he pressed a button and their costume cart rolled into the class. A student raised their hand as Aizawa nodded for them to speak. Every turned to said individual as she had her hands raised and spoke up. Besides costumes, is there anything we should focus on or improve specifically for this event? Yes, Kodai, as we will be testing on how much you know so far and giving pointers. for possible improvements and maybe items for you to bring next time. Aizawa explained with the girl nodding in understanding as she waited for him to finish. Training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all, so start getting ready. Aizawa summed up, already leaving the door. Rescue training, what I've admired so much. Midoriya remembered the video he used to watch, with All Might carrying 10 people on his back to safety. While he admired rescue more than anything, it was a different situation with each of his Pokemon. Some like Buniri and Riolu preferred fighting, while others like Noibat and Shinx preferred stealth training. However, every one of his Pokemon had a mutual understanding that rescuing people comes first, because life mattered. This training will get us another step closer to being the greatest hero, so I'll do my best. Class 1 stood outside and waited for the bus with Ida ready to guide them, much to Midoriya's amusement. Oh, you're wearing your costume. I thought it got destroyed by Bakugo? Uraraka pointed out, seeing his costume unscathed. Actually, they ended up getting scorched marks during the combat training, so I'm using my spare costume until they can get all the soot off my original. Midoriya explained awkwardly as he put on his mask. Class 1A, gather round. I will be instructing you on how we will be boarding the bus to USJ. We want this to go as smoothly as possible. Tenya's hands were moving rapidly as he made sure everyone in the class was paying attention to him. He isn't so bad as class president. Izuku murmured to himself, seeing Ida lead his class professionally. I want you to form 2 lines going off your student numbers, as each group of 2 will sit next to each other. Now let's make this go as smoothly as we can with no disturbances. No stepping out of line, rough housing, and follow my lead. Ida spoke again, making more drastic commands a second. Holy Arceus, I elected a dictator. Izuku muttered to his friends. This is my villain origin now. Uraraka spoke, turning to her friends for their thoughts. Vive la resistance? Kodai questioned, raising an eyebrow. Long live the resistance. Tokoyami chuckled, with Dark Shadow snickering behind him. All 4 friends creeped closer, with Izuku summoning his Joltik for quick paralysis if possible. Luckily for Ida, Yaoyorozu saved his life by tapping his shoulder and speaking. Ida, we may have a problem with your seating arrangement. What? Ida questioned in confusion, with him getting on the bus to find open seating arrangements. Everyone board quickly. Izuku spoke up, already rushing in with his class following just after him. We shall continue this revolution some other day. Uraraka whispered to Tokoyami, with him nodding in approval. Everyone was seated comfortably, with the only upset person being the engine boy for having his plans foiled by a simple bus arrangement. With this downtime, many students started talking amongst themselves as Izuku decided to place Joltik on his head for comfort. Hey Midori, what is that? The invisible girl asked, seemingly pointing above his head, but it was hard to confirm. You mean my Pokemon Joltik? Izuku asked, getting a thumbs up. Yeah, you summon so many things and I'm just curious if there is more. Toru asked as everyone was now paying attention to him. Guess my quirk is pretty diverse. I have plenty more, as I have a total of 36 different Pokemon. Izuku answered, with many people having wide-eyed stares. 36? That's a lot of animals. Ashido replied excitedly. That's as far as I know so far. Izuku answered, with others getting confused looks. You know so far? Yaoyorozu questioned, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, it took me a while, but I used to start out with only 6 Pokemon, and that soon turned into 10, then it just kept adding up until early last year. Izuku explained, surprising everyone of his constant growing quirk. Early last year? What creature was that? Sato asked curiously. Poliwag, actually, it is a water Pokemon and loves to play around a lot. Was surprised when I summoned it during dinner with my mom. Izuku smiled, remembering another one of his children coming into his life. Wonder if I get a new one this year too. He suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, noticing his green-haired classmate as she spoke. I say whatever comes to mind. So Midoriya, I have a question? Yes, Azui? Midoriya answered nervously. Call me Tsu, she bluntly asks. Alright, so what did you wish to ask, Tsu? Izuku asked, easing up a little. You seem to have 2 quirks, Not just the animal summoning but superpower as well. Why? She asked, examining him closely. Time to lie like no tomorrow. Midoriya thought, sweating as fast as bullets. That is because my quirk is actually leaking power. Leaking power? Todoroki asked, finally joining the conversation suddenly. Why is he interested now? Basically, it is the same quirk, but you know how we aren't allowed to use our quirks often in public? Izuku asked around, getting many nods with other blank stares. Does some of my classmates seriously don't know this stuff? Yes, so what of it? Yaoyorozu questioned, interested in the conversation. Basically, I haven't used my quirk as much as I'm supposed to, so my Pokemon's energy has been leaking out, giving me an extra boost in power with severe backlash. Izuku lied, hoping his story could cover OFA. Will summoning your Pokemon frequently solve the power leaking issue? Kodai asked, offering a possible solution for his fake lie. Damn it, I didn't think anyone will question that lie. Possibly, but my Pokemon are bound to be stronger, so I just may leak more power instead if I train them. Izuku explained, making another lie to stack on top of his many lies. I really hope no one questions more solutions for it further. So there's no possible solutions yet? Kodai asked, worried for her new friend. My current solution is to possibly learn to just harness and unleash excess power in the field without my Pokemon's help. That way I don't just have to rely on them but also work with them. Izuku answered, honestly hoping more pointers from All Might would help. Really, that's thoughtful of you. Jairu smiled, interested in the conversation as well. Can I pet the Joltik? Kaminari asked, holding his hands out for the small electric spider. Sure, you don't mind Joltik, right? Izuku asked, lifting the spider and watching it for a reaction. Tick. The Pokemon replied, happily hopping onto the electric boy. Aw, he is kinda cute. Kaminari smiled, petting the spider with one finger. The spider suddenly bit the blonde in surprise. Oh, it bit me. Kaminari yelped, tossing the spider back to Izuku. Oh yeah, you produce electricity. Sorry Kaminari, but Joltik feeds of electricity, so you might just be a buffet to it. Izuku apologized, putting the Pokemon back on his hair. It's fine dude, but is it poisonous? Kaminari asked, sweating a lot. Nope, but it can produce a web of electricity to shock anyone or just unleash a giant ball of electricity too. Izuku answered, happily, making everyone look worriedly at the small creature that can defeat most of them if it tried. Thank you for answering my question, Midoriya. It just sort of reminded me of All Might's strength. The frog girl replied happily. Wait a sec, Tsu, All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his. They just kind of look the same, said Kirishima. True. Tsuyu agreed with the hardening student. But it's nice to have a flashy type quirk, as you can do lots of flashy stuff. My hardening's strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much and not flashy at all. Kirishima demonstrated, making his arm as hard and sharp as jagged stone. I think it's really cool. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a prose. Midoriya complimented, writing down the redhead's quirk in his notebook. A prose, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know. Kirishima replied, deactivating his quirk. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Aoyama bragged, happily flashing his cape. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Ashido teased, making him deflate from his major drawback. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, huh? Said Kirishima, pointing at the blonde, making him scoff in annoyance. Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. Tsu noted, making the blonde glare at her before raging out. What the hell? You wanna fight Frog Beach? Bakugo insulted angrily. See? Tsuyu demonstrated, pointing back at the blonde. We haven't known each other that long, so it's amazing that everyone already knows his personality is crap. Mocked Kaminari in a teasing manner. What? I'll kill you. Bakugo snapped, firing off many small explosions and ready to throw down. Internally, Midoriya smiled, seeing some much-needed karma for all the times he was bullied by his old friend. Kakin's being teased, that's something I thought I never see. What a vulgar conversation. Yaoyorozu scoffed, seeing the blonde use words you wouldn't tell your mother. But I like stuff like this, it's fun, right, Kodai? Uraraka giggled, turning towards the quiet girl. But could get annoying real fast. Kodai answered, putting on her red cap. We're here, so stop messing around. Aizawa ordered, making the class quiet down. Izuku looked outside the bus and smiled, staring at the place he hoped to learn as much as possible to become a hero. Welcome to the USJ. Getting off the bus, everyone was greeted by a person in the center, wearing a marshmallow-like spacesuit that welcomed the class. Hello everyone, I have been waiting for you all, said a muffled voice. It's the space hero, 13. The famous rescue hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Midoriya muttered excitedly with shiny eyes. Besides All Might, 13 is one of my favorite rescue heroes. Along with Backdraft, Selke, Uwabami, and the Wild Pussycats. Tick! Joltik jumped happily about on Izuku's hair, meeting another rescue hero. Oh, I love 13. She is my favorite hero. Uraraka waved her fists in excitement. Mine too, and I want to learn a lot from her. Kodai agreed as Izuku noticed she had her hands up and eyes focused with pure determination. Never seen her this emotional before, it's kind of cute. Let's go inside without delay. 13 gestured at the door. Look forward to working with you. The class greeted, following behind her. Inside, the kids gasped in awe as they looked around. The place was huge and divided to different areas, each with its own rescue situation. Wow, it looks so cool. Kaminari burst out. They even have a lake. Azui croaked happily. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, and many more. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. The rescue hero explained, much to everyone's nostalgia. Just like Universal Studio Japan, they all thought. 13, where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here today, or did he book an interview at the last second? Asked Eraserhead, annoyed by his colleague. About that, it looks like he did too much hero work on his way to work and ran out of time, so he has to walk here from the other side of the city to save his last hour of energy. She leaned closer and explained in a quiet voice, holding up 3 fingers. That's the height of irrationality. Aizawa criticized as he rubbed his temple from annoyance. Seems like All Might was the one supposed to help teach us, but given the news this morning he ran out of his time limit? Isn't he supposed to have another hour? Midoriya thought, wondering what is keeping his mentor so long. Excuse me, young lady, but you wouldn't happen to know where Udare Academy is? Toshinori asked a little girl in his small form. Stranger danger! The little girl shouted, running away from him. Wait, I just need directions. Toshinori yelled out and sighed at the predicament he was in. I hope you are worth all this trouble. Toshinori muttered as he glared at the present in his hands. I'm so lost. I usually buff up and travel by air or use the GPS. But the stupid GPS wasn't working properly and needs updating. Toshinori internally sighed as he checked his phone one last time. 23%. Buffering. Maybe I should just call a taxi. All Might muttered to himself, checking his phone again. So glad Nedzu said Aizawa and 13 should have the rescue training covered by the time I hopefully get there for the end of it. It can't be helped. Shall we begin? Asked 13. Yeah, no time wasting on this small problem. Aizawa yawned as stood to the side. Let's see, before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2 or 3 or 4. 5, 6. Was it 7 or? 13 started muttering to herself as she counted her fingers. It's increasing. Everyone's sweat dropped, staring at their teacher. Anyway, so everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust, correct? She asked around for anyone to confirm if they knew her ability. Uraraka and Kodai nodded eagerly, and Midoriya asked, You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Yes, but it is a power that can kill easily. 13 suddenly said as the kids looked at her with surprise from the sudden blunt statement. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? She asked around, noticing a few thinking brains. Midoriya was one of them, as he remembered the devastating power of One for All just from a single punch, and the time he unleashed Larvitar as it destroyed a huge landscape. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and strictly regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. 13 warned gravely as it started sinking into their hearts. Izuku suddenly remembered when he got blasted from Kaken's built-up explosion that sent him to Recovery Girl. He should have been paralyzed or even dead, but survived thanks to his Pokemon Hitina for using a heal pulse. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's combat training, I think you experienced or at least have an idea of the dangers of using those powers against others or yourselves. 13 stated, with a few heads nodding in agreement with her. This class is a fresh start for you all. You shall learn how to use your quirks properly to save people's lives and not harm others in an accident. I hope you leave here by graduation with the understanding that you all have powers in order to help others. Everyone looked at the heroine with determination, as her words really inspired most of them. 13's so cool, thought Midoriya as he started bouncing on the back of his feet excitedly. That is all. Thank you for listening. She bowed, and the class started cheering for her amazing speech. That was wonderful. Yaoyorozu clapped with a smile on her face. I'm so pumped. Kodai spoke with her hands raised. Bravo! Bravo! Cheered Ida, who was the most expressional out of all of them. Tzz tick? Tick tick. Joltik started flailing from on top of Izuku's hair. Joltik, what's wrong? Izuku asked, lifting the Pokemon in his hands as he worried what startled it. Midoriya? 13 started questioning in confusion. The Pokemon suddenly jumped into the air as it built up a ball of electricity suddenly. Jolteok. It suddenly unleashed an electro ball at the mountain zone, causing a big explosion. What's it doing? Eraserhead asked in confusion. Something isn't right. Izuku answered as his worries increased. Suddenly the lights started flickering, startling the students as they also became worried. Eraserhead. Izuku called out when suddenly the fountain in the middle of the plaza started acting weird. Eraserhead's eyes widened and he turned around, seeing the portal expanding and a hand coming out of it. Then, there was a face completely covered with a hand walking through the portal. Gather together and don't move. The teacher ordered, eyeing the situation. Suddenly more people started walking through the portal as Eraserhead called another order. 13, protect the students and call for backup. What's that? Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Asked Kirishima, looking at the people coming out from the portal. Guys, I think we should head back to the door. Midoriya spoke up, looking at Joltik as it was in a battle-ready stance, glaring at the field with hatred in its eyes. What? It is probably just an exercise. Kaminari suggested when suddenly their teacher snarled at them. Stay back. The teacher suddenly put on his yellow glasses as his hair started rising. Those are all real villains, he said, making the class gasp from shock. I can't connect to the outside. 13 responded, much to Aizawa's shock. Blast, they have a jammer. Aizawa cursed when suddenly voices started speaking. 13 and Eraserhead? A deep voice spoke from an unknown source in the mist as it struck down, revealing the voice is the mist. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. The mist man spoke, surprising many students as Midoriya thought. Were they the ones that broke in yesterday? The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Muttered Eraserhead, scanning for more dangerous-looking threats. Then, the person in the center started to speak to himself as he had light blue hair and wore black clothes. The arms, legs, neck and even face were covered in white hands. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole raid. Where is All Might? The symbol of peace. Midoriya started backing away slowly as he looked in the direction of the mountain zone and back at the plaza. Why did Joltik attack there? And hold on. Jairu, is there anyone in the mountain zone you can hear? Izuku whispered to the girl as she stared at him in confusion. Give me a second. Jiraiya replied as she stuck her jacks into the ground, scanning the area. The leader suddenly tilted his head a little, glaring at them all as he spoke. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids? Eraserhead prepared himself for battle, with his capture scarf spreading and floating around him and his hair standing up. 13 stood in front of the frightened kids, spreading her arms protectively. I'll protect them and you go. No way, there's no way they could get into a hero school, said Kirishima worriedly. Teacher, what about the trespasser sensors? Yaoyorozu asked urgently. We have them, of course, but 13 didn't finish as she knew the alarm should have tripped by now. Did they only appear here or around the whole school? Asked Todoroki as he glared at the villains. Either way, if the sensors are not activated, then that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. Kodai concluded, scanning the field. I hear a few voices, Midoriya. Jiraiya replied quietly to him, making Midoriya piece the enemy's plan together. Eraserhead, they have us surrounded and have a teleport. Don't take your eyes off the mist guy or he will separate us. Izuku whispered to Eraserhead as the man tensed but nodded in understanding. Thanks for the information and Eraserhead didn't finish as his student had more to say. That's not all. I think Joltik found the source of the jammer in the mountain zone. Izuku replied, making everyone wide-eyed at the little spider helping them out. Got it. Send Joltik to that zone and please evacuate the area. Izawa spoke, getting ready to jump into the plaza. What? But sir, that's too much for you to handle. You specialize in sneak attacks and quick captures. Izuku called out in worry. No hero is a one-trick pony. Izawa scolded as he turned to the class. 13. Start the evacuation and prepare for any ambushes from the teleporter. Eraserhead ordered as he suddenly jumped down the stairs to slow the enemy down. Shooting squad, let's go, one of the villains exclaimed. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who's that? Asked another. I don't know. But if he thinks he can come at us from the front by himself, then he's a huge idiot. A third villain replied as all three locked and loaded at the hero. Eraserhead's eyes turned red and all the villains gasped in shock. My quirk. The bullets won't come OU dash. They didn't get to say much else before getting wrapped by the capture scarf and lifted into the air. Eraserhead then bumped their heads together and knocked the villains out cold. Taking this opening, Izuku turned Joltik around and whispered to it. Joltik, go track down the jammer and try to stop them. We are counting on you, little buddy, but don't get hurt. Tick. The yellow spider cheered as it hopped into the woods. Looking back, he could see confounded chatter stirred around the hero till someone cried out. Idiots, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. Erase, echoed a villain with a black mask and body covered in stone. Midoriya paled as they figured Eraserhead's quirk and wondered if he should send another Pokemon to help him. I knew it. Should I send a Pokemon now to help him or save it for us? Are you gonna erase the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us too? The villain called out in dare as he lunged at the hero from above. No, I can't. He replied, Eraserhead, as he easily dodged his swings before punching the villain right in the face and knocking him to the air. But the skills of guys like you. He then captured the villain in the scarf mid-air. He then ducked to dodge a swing aimed at him from behind by a different villain and kicked the guy, making him crash onto a few others. Are more likely to be experienced in close combat. Eraserhead then threw the rock villain still in his scarf onto the floor, knocking him out cold. That's so I've taken measures against that as well. Their teacher completed his sentence with his usual monotonic voice, surprising Izuku with his skills. Guess he doesn't need my help after all. Midoriya continued watching his teacher taking down multiple villains at once as he muttered to himself. Mr. Aizawa's actually good at fighting by himself against a lot of people. Suddenly a hand grabbed one of his sleeves as he turned to find Kodai dragging him away from the fight as she spoke. Analyze later, we need to go. Sorry. Izuku apologized, rushing to follow his class as they neared the entrance. Be careful, Eraserhead. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, You can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together. The hand-covered villain complimented as he analyzed the field, much to his annoyance. The hero was fighting fiercely, erasing a quirk of a female villain and kicking her while taking down another with his scarf. I see how it is. Scratching his neck between the hands that covered it, he started speaking to himself. I hate pro-heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them. Tamura. A voice called out to him in worry. What is it, Kurogyri? The villain, now known as Tamura, asked in annoyance. I can't teleport. The hero is keeping a close eye on me personally. Kurogyri explained, making Tamura grumble as he came up with a plan. Get behind Nomu and the fountain. It should cover you for an opening. Tamura explained, scratching his neck again. I wish I could just charge and hurt him, but his stupid erasure will catch me off guard. I just have to wait for a weakness to show up. Tamura thought, seeing more of his subordinates get pummeled to the ground. Tamura looked at the still smoking mountain zone and thought to himself in wonder. Wonder who was the one that sent a bright flash of electricity that tried to snipe my jammer. I want to have a chat with him. Making it towards the doors, Sato and Kirishima wasted no time and opened the automatic doors with bare strength. Get on the bus, quickly everyone. 13 stated, waiting for everyone to rush past her. Rushing past the teacher, everyone arrived at the bus just in time, with everyone sitting down. Izuku suddenly remembered that they were outside and spoke. Can anyone contact the police yet? No, my radio is still jammed. Kaminari spoke, turning the dial repeatedly. Our phones are still jammed as well. Hagakure spoke, having the phone to her ears in hope. Great, let's just get back quickly. Izuku answered, mind planning for possible scenarios. And leave Aizawa to fight all by himself? Ashido replied in shock. Dash. He will be fine on his own, so trust in your teacher that he will make it back to us. 13 spoke, taking the wheel since the robotic driver was disabled. The class calmed down after 13 closed the doors and started driving away from the USJ. Many felt relieved that they didn't have to fight villains in a sudden ambush and hoped their teacher was okay. Damn it, I wanted to break some skulls. Katsuki muttered, with everyone's sweat dropping at the battle-hungry maniac. Actually, so do I. It wouldn't be manly to just leave villains like that behind. Just wish I could go back. Kirishima replied, with a few others having conflicted thoughts. Marshmallows. 13 suddenly screamed out. Turning their heads, they all spotted a familiar black mist expanding out in front of the bus. Hold on. Izuku yelled out, grabbing a pole. Everyone braced themselves as they were being trapped by darkness, with no idea as to where they may end up. Suddenly they found themselves inside the dome, suddenly going into free fall down the mountain zone. The students were flying out of their seats, as the bus's gravity was falling faster than they were. We're gonna crash. Sheet. Help. All the students were screaming in panic from the sudden fall as Izuku was panicking for a solution to save everyone. The bus is crashing. Do something, anything. Looking towards his left, Uraraka was panicking as well, falling like the rest of the students as Izuku suddenly acted. Grabbing Uraraka's hand, he slammed her palm on the roof, activating her quirk with the bus suddenly stopping. Everyone slammed onto the floor with Izuku catching Uraraka, who held her mouth from puking on him. Sorry. If she is knocked out, we all die. The boss was still falling with the added weight, but not as fast as before, giving Izuku enough time to call in a Pokemon. Please listen to me once. Stufful help. Izuku pleaded as a bright light suddenly appeared next to him. Out came a familiar stuffed animal, making Izuku smile from his quirk listening to him. Rushing towards the window, Izuku aimed his fingers straight at the window and yelled. Smash! Midoriya blew a huge hole through the window, knocking the bus back into the air, making everyone spin around in dizziness. Stufful endure. Izuku spoke, tossing the doll Pokemon off the bus as it plummeted down the mountain zone. Midoriya. Uraraka can't hold it much longer. Kodai spoke, gathering her bearings and holding on to the Uraraka, who was close to passing out. Uraraka, release your quirk. Izuku called out, seeing his Pokemon in possession on the ground. And oh! Everyone screamed in shock from Izuku's orders, but it was too late. Release! The gravity girl muttered, touching her fingers together. Everyone was free falling again, but Izuku knew that they would be sort of okay if this plan worked out. Don't fail now, Stuffful. Use strength. Izuku called out, bracing for impact. Miraculously, Stuffful with all its might caught the bus by the engines with its two little arms. However, the impact certainly knocked out a few students, including Uraraka, who threw up on the floor. Everyone okay? 13 spoke, limping off the ground with her helmet cracked from the impact. Some of us are. Ida replied, getting off the ground slowly. Looking around, Izuku could see Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Yuga, Tokoyami, and Uraraka unconscious from the crash. We have 5 unconscious. 13. Got it. Who isn't injured? 13 asked as Kirishima, Shoji, Bakugo, and Tsuyu responded as they seemed to be fine, with no injuries at all. My hardening protected me. Kirishima groaned as he picked up Tokoyami and set him on the seats, laying down. Stuck to the ceiling, and made sure to grab Hagakure. She seems to be fine, I think. Tsuyu spoke as the invisible girl under her groaned before speaking. I'm fine, just hit my arm pretty bad. Toru spoke, making Izuku wonder if it is worse than what she was saying. Anyone bleeding or have life-threatening injuries? 13 asked around. Have some glass in my hands, but I'm melting it off. Mina spoke, using the acid similarly to dish soap. My leg is hurt badly, but not life-threatening. Siro growled out, using his tape to bandage himself. Just have glass in my tail, and Sato seems concussed. Ojiro spoke as next to him was Sato, falling in and out of consciousness. Me and Midoriya are fine, we just have a few cuts, and one of Midoriya's fingers is broken. Kodai spoke softly, lifting the gravity girl off the floor and setting her down next to Tokoyami. Midoriya! 13 called out, alerting the class. Yes. Midoriya answered nervously as he guessed he put everyone at risk for suddenly using Uraraka's quirk and blasting a hole through the bus. That was incredibly reckless and nearly cost everyone's lives. 13 scolded as Izuku started feeling bad about the outcomes if his plan didn't work. I'm sorry, 13. Izuku apologized, looking down in shame. I wasn't done, young man, as while it was reckless, you are the only one who acted and saved everyone from a terrible end. For that you have my thanks, young hero. 13 spoke softly, patting the boy on the shoulder, making her way towards the unconscious. Izuku was left speechless as he was called a hero. Looking around, he saw everyone giving him nods of thanks, except Bakugo, who just looked away in annoyance. Praise from 13, you are lucky. Kodai spoke, leaning on Izuku for support. Did you hurt your leg? Izuku asked, wondering if the girl lied to 13 about her condition. Not really, just dislocated my foot a bit, just hurts if I stand on it weirdly. Kodai answered, making Izuku sigh in relief. Stuff! A Pokemon called out, rushing in the bus and started searching for Izuku. Stuffful, you're okay, and thank you for saving us. Izuku bent down, petting the living doll. Stuffful! The Pokemon cheered, making a strength motion. Assessing the damage, Izuku felt bad for throwing his Pokemon out the bus 100 feet in the air, as no sane person would do that. Stuffful had many scrapes and bruises littering its body, and if it wasn't for Endure, then Izuku wouldn't know if it would just die if it was a real living creature instead of his quirk. If Stuffful was real, then I could have killed I dash dot. Stuff! The Pokemon suddenly interrupted his panicking mind, as it laid a paw on his hand. Stuffful, I'm sorry I did that. Izuku apologized, petting the Pokemon again. Stuffful! The Pokemon shook its head and made a strong motion before disappearing back inside his body. Suddenly a warm feeling took over and he felt his mind suddenly at ease with words of assurance only he could understand. It's okay, we are stronger than you think if you believe in us, Dad. Staying there for a moment, Kodai got worried and called out his name in a soft tone. Midoriya? I'm fine, just learning something. Izuku answered, wiping a tear from his eye. What is it? Kodai curiously asked, seeing the boy finally look her in the eyes with determination in them. I have to put my faith in my Pokemon, as they can do it too. Scratching his neck from frustration, Tamura glared at the low-level thugs he recruited mostly lay defeated. This is what I get for not picking up experienced NPCs. Looking at Eraserhead's hair float again, Tamura counted down the seconds as he was noticing a pattern. Every boss has a weakness. Tamura. Kurojairi teleported back in, making Tamura side glance at his ally. Yes, Kurojairi? Did you separate the kids? Tamura asked, seeing Eraserhead's hair fall again. 20 seconds. They managed to make it to the bus, however I sent them crashing down the mountain zone. Kurojairi explained, much to Tamura's amusement. Ding, no wonder I heard a crash in the distance. Did they all blow up? Tamura asked as Eraserhead smashed another thug's head in the floor as his hair rose again. No, they all survived thanks to their quirks. However, I greatly disoriented them and have a few unconscious and injured. Kurojairi explained, making a terrible itching sensation occur again. They all survived. Those kids are persistent. What is the mountain crew doing? He asked, noticing the hero's hair drop again. 19 seconds. Currently have the high ground and are getting in possession to ambush the children. Kurojairi informed as Tamura suddenly stopped scratching. So instead of separate ambushes against parties, the game has switched to a siege event. Tamura grinned menacingly. Have a plan, sir? Kurojairi asked, raising an eyebrow. They'll provided a distraction for you to teleport, just gather everyone at the base of the mountain zone. Tamura spoke, cracking his knuckles. What will you do, sir? Kurojairi asked calmly. Just gonna pull what I call a pro gamer move. Tamura grinned as he suddenly charged at Eraserhead. You're the final boss. The hero muttered, kicking the last thug into the ground, suddenly looking at him. Everyone has weaknesses, Eraserhead. Tamura muttered, counting down the last seconds. It was 23, 20, then 19, now's the chance to strike. Tamura was slightly slower than the official pro as he received an elbow towards his gut, but not before trading blows. You aren't an exception towards those weaknesses either. Seeing the hero's elbow crumble to dust did bring a smile on his face, however he had bigger plans to focus on. Eraserhead quickly activated his quirk and knocked Tamura away as the villain smiled playfully. Would like to stay and finish you for that EXP, but have an event I must attend to while their defenses are vulnerable. Tamura spoke as he started walking back, seeing Eraserhead struggle with more thugs. You won't harm my kids, you are staying with me. Eraserhead growled out, throwing a thug his direction that Tamura sidestepped in amusement. I'll finish you off later, Eraserhead. Just enjoy the new scar to mark this as a start of a fated battle. Tamura spoke as he turned around and left the struggling hero behind. He is so cool, can't wait to end him another day. Nomu, keep the hero entertained once he finishes off the last grunts and no killing. Tamura spoke, patting the abomination on the arm, walking towards the fountain. Sir, I am back, and everyone is waiting for your arrival. Kurojairi spoke as he teleported in. Good, let's see if my Fire Emblem experience has taught me enough strategy for a real siege. Tamura spoke, walking into the mist. This will be interesting. Helping with the unconscious, Izuku started speaking up for everyone while he checked on Uraraka and Tokoyami. We are still in the mountain zone, so we aren't out of the clear yet. Izuku spoke up, waiting for a response. Midoriya is correct, and while I would like to avoid confrontation, it seems unavoidable. 13 spoke, checking on Yaoyorozu. 13, I have an idea, but I need your permission to take charge for a moment. You have the final say in this plan. Izuku pleaded towards the busy teacher. We are in a bad situation and I don't know what is out there, so if the plan is too dangerous, I'm calling it off. 13 stated, giving Izuku ground to speak as the remaining students listened. Alright, listen up, until help arrives, priority is defense. Jairu and Shoji, eyes and ears out for everything, we need to plan for sudden attacks and movements. Izuku called out suddenly as his mind was strategizing non-stop. Got it? Jairu replied, connecting her jacks in the ground as she crouched below the windows for cover. Roger. Shoji replied, making separate limbs, watching out for movement. Kaken, you wanted a fight, defend us and blow the villains to ash. You and Mina are our first line of perimeter defense. Izuku ordered, standing up as he leveled a glare at Bakugo. The hell you got off telling me what to do? Bakugo growled out, leveling the same glare at Izuku. Take it you won't fight then? Izuku asked in a challenging tone. I'll effing do it if 13 agrees, and then I'll kill those villains. Bakugo spoke, walking towards the hole he made with Mina following shortly. One thing I still admire about him is his battle-ready personality. Tsu, Ida, and Mashiro, we need you on inner defense. They may rush us and we don't have enough power to hold them back on all sides, so your job is to perform quick in and out takedowns. Stay near the bus at all times for cover. Izuku ordered, with the 3 close-range fighters nodding in understanding. Got it, I'll stay near the back entrance for easy access to my quirk as well as jumping in and out quickly. Ida responded, walking near the handicap entrance. I can crawl out any window or the roof, so I'm good for options. Tsuyu agreed, crawling towards the emergency hatch on the ceiling. Guess I'll take the door for quick cover. Mashiro replied, standing at the door. Excellent. Kirishima, you guard the hole and make sure no one rushes in since we can't close that entrance, and Hagakure will assist you if someone is too troublesome for you. Izuku ordered, with the 2 students speaking up in approval. No problem, bro, and no one can get past me. Kirishima grinned, hardening his body. Got it, Midori? Hagakure cheered, giving a thumbs up with her gloves. Zero, you're gonna be busy with Kodai, 13 and me. We need you for first aid as well as sealing up some of these shattered windows, giving us some cover from enemy eyes. Izuku ordered out, seeing this was the best possible solution. What about us? Kaminari spoke up, with a shy Koda behind him. Sato still seemed dizzy and was bleeding from the head, suddenly making Izuku worried about how severe his concussion was. Kaminari, keep trying to call for help. Izuku ordered before turning to Koda. Koda didn't answer as he started making hand gestures. He is mute and scared. I can't let him fight. Grab those 2 fire extinguishers and be on standby. Use it for putting out flames or even make fog for extra cover. Please use them sparingly. Izuku instructed as Koda went towards the front, grabbing the 2 fire extinguishers. I can fight, let me join the defense team. Sato spoke, standing tall. Before Izuku could protest, a familiar voice spoke above him. Absolutely not, you are bleeding from the head, so let us check you and conserve energy in case we need you as a last resort. Kodai ordered, glaring at the student with pure determination to stop him. Before he could protest, 13 spoke up, looking away from Yaoyorozu. Kodai is right, you need medical attention and we can't have you collapsing out there, it means less manpower and having 2 areas to defend. Yes, 13. Sato sighed, sitting next to an unconscious Todoroki. Good, and I approve of Midoriya's plan. However, if you get hurt or pressured out there, then retreat back, as we can't defend you out there as effectively. 13 stated while taking a piece of glass out of Yaoyorozu's hand. Right. The class agreed, with Bakugo growling in annoyance for following a stupid Deku's plan. 13, we have movement up the mountain, drawing closer. Jairu replied quickly. Spotting a few warp gates open in the distance, we may be overwhelmed soon. Shoji replied, looking towards his teacher. All right, you know the plan, defend the bus. 13 stated, moving on to Yuga. Izuku was checking on Tokoyami when suddenly Kodai spoke up. Gonna summon a Pokemon? I should, but waiting until the fight starts, want to conserve their time limits. Izuku answered out. We are out of time, so might as well summon now. Kodai replied out, glaring out the window. Boo dash. Boo. Die. A voice shouted outside the bus following a loud explosion. Fine, I'll summon now. Izuku sighed, hoping the next Pokemon would be useful. Closing his eyes, he hoped for a specific Pokemon for help. Come out, Riolu or Ralts. Opening his eyes, he didn't spot Riolu but a different Pokemon entirely. We can get help early. Izuku answered in awe. What Pokemon is that? Kodai asked, examining their new ally. Kodai, do you trust me? Izuku asked suddenly. Excuse me? Kodai asked, shocked by the sudden question. Do you trust me? Izuku asked, reaching for his back pocket. Yes, was all the girls spoke. Take this and call Yagi. Now go. Izuku spoke, shoving something in her hand. Suddenly everything turned bright. Standing at the summit of a mountain, Tamura glared down at the kids preparing for a defense mission. Seems our window of opportunity is closing as they bulk up their defense. Should I send them all in, sir? Kurogyari asked, standing next to him. Go send the Fire Zone squad to back up the Mountain Zone squad. Want a volcano effect of fire raining down from above. Tamura ordered, seeing Kurogyari already at work. Examining the defenses, he could see two powerhouses circling the bus as one was skating and the other had grenades strapped to him. Water dilutes acid and dampens explosives. Have the Water Zone squadron focus those two and only those two. He ordered, seeing some men teleport behind rocks. Looking at the bus, he could see them taping up windows and fogging up with something else. However, he caught glimpses of what looked like to be fighters at the doors. Have Ruin and Storm squad pressure the entrances as the range fighters take shots at the windows. It will be hard, but we may take a few hits in. Tamura ordered, seeing all his men surrounding the bus. What about the landslide squad? Kurogyari asked, teleporting back. Suddenly an idiot got found and was attacked by the explosive maniac. Keep them on reserve. Someone in there is smart and is trying to make this more difficult by coordinating movements. He spoke when suddenly a bright flash of light erupted from the bus. What was that? Kurogyari asked. Someone used a quirk and it's hard to see. Send the attack now before they bolster their defense. He ordered when all the men started going on the offensive. Checked on Nomu, and it caught Eraserhead. What should I order it to do? Kurogyari asked, teleporting in again rapidly. Leave him at the plaza, and have Nomu guard the hero. If I can deliver him to Sensei, then it will be an excellent bonus objective. He spoke, watching the two powerhouse children struggle with water grunts. Suddenly another bright flash of light appeared, making the villain itch at what was happening. Honestly, he felt excited with a true challenge, and wished he encountered more scenarios like this. Yes, he could just destroy the entire bus, but he wants to be a leader, a true lord that must prove he has power and brains to lead an army. I want to encounter the tactician of this guild and thank him for this wonderful challenge. Opening her eyes slowly, Kodai noticed she wasn't in the bus anymore. Instead, she was now inside what looked like a small room surrounded by All Might merchandise. Where am I? She muttered and turned around to find the strange creature from the bus with her. The yellow Pokemon didn't say anything as it just floated there with its eyes closed. Realizing she had something in her hand, she spotted a phone and saw there was a signal, but unfortunately there was a problem. He didn't tell me the password. Kodai gasped in horror of calling for immediate help. Oh, Izuku, you're here? A new voice suddenly spoke up. Turning towards the kitchen, the girl noticed a green-haired woman walking out the kitchen holding a cup of tea, staring at the Pokemon in surprise. Abra. The Pokemon didn't speak as it just floated near her, making the woman notice her. Oh, and you are? The woman asked hesitantly as she examined her closely. Suddenly she now realized why she was here, making her speak up with raw emotion for the first time in a while. My name is Yui Kodai. I'm a friend of Midoriya and the school is under attack by villains. Kodai spoke up, showing the woman the now noticed cell phone with an All Might theme on it. The woman dropped her tea as she spoke up with dread in her eyes. My baby is in danger. Yes, he sent me here and said call someone named Yagi on his phone. Kodai spoke quickly, tossing the woman the phone as Abra disappeared, suddenly filling the girl with more dread. Give me a moment, I know his password. The woman spoke frantically as she fumbled with the device. Hurry please. Kodai pleaded. It's dialing. The woman spoke, putting the voice on speaker as they waited a few minutes. Hello, young Midoriya? Why are you calling me in class? A man spoke through the phone. Sir, my baby is in trouble. The woman spoke frantically on the phone. Excuse me? The man asked. Kodai took the phone from the woman as she spoke up suddenly. The school is under attack at the USJ. Please save Midoriya. He risked his teleport to save me. What? How? The man asked on alert. Can you save him or not? Kodai yelled out in desperation, seeing as Midoriya pushed her away from a fight about to start. You got it. A different voice spoke up, and one both ladies were familiar with. Suddenly, with a terrifying loud crash, the voice spoke up with the wave of hope washing away most of their pressure. All Might. Both ladies muttered in awe. Because I will save them. Izuku felt bad for forcing Kodai to teleport away, but he didn't regret it. While he would have liked to send everyone away, he knew Abra could only teleport one person. Midoriya. What happened to Kodai? 13 asked while she was helping Todoroki now. Sent her to my house and having her call for help. Sorry I didn't tell you, but we are running out of time to decide who to send. Izuku explained as suddenly a window blew open from a random energy-based quirk. Noted, but why didn't you go? 13 replied as Zero helped seal up the window. I'm wondering the same thing, and why can't you teleport us too? Zero asked, dodging a spike that nearly impaled him. Abra can only teleport one person, and I wanted to stay and help since I couldn't just leave you all. Izuku explained, putting Tokoyami and Uraraka on the floor and under the seats to avoid flying glass. We are having a lot of people surrounding us. Jairu explained as Izuku cursed when more holes started forming on the bus. They keep peppering us with range, we are sitting ducks. Sato whined out, ducking on the ground. Izuku stopped himself from healing for a moment, and had to resort to another summon. Please give me a range fighter. Suddenly he smiled as he knew what this Pokemon was capable of. Hat. The Pokemon known as Hatina replied. Perfect. Shoji, be Hatina's eyes and tell it where to shoot at. Izuku called out, passing the Pokemon towards the tall male as he nodded in understanding. What do I say to it? Shoji asked, taking the Pokemon and placing it on his shoulder. Sheet. Mishiro replied, dodging back in the bus, avoiding a rock throw. Tell it disarming voice for spread, or Psybeam if you need to take someone out with extra power. Izuku explained, taking the Pokemon for a second and aiming it at the mountain zone, peppering them with range. Midoriya? 13 asked, unsure of his plan. Disarming voice. Midoriya ordered as everyone shivered when the Pokemon smirked as it had a death aura around it. Please don't kill them. The Pokemon shouted as its powerful voice traveled up the mountain, knocking a few rocks and villains back and out of place. Jairu definitely heard the voice but was surprised it didn't hurt her. He immediately gave the Pokemon to Shoji and replied. Hopefully that revealed where they are hiding, have Hatina snipe them. Got it, and thanks for trusting me to lead it. Shoji nodded, placing the Pokemon back on his shoulder. No problem, just make sure she doesn't kill anyone. Izuku responded, making the teen sweat at the psychopathic Pokemon on his shoulder. Suddenly he saw 13 working on Sato and asked, are they all okay? Should be, but they need medical attention sooner than later. 13 stated, taking a piece of glass off Sato's head and using his mask and Zero's tape as a bandage. I can help heal them now, but it will probably take a toll on me. Izuku thought, seeing as this was a risk that would likely give him a migraine later. Taking a deep breath, Izuku summoned another Pokemon as he felt his heart colder and his brain pounding. I need a healer. Toge. A Pokemon called out as it suddenly summoned. Yes. My quirk is sort of listening to me. Togepi, I need your help, please. Heal them all under 13's guidance. Izuku pleaded, petting the egg Pokemon. Toge. The Pokemon cheered, walking towards 13. Who is this cutie? 13 asked, glancing at the Pokemon as she finished cleaning up some glass and started laying her students under the seats. Togepi, she has a decent healing power and is ready to help you. Izuku called out, making the pro hero's eyes widen before softening. Understood, I was scared for Sato's head injury. 13 explained, picking up the egg Pokemon and getting to work on the boy nearly about to pass out. Suddenly Tsuyu ducked down in the bus, with her arm pierced by spikes while carrying Mina, who was drenched in water and bleeding from the leg. What happened? Izuku asked, rushing towards the girls and checking the damage. They are having water quirk users attack both Bakugo and Mina, and she tripped when they scratched her leg. I went to rescue her and got pierced by stray needles. Tsuyu explained, taking out a few needles. I see, and DMN it, Kakin is out there. Izuku muttered, as he ripped out the bottom of Mina's pants and exposed the wound. Water users against Kakin and Mina? They must have someone scouting out weaknesses. Hey, you should ask me too. Dinner first before ripping my clothes off. Mina teased as she winced when Izuku started drying the wound. I apologize, but just tell me, is your blood acidic? Izuku asked, drying the wound as he tore Tokoyami's cape for a makeshift gauze. Kind of, but it's not bad. It has the same acidic pH as lemonade. Mina explained, getting serious. Thank goodness, don't know if water will affect you badly. Izuku explained, moving on to Tsuyu. Don't die! A familiar voice called out, following an explosion as he ducked in the bus, covered in blood and water. Kakin, what's the situation outside? Izuku asked worriedly, seeing if Kakin was retreating then it was bad. Shut it, nerd, there is no situation. Bakugo yelled out, wiping the water off him. They arrived with reinforcements. Ida called out, rushing in the bus as pieces of his armor were damaged. I was worried about that. Midoriya muttered, trying to adapt to the plan. Bro, there is an army heading for me. Kirishima called out as he stood his ground, even though Izuku could tell he was running low on stamina. They have more ranged shooters now. I can't get proper sight on them. Shoji called out, now taking cover with Hatina, now trying extra hard to snipe them all with Psybeam. Midoriya, what do we do? They are all closing in. Jairu called out, making Izuku peek out, and he could see many villains marching forward. Izuku felt pressured, as his plan was falling apart faster than he imagined. Yes, he was adapting with offensives and healing Pokemon, but the villains were pressuring them all with numbers and coordination. How can I help better? Think, Midoriya, how do I beat their tactician? Suddenly he felt a hand on his head, making him look up at the person as the figure walked past him towards the entrance. I'll take it from here, keep healing your friends. 13. Izuku questioned with tears built up in his eyes. Walking out the bus, 13 stayed her ground as she glared at the villains. Have no fear, students, as I am here. Tick 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 tick. A yellow spider chanted as it was crawling up the mountain. It was near the summit as it spotted many figures at the top. What will you do once we kill All Might? A grunt asked, relaxing on a rock. Probably lay low for a while, and then enter the underground arena and bet all my cash I got for joining this army and be set. Another grunt stated, you guys are losers. Once we kill All Might we can live free and do what we want. No All Might means no serious challenge. The last man stated, Tick. Joltik glared as it spotted the third man as his target. Jumping into the air, Joltik shot 2 webs of electricity, effectively stunning the grunts. The hell? The jammer panicked, readying electricity as it searched around for it. He didn't notice the yellow spider jumping on his head as its eyes gleamed in hunger. Glaring at 13, Tamura spoke up. Kurogyri, bring me to 13. But Sir Kurogyri didn't finish as Tamura glared at him and spoke up. I didn't ask for your opinion, I ordered you to bring me to them. Tamura ordered as Kurogyri sighed and opened a portal. Walking into the portal, Kurogyri dropped him off at the center of his army. Tamura decided to make himself known. 13, it is a surprise to see you at the front lines this late. Sorry to disappoint as I was busy. 13 spoke, getting in a battle stance. So it seems, take it the children are scared? Tamura asked as 13 glared at him further, clearly answering his question. Sir, what should we do? A grunt asked as many of his men started leaking bloodlust. Wait for your orders, I want to ask a question. Tamura ordered, turning his attention back to 13. I am not answering any questions, I am here to give you a chance to retreat. 13 stated as she walked closer. Oh, why is that, hero? Tamura asked, grinning at her coolness. I just told you, I'm not answering questions. 13 called out as she opened all her fingers and started skinging everything towards her black holes. Sheet! Crap! Run! All his grunts yelled as they started running away from the hero. Tamura stood his ground as he asked. Threatening to kill everyone? That isn't very heroic, 13. I am doing this to protect my students, 13 stated, increasing her power. Grabbing onto a grunt, Tamura smirked as he tossed the man forward. Sir. Sprinkles. 13 called out, suddenly closing her fingers to try and not kill the fodder. Called your bluff. Tamura smiled as he instantly rushed towards 13 at amazing speed. 13 panicked as Tamura grabbed the hero's mask. The dome started shattering, but a punch towards his stomach knocked him off the hero. Now, before I'll kill you slowly, I want to know who this mystery tactician is that gave me a good match. Won't you help me, hero? Tamura asked, watching the hero's reaction. 13's decayed dome revealed a young woman with medium hair and intense eyes, reminding him of Saturn glaring at him. Fizzle, no. Hey. No need for foul language, I just want to thank the tactician. Tamura smirked as all the men started returning from figuring out 13's bluff too. You will not get near my kids. 13 growled out, aiming her hand at him with bloodlust eyes. But you really want to kill me this time? Sure you want blood on your hands? Tamura asked, enjoying this hero's reactions now that he could see her face. Surprised 13 is a girl still. Closing her eyes, 13 took a deep breath and glared at him with determined eyes and an answer that caught Tamura off guard. I don't see the problem with adding one more body count towards my debt. She suddenly unleashed her quirk towards him, and this one felt more powerful than the rest. Panicking, he called out for his only counter. Kurogyri. Yes, sir. Kurogyri called, suddenly teleporting in front of the black hole as he redirected 13's quirk. Puppies. 13 called out as her suit started tearing down from her own quirk. Goodbye, 13. Tamura waved, seeing the hero about to be dead. 13's back was finally exposed and about to mark her end, when suddenly a burst of air suddenly hit Kurogyri away, freeing 13. What? Tamura growled, glaring at the bus as a green-haired boy stood there glaring at him with his hand outstretched and finger broken. You wanted the tactician? Then here I am. Staring at the boy that blasted Kurogyri away with air pressure, Shigaraki examined him as he seemed mostly untouched besides the shards of glass and his torn-up gloves. He hasn't been fighting at all, and that quirk is untrained. He definitely got in by smarts and some tricks alone. He is definitely the tactician. Looking to the side of him, he can also see what appeared to be a custom-made gun, making him curious since the only other child that had weapons on him was the explosive blonde. It's rare for heroes to carry weapons. You're the tactician, all right, and I have to say thank you for making this game fun. Tamura spoke, walking slowly up to the boy as he stood in front of 13. Game? The child asked, nervously studying him. Yes, game, and I dash. However, he didn't get to finish when someone interrupted their conversation. Die! The explosive brat from earlier yelled out, launching a massive explosion at both of them. Dodging quickly, Tamura was just safe from the heat until he saw the green-haired child quick draw a gun at him. Bang! He was just lucky to get grazed by the bullet as it didn't hit him but the grunt behind him instead. Looking at the grunt, he could tell it wasn't a real bullet but instead some sort of dart. He could see the grunt withering in pain immediately as he folded in on himself. Poison? Or maybe pain-inducing darts? Want to focus on me instead of a useless Deku as him? He heard the brat speak as the kid launched himself towards him at amazing speed. Useless. Tamura growled, dodging the first explosion and grabbing the gauntlets, quickly disintegrating the brat's toy. Fucker! The kid yelled, blasting himself away before he could grab his wrist and cause an amputation. A tactician isn't useless. Tamura growled as he noticed the kid aiming his tranq gun again and dodged another dart. Die! The brat yelled again as this time he was sticking to range fighting as he fired a large explosion in his direction. Adaptable but too battle-hungry, he is annoying. Kurogyri, take me and the green one to Nomo. Tamura ordered out loud, dodging the explosion. It shall be done. Kurogyri replied, making a portal behind him that he backstepped into, as he watched the green one fall into the one beneath him. Getting teleported into the plaza, he watched in amusement as the kid landed on his back, dropping the gun. Better kick this annoying thing away. He muttered to himself, kicking the tranq gun away, as the kid was recovering. Where am I? The kid muttered, glancing around his surroundings until he spotted him. Teleported us in the plaza, since someone kept interrupting our conversation. Now I have the chance to thank you properly before I end you. Tamura smiled when suddenly a shout was heard from behind him. Stay away from my kid. A familiar voice called out in anger. Looking towards the Nomu, they both spotted the monstrosity pinning Eraserhead on the ground, as the hero was struggling to get out of its hold. Always someone interrupting me. Nomu, can you knock him out already? Shigaraki growled out, scratching his neck in annoyance. No! The kid yelled out, but it was too late. Nomu lifted up the hero's face and smashed it towards the ground, forming a small crater. That's better. Now where was I? Tamura muttered out, as he spotted the kid charging towards him with his hand outstretched. Smash! The kid yelled out, flicking his finger as suddenly Nomu was in front of him, blocking the blast meant to knock him back. Rushing towards him, he caught the kid by the arm, making sure to not put his pinky on the kid yet, and spoke up. Your efforts are commendable, tactician, but you are outclassed when facing me. What do you want with me? The kid asked as he glared at him with furious determination. I just wanted to thank you for making a real challenge for my raid battle. It's not every day I get to put my skills into these events. Maybe ask a few questions as well for how you handled the situation. Shigaraki chuckled out, watching the kid try to squirm from his grasp as panic started settling in. Help, please. The kid called out as suddenly there was a bright flash of light in between them, making Tamura let go in case of an attack. What he didn't expect was to spot a familiar creature flopping on itself. Carp. Burn in hell. Bakugo roared out as he blasted another group of weak villains away with his explosions. He had to add some more firepower into his attacks since the villains kept soaking him with water, effectively washing away his sweat and dampening his explosions. He was set off about their attempts at weakening him, but what made him furious even more was that the leader of these clowns thought Deku was the real challenge to his army. He has done nothing. I am the one taking out most of this stupid army anyway. Just give it up, kid, you're surrounded. A weak but villain ordered, making his anger rise. To hell with surrender. Now die. Bakugo roared out, jumping into the air and aiming at the ground, unleashing a large explosion. Landing back down, his arms were aching and he managed to defeat a good portion of the army he was fighting off. However, he saw many range fighters taking the high ground and more bulky villains were coming towards the front lines to stop him. Give it up, kid, or we dash. The villain didn't get to speak as Bakugo blasted forward and smashed his face in with his knee pads. Quit your useless yapping. Now who is next? Bakugo asked, liking his lips for enjoying the challenge. Suddenly all the villains were frozen in place in mere seconds, making Bakugo turn towards the source of this attack. Sorry for the wait, I'll take it from here. That half and half BSRD spoke as he continued freezing the battlefield. Looking behind the BT, he could see that stupid egg Pokemon being carried by High Class as she made her way towards 13. Soon enough, even Birdface and Twinkle Beach decided to join the fray, with the latter blasting towards the range fighters. No. I had all this under control. Bakugo, take a rest. Togepi healed us up and we came to help and handle the rest from here. Birdface spoke, making him furious. Don't tell me what to do extra. I had everything under control and don't need your help. Bakugo roared out as he blasted forward in hunt for the remaining villains left. However, there wasn't anyone left to fight when he was done searching. Why now? I'm so dead. I could try another summon but don't want to unsummon Togepi or Hatina. Izuku thought seeing this was the worst-case scenario. As soon as he felt a spike of warmth return to his heart, he knew Joltik did its job or ran out of time. However, this meant he had a free slot open to summon, so he summoned anyone to help keep the villain at bay. Carp. His Pokemon Magikarp flopped as it glared at the villain, staring at it in surprise. Great, even the villain is shocked by my quirk. However, he didn't expect the next thing to happen ever in his life. It's a Pokemon. Kurogyri, look, it's a Pokemon. Do we have any Pokeballs? Wait, this isn't the game. The villain cheered, bouncing around as he started admiring his Pokemon happily. What? Was all Izuku could ask in this situation. It's a Magikarp. It looks so cool and useless that I want to squeeze it. The villain cheered as Izuku was sure this was a dream. You know my Pokemon? Izuku asked, wanting to buy time for rescue. Of course. I'm a fan of the franchise and have played all the games. The villain replied, kneeling in front of the fish as it flopped around. This is awkward. Izuku muttered to himself quietly as one moment the villain was overwhelming and next it seemed he was a child. I love training Magikarps. However, it isn't my favorite Pokemon. The villain spoke, poking the fish as he could tell Magikarp was equally confused and annoyed. Tamura, get a hold of yourself, we are in the middle of a raid. Kurojiri called out as the villain, now known as Tamura, glared at the man before speaking. The raid can wait. It's not every day you see a real Pokemon. Tamura spoke, glaring at the man. It's like a parent and child fighting. How about a compromise then? Take the kid, he seems to be the source of this creature. Kurojiri explained, making Izuku panic. I'm gonna get kidnapped because I can summon Pokemon. Brilliant idea, Kurojiri. Maybe I can chat with the kid, seeing he is useful as a trainer and tactician. Tamura smiled, turning towards him with joyful glee in his eyes. How about you don't kidnap me? Izuku asked worriedly as he started taking a few steps back. Nope. You have caught my interest, player 2, you should be honored. Tamura smiled as he walked closer towards him. Before he could get captured, a saving grace arrived just in time to save him from this fan. I am here. I am here. Staring at the broken entrance, Izuku smiled in awe at the sheer presence of the number 1 hero coming to rescue them. All Might. Izuku muttered in hope. All Might. Tamura growled, staring at the hero in annoyance. That's All Might? It's my first time seeing him in person. He looks so intimidating. Idiots, don't hesitate. If we kill that, we'll dash. A few of the villains that woke up were immediately taken out as the hero rushed past them, knocking every one of them unconscious. One moment he was next to Shigaraki, the next he was near Aizawa with All Might standing in front of him. Such speed, I never seen him go this fast. Take care of Aizawa, young Midoriya, I'll handle the rest from here. All Might spoke, turning towards the villains. Glad to see you got my message from Abra and Kodai? Izuku sighed in relief that she was fine and managed to get help. Izuku then noticed Shigaraki was on the ground, with his hand mask off. The Nomu creature was late on protecting him, but the leader was fine for recovering quickly. Seems All Might is holding back his punches. Have to warn him he can't do that to Nomu. Before he could get a word out, the villain started speaking up as he attached the hand to his face. You're late for the main game, hero, and I have to say I'm disappointed with that last punch. What are you talking about, young man? All Might growled, readying his fist. It means your moves are trash, symbol of peace. Shigaraki growled out, snapping his fingers. Graw! The Nomu screeched as it suddenly charged at All Might. Crap! Izuku thought, shielding Aizawa from the incoming blow. Smash! All Might shouted as he countered with his own punch. What followed was a shockwave of pressure that nearly knocked Magikarp away, but luckily Izuku caught it. I got you. Carp! The Pokemon called, watching the battle within his arms. Izuku witnessed All Might get knocked back a good meter before he stood his ground, holding his arm in pain. Crap, you pack a mean punch. Have to say, you can take a good punch too, hero, but with Nomu here, holding back is a death wish as it can take you on at 100%. Shigaraki taunted, standing next to the behemoth. That is quite annoying, but I will not be hindered. All Might spoke, getting into a brawling stance. All Might, he can take one of my smashes. So please add more power than you are planning. Izuku explained, picking up Aizawa and dragging him away from the villains. It is fine, Midoriya, I will not be defeated. All Might spoke, charging at Nomu and performing an X-attack. Graw! The Nomu screeched, as it started trying to swipe at the hero persistently. You're not doing enough damage, hero. Nomu has shock absorption, meaning all your attacks are useless. Shigaraki taunted. Thanks for the information, makes it a lot easier for me. All Might shouted as he started suplexing Nomu. The ground shaking from the sheer power of his espémen was enough for Izuku to look back. As the dust settled, all Izuku could feel was dread running up his spine. It can't be! The Nomu never hit the ground as it was carrying All Might, instead with its upper body popped out of a warp gate that opened right where All Might slammed its body down. Not even a single error in their plan. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep in the concrete? You won't be able to stop him like that, because Nomu is as strong as you are. Shigaraki spoke with the same amused tone, as the creature gripped the hero strongly enough to draw blood from his injury. They got his weak spot. That is a low trick, you villains. All Might grunted as he struggled to get out of Nomu's grip. Shigaraki scratched his neck as he growled out, "Kurogyri, finish this hero scum." Personally, I don't like having blood on me, but to a great man as yourself, then I will make an exception. Kurogyri replied, lowering All Might towards his portals. Crap. I need to get free. All Might muttered as he struggled further. I have to do something. Izuku thought, not wanting to see his mentor die. You are too powerful and fast for common villains to kill, but luckily submitting you was a simple solution. Shigaraki spoke as he watched with fascination of the hero nearly meeting his end. It can't wait to tear you apart. Kurogyri replied with All Might near his portals. I can't believe beating a boss will be this easy. Tamura chuckled, when he suddenly heard movement behind him. You forgot about your player too. Izuku called out in anger as he swung Magikarp and fish slapped Shigaraki towards the ground. Carp! The fish cheered happily as Izuku threw it towards Kurogyri. Tamura! Kurogyri replied in shock, unable to close the portal, as his face was also smacked by the fish. Did you seriously just smack me with a fish? Tamura growled as he got back up slowly. So what if I did? I wasn't gonna let you kill him. Izuku spoke up as he took a fighting stance similar to Ryolu's version of gunhead art. I have to be careful, one touch and I'm dead. You really are interesting, Green. What is your name? Shigaraki asked, smiling happily as he towered over him with amusement on his face. My name? Izuku glared at Tamura with pure determination and had a smile on his face when he spoke his name loud and clear. I am Dikairu, the hero that can do it. Shigaraki examined him for a moment before smirking as he cheered with his fist in the air. Dikairu, a worthy rival. Our battles will be legendary. Midoriya, take Aizawa and run. All Might roared out as his body was near the portal. Finish him off already. Tamura ordered. No. Izuku yelled out, charging forward and attempting to punch Tamura out and rescue All Might. Nice try, Dikairu. Tamura sidestepped, catching Izuku's arm and planting a hand on his neck, keeping a pinky up. Carp! Magikarp called, trying to find some way to help. Being shoved on the floor, Izuku gasped for air as Tamura pinned him on the floor, lifting his face up. You are too slow to handle me. Now being forced to face All Might, Izuku watched in horror as All Might's legs were now in the portal, as the gateway started closing. No! Bear witness, Dikairu, the fall of the symbol of peace. Tamura spoke happily. The portal was about to squeeze All Might as his mentor stared at him and gave a soft smile. I believe in you, my boy. Izuku felt so emotional as the only person who helped him and told him he could do it was about to die. Taking a deep breath, he gave a final shout of plea towards his hero to not give up. All Might. Suddenly a bright flash of light pierced through the Nomu's arm, severing it as the glow started taking form. Standing on the other side of a now freed All Might, Izuku noticed the glow had the form of a Magikarp as it started growing bigger. Magikarp? Is this what I think it is? Shigaraki asked as he and Izuku stared in awe, as the Pokémon started growing massively. Towering up to a height of nearly 20 feet, the glowing Pokémon started taking form as it unleashed a burst of power, finally revealing itself. What was once a small red fish was now a massive blue serpent that had a long body covered with slight overlapping scales, and a dark blue crowned crest, as it radiated power. Gyarados! Izuku muttered in awe. Opening its blood-red eyes, everyone immediately felt intimidated by its very gaze, making Shigaraki let go of Izuku in fear of angering it. Roar! The Pokemon roared as it glared at everyone within its range. Don't draw attention or we all die. Shigaraki whispered towards everyone as they all nodded slowly. Even All Might was freaked out and didn't know what to make of Midoriya's Pokemon suddenly growing. A random villain woke up groggy from his earlier beatdown with Eraserhead and spotted the massive Pokemon towering above everything. Ah! Ruhar! The Gyarados roared as it started charging towards the no-name villain, tackling him against a tree. Sheet! Nomu! Shigaraki called out, staring at his abomination as it went towards his side, regenerating its missing arm. Taking this chance, Izuku crawled away from the leader and went towards Aizawa's side. I can't believe it, my Pokemon evolved. Roar! The Pokemon yelled out as it suddenly spotted Tamura's group and slithered towards them quickly in rage. Is it gonna kill them? A new shield. Tamura ordered out in fear as the blue atrocity was suddenly halted by the abomination holding it in place barely. All Might, finally snapping out of his stupor, suddenly rushed towards the Pokemon's aid and smashed the Nomu's side, making it falter its attempt at stopping Gyarados. Now pushing Nomu back, Gyarados stood tall and opened its mouth, releasing a piercing scream. Roar! The Pokemon yelled out as its fangs suddenly glowed with energy and chomped down on the Nomu's arm again. Graw! The abomination screamed in anger and probably pain as its arm was torn apart from its body again. Think I'm gonna be sick? All Might muttered as he watched the Pokemon toss away the limb as if it was a chew toy. And you stop it! Shigaraki ordered, backing away from the battle in fear. Before Gyarados had a chance to bite its other limb off, Nomu planted a foot on the bottom jaw of the beast, using its arm to hold off the top from biting down on it. Sorry, Sensei, but I need you to hang a bit longer. Izuku muttered, carrying his teacher up the stairs slowly to avoid further injuries. I don't know if it relies on instinct or something else for its rage, but I have to trust Gyarados to hold back the Nomu and help All Might. Izuku thought, nearing the entrance to the USJ. Ruhar! The Pokemon roared as it tackled the Nomu against the ground. Such power! How is it on par with All Might? Kurogiri muttered as he teleported next to Tamura. It isn't, it's just naturally strong. And you knock it out. Tamura growled out as he didn't want to be dinner, but examined the Pokemon further. Usually they have water moves, but why isn't it using any? Recovery quickly, Nomu started upping its power output as he noticed it still wasn't at full power than what Sensei displayed. What is going on? Getting pushed back, Gyarados struggled to find an opportunity to bite down on the monster. However, a voice spoke as air pressure suddenly knocked back the abomination. I am still in this fight. Graw! The Nomu roared as it swiped at All Might but found its limb torn off again, saving the hero. Gir! The Pokemon growled, glaring at the Nomu with hatred, spitting the limb off its mouth. 2 bosses against 1. That isn't fair. Tamura growled, watching Nomu get repeatedly knocked back by All Might or having its limbs torn off by Gyarados. Not fair? Life isn't fair, as it is a hero's job to counteract that unfairness. A voice spoke, making Tamura turn to spot a familiar green-haired child aiming a gun at him. You! Tamura growled, not sure how to handle the child, as he knew this whole mess was quickly becoming a losing battle. How did he get back so quickly? I thought he ran away. I just dropped my teacher off. I was not gonna leave All Might to fight alone. Dekairu spoke before suddenly. Bang! Izuku quickly fired a shot. Tamura was lucky to dodge it barely. However, he noticed a new Pokemon besides the student. Shinx! The Pokemon growled as it suddenly charged at him with an electric-covered body. Sheet! Tamura panicked, trying to dodge the attack, but a jolt of electricity suddenly went through his body. Ah! The villain screamed as he knelt down in pain, glaring at Dekairu standing above him with Shinx by his side. I got outplayed by my own rival. He is amazing. Suddenly, a ground-shaking quake drew both their attention as they spotted All Might putting his back into his punches, pummeling Nomu. You may have had plans for me, villains, but you underestimated my student. All Might spoke as he repeatedly punched the Nomu, quickly filling in with my powerful blows. How? How are you two beating it? Nomu has shock absorption and regeneration. Tamura called out in rage. You said shock absorption, not nullification. All Might grunted, uppercutting the creature again as Gyarados tore off its arm to keep it from swiping. That means there's a limit. All Might spoke, punching the Nomu again as it was now obvious the blows were making massive impacts on the creature. Roar! Gyarados roared as it bit down on the Nomu's arm before swinging it upwards. With the Nomu now midair, All Might appeared above the creature and smashed it back to Earth, forming a massive crater. This was supposed to handle me at 100%? You forget helping hands increases the percentage. As everyone goes beyond. All Might preached, rocketing underneath the Nomu. Plus Ultra. With tremendous power, All Might unleashed a devastating blow as he sent Gnome smashing through the dome of the U as it blasted off again. Roar! Gyarados cheered in victory with All Might below giving a triumphant smile. You shouldn't have won. This was supposed to be my raid mission. How did you win? Tamura growled out, glaring at the hero. Bang! Suddenly he felt a jolt of toxic electricity pulse through his body, as he turned around to stare at Deku, lowering his tranq gun before speaking. You just played the wrong game, villain. Welcome to my world. Izuku answered, petting his Shinx. And what world is that? Tamura growled as he could see Kurogiri started to wrap him in mist and teleport him away. Welcome to my Pokemon world. With the two leaders of the League of Villains escaping, Izuku took a deep breath and lowered his tranquilizer, trying to calm his nerves. Shinx. The Pokemon he summoned ran up to him in worry. I don't know if Togepi or Hatena returned or why, but glad they gave me a final slot to summon. I'm going to be fine, Shinx, just need a moment. Izuku explained, turning towards his mentor. You did a fine job, my boy. Now before I go, help the others. Where are they? All Might asked, holding his wound in pain. I don't want him to leave with that wound, but the others may still be in trouble if that's why they returned. They are in the mountain zone. Last I saw they had reinforcements arrive. Izuku explained, lifting up his Pokemon and walking towards his mentor. That's good, head towards Izawa and Wadash. Before All Might could finish, he was tackled by a giant blue serpent, knocking him against the tree. All Might! Izuku yelled out as he stared at his mentor, shrugging off the hit. Ruhar! The newly evolved Gyarados roared out, glaring at the hero. Gyarados! Calm down, why are you attacking him? Izuku called out in anger and worry. Ruhar! The Pokemon suddenly charged again towards the hero, but was intercepted. Shinx! The blue and black-furred Pokemon howled as it used Spark, electrocuting the giant fish Pokemon. Roar! Gyarados roared in pain as it glared at the small Pokemon. Before he could attack again, Izuku rushed in front of Shinx, with his arm out in hopes to protect and calm the raging atrocity. Stop this, Gyarados. Tell me, why are you attacking everyone, or return now? Grr! The Pokemon didn't answer him, as it huffed and started slinking away from the boy. Still don't know how most of my Pokemon refused to return. Gyarados! Izuku called out for a moment. Growling! The Pokemon ignored him as it went towards the lake and started bathing in it for relaxation and washing some blood from the Nomu off. Midoriya, are you okay? All Might asked, rushing towards him. I'm fine, just confused why he attacked you. Izuku explained, watching the Pokemon glare at All Might. I have no idea, my boy, but luckily it seems to have calmed down. All Might spoke, placing a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Did you do something to make him mad? Izuku asked worriedly. No idea, but we have to do something about this later. I still have a job to do. All Might informed as he started making his way towards the mountain zone. Staring at the Pokemon, Gyarados played in the water, making Izuku smile softly despite the recent problems. My Pokemon can evolve, we can grow stronger together. Walking with Shinx towards the front entrance, Izuku made his way towards the unconscious Izawa next to the door. Looking out, he could see the remaining heroes arriving just in time. Just hold on, Izawa, help is coming. Izuku yawned as with the adrenaline from battle gone the effects started coming. His headache and fatigue started taking over, making him sit next to his teacher for some form of relaxation, as he leaned on him for comfort with Shinx guarding them. This headache is unbearable, but the pain was worth the risk of protecting everyone. Being teleported into an empty bar, Tamura withered in pain as the toxic started getting worse. Ouch, this stings like a effing beach. What happened, my young apprentice? A dark aura spoke, from an old TV that had voice only written on it. I was shot by a poison dart, and Nomu was defeated. Tamura growled, getting off the floor and sitting on the stool. That is a shame, and the doctor will not be pleased to hear that. The voice spoke in annoyance. Want me to get the doctor, or do you need some quick pain meds? Kurogyri asked, lowering his mist to reveal a bartender's suit, with armor around his neck. Gore, pain meds please. The antibiotics kind. Tamura growled out, scratching his neck. Why do you say that, Tamura? The TW voice asked. Deku used it against me, and since he didn't seem worried, guessing this stuff is non-lethal. Still FNG hurts though. Tamura growled, taking a glass of water and medication that Kurogyri teleported in front of him. Deku? The voice asked, interested. Everything went according to plan, from kids being cornered to Nomu almost killing All Might. That was until Deku leveled up and beat me. Tamura spoke while drinking his medicine. This Deku must be an interesting hero if he was able to stop your plans. The voice hummed in interest. Deku isn't a hero, at least not yet. Kurogyri replied, mending his own wounds. Excuse me? The voice asked in confusion. Deku is a green-haired kid, and my only worthy rival that I want to keep alive. Tamura smiled, feeling the pain wash away instantly, seeing he was right. So antibiotics count as antidotes, better stock up on those next time. Wait, why do you wish to keep this child alive? This is strange for you, as you never took an interest in anyone, let alone declare them as a rival. The voice asked, clearly interested in Tamura's reasoning. He is an interesting tactician, annoying as hell, and a Pokemon trainer. Tamura smiled, finishing his water and stretching. Wait, Pokemon trainer? The voice asked in confusion. Yep, I want his quirk if possible. His Gyarados shredded Nomu apart easily. Tamura replied, shuddering from the brutality of the atrocity Pokemon. That is interesting, never thought I would see a day a Pokemon will become real. The voice praised. Which reminds me, I have a personal request for the doctor, and want it done before my next mission. Send him to my room, as I will give him a detailed list later. Tamura ordered, making the T.V voice interested further. But, as you know, my doctor is too busy with his current side project. The TW voice asked. This will benefit his side project, trust me. Even then he has proven himself useful to you, but not to me. Let me test if his skills are up to my standards. Tamura replied, having a true sadistic smile on his face. Spoken like a true king, Tamura, as this battle has affected you in a positive light despite the loss. Very well, I will give him 2 months to make his work useful towards your standards. His teacher informed in a hopeful manner. Thanks, sensei, I also want your broker's information. He would be wise to hear my proposal. Tamura spoke while eating a small meal Kurogyri provided him. Really? What do you have to ask towards my best broker in the underground? His sensei asked in interest. Isn't it obvious? I want to recruit the best of the best for a future plan. I don't need just grunts, I need admins that will stay by my side. Tamura declared, eating his meal. I see you want quality allies then, and what else are you hoping for? His sensei asked. I want to ask this broker for a bounty hunter, if I am to supply my new doctor. Tamura chuckled menacingly as he finished his meal. Are you going to tell me any of your plans? His sensei asked, making him very curious. And ruin the fun of a surprise? No, let me prove that I have what it takes to be your successor. Tamura declared, looking at the T.V standing proudly. I want to be more than the symbol of destruction, I want to be the best villain. I couldn't have picked a better successor, very well. Show me what it is to be the best villain, spread despair across the world. Sensei praised with proud excitement. I will, Sensei, and hope Deku is ready for a rematch. Tamura smiled in happiness. Getting off his seat and walking away, his sensei spoke up in confusion. Where are you going? To my room and study Pokemon for a bit. If I want a chance to be the best, I need to beat Deku and all the other heroes. I need to start playing a different game than MMOs. I need to learn how to adapt and win. Tamura spoke happily, walking away. Now with Tamura away, the T.V hummed in interest as he muttered to himself. Deku, you have made the worst mistake for society, and I thank you for this wonderful gift. Hearing the soft sound of a rhythmic beep, Izuku opened his eyes to find a familiar place again. I should really get Recovery Girl a gift basket if training is gonna send me here every day. While I would like a gift basket, I will let today slide for the unfortunate events you all went through yesterday. Spoke a familiar female voice. Recovery Girl? Izuku asked, rubbing his eyes softly. Yes, Sonny, and don't move too much, just wait a bit and let me order you some food and juice from lunch rush later after your meeting. Recovery Girl spoke as Izuku turned his head, seeing her make a call real quick. What happened? Izuku asked himself as his mind was hazy for a moment. Many things, but take your time and ease yourself, young Midoriya. A different voice spoke, making him look around, spotting All Might in his small form. All Might? Izuku called out in confusion. Hello, champ, glad to see you awake. All Might said, grinning happily at him. All Might, what happened and why are you her? Izuku didn't get to finish as he saw All Might's upper body bandaged up as some dried blood was shown above his injury. Suddenly the events of the USJ caught up to him, and he instantly sprang from his bed and spoke. What happened at the USJ, and is everyone okay? Calm down, young man, as I will answer your questions since I knew you were gonna ask that. All Might chuckled, pushing Midoriya back on his pillow softly. I can sit up, All Might, I'm not injured. Izuku muttered, choosing instead to sit up against the bed instead. However, he was instantly hit in the ankle by a giant syringe staff, making him recoil in pain. That hurts. Oh, look, an injury, now sit back down. Recovery Girl growled in annoyance as she instantly applied pain ointment on his ankle. Aren't you supposed to be a hero and help me? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow at the heroine. Yes, I'm being the best hero and knocking some sense into you. Recovery Girl chuckled, handing him a few gummies. Very funny, but seriously, how is everyone? Izuku asked, looking at a sheepish All Might. Everyone is okay, young Midoriya, it was nothing Chio couldn't fix. All Might explained, easing some of his worries, but he wasn't fully buying it. Are you sure? 13 and Aizawa had it both bad and some of my classmates were knocked out if I remember correctly. Izuku explained, making his mentor sigh from delivering the news before Recovery Girl spoke on his behalf. Well, Aizawa and 13 are still in the hospital, but I believe they should make a full recovery soon. Also, no, I will not tell you their injuries since that is their business. Recovery Girl explained, making Izuku feel better, but the guilt of him not doing anything sooner still ate at him. I could have prevented more injuries sooner if I was better. Thanks, but what happened while I was out? Izuku asked nervously. We were lucky the heroes found Aizawa at the entrance with you unconscious next to him. I take it that you had quirk exhaustion and that you passed out due to a severe headache if what your quirk entry says is true. Recovery Girl explained, handing him a small water and a pain relief. Thanks, and yes, it is true. I don't know why, but I can only summon 6 times a day, with them being out longer taking a bigger toll on me. Can never increase the number, but the time limit and headache is still something I'm working on. Izuku explained as he drank the reliever and started eating his gummies. I see, that would explain the fatigue. Also, I took the time to heal up your broken fingers if you were wondering about your own injuries. Recovery Girl stated as she moved on to her computer. Thank you. Also, how are my classmates still? Izuku asked, turning towards All Might. They are all fine. Your Pokemon Togepi was a fantastic help as everyone was able to wake up and support your class mid-fight. Also, from what I heard, even Hatina took the time to heal 13 a bit, assisting Togepi, so both of them saved her from critical condition. All Might explained, making Izuku smile softly. He knew Togepi was a good healer with a kind heart, but Hatina was a nice surprise. It actually proved his kids all have a good heart inside of them despite their cold behavior. Thanks for telling me and dash. Before he could finish, the door to the infirmary opened to reveal a man in a trench coat with a white animal in a tux on his shoulder. Excuse me, and sorry to intrude, but I wanted to see if Midoriya was awake. The trench coat man spoke walking in the room. Of course he is awake, so I win the bet, detective. Looks like you owe me a block of cheddar cheese. The animal chuckled softly. I could just lock you away and no one will know. The man sighed happily with a smile on his face. Oh please, we all know I could escape from any prison. The animal laughed as it climbed down the man. Naomasa and Nezu-sir, what a pleasant surprise. All Might spoke, turning towards his allies. Yes, that could be me. Am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? But my real identity is... I'm the P-dash. Before he could answer, a different voice spoke up, interrupting him. The principal. Izuku yelled out in excitement, watching Nezu's favorite introduction in real life. I see I have a fan. This is truly wonderful, and you must be All Might's successor, Izuku Midoriya. Nezu smiled, walking up to Midoriya with his hand in the air. Yes, that would be me, sir, and do they all know All Might? I kinda assumed only Recovery Girl knew. Izuku asked worriedly, glancing at the man and principal. Sorry for not telling you, my boy, but these two are trustworthy. Nezu just knew already because he knows nearly everything, and Naomasa kind of figured me out. All Might chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Kind of figured you out? You ditched my first meeting multiple times to go be a hero, while bringing back a cat and a messed up hero suit. The detective scoffed, having a small smile on his face. To be fair, I didn't expect a giant robot to. All Might chuckled out. Even then, it is only us in this room, Midoriya, besides two others that are not part of our staff. Nezu explained, making Midoriya curious who the other two were. All right, and you needed me for something, sir? Izuku asked, looking at the detective. Yes, as I am Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, and I would like to ask you some questions regarding the USJ incident. Will that be okay? Naomasa asked, making Izuku feel better that someone close to All Might would investigate the League of Villains. Of course, sir. What would you like to ask first? Izuku asked, wanting to assist the detective. Many students pointed out you were the one to help notice the villains and deduce their plans first. How? Asked the detective, starting from the beginning. Well, it wasn't me actually, as my Pokemon Joltik figured it out first. I just understood its worry and wanted everyone on alert. Izuku explained, being grateful for his Pokemon's help. Pokemon? Naomasa asked, raising an eyebrow. My quirk, it summons creatures from an old media a long time ago that have a mind of their own. Izuku explained towards the detective. Very interesting quirk, and how did this Joltik know where the jammer was? When we asked around, they kids said that this creature was responsible for defeating him. Naomasa asked curiously. Probably has something to do with electricity, as Joltik is also an electric type. Also, it isn't big at all, so it would go by unnoticed. Izuku explained. Maybe I can set up some other exercises for it to have easier time tracking electric users. Good. Moving forward, when the bus was falling, you were the only one to act and save everyone's lives with a reckless plan. How? Naomasa asked, writing down many things on his notepad. I didn't want anyone to die, and everything was moving so fast. When I saw my friend Uraraka, I knew she was our only chance without any deaths. Izuku explained, looking down and wondering if she was okay. Even then, you caused several injuries, however that plan wasn't done yet from what I heard. Naomasa asked curiously. Yeah, I blasted a hole for us to slow down the crash and just took a chance with calling out one Pokemon specifically. I don't know how, but Stufful listened to me when I summoned it, and our chances of surviving increased. Izuku explained as he felt sick as he realized it was all luck that they survived. I should be in trouble for putting everything on chance. I wasn't a hero at all. Don't worry about consequences, young man, as while it was reckless, it was a decent plan. Even then, that is why we as teachers are here to help nurture you all so everyone can have a plan with little chances of death. Nezu spoke, making Izuku feel slightly better from the praise and support he got from the principal. Thanks and sorry for muttering. Izuku chuckled weakly. No worries, young man, but moving on, I will just ask why you came up with the plan during the bus defense? Naomasa asked curiously. I was scared of the unconscious and injured, not safe at all as we were basically being surrounded. We couldn't move them all away safely, so we needed to defend them and work on their injuries, so I was prioritizing slowing down the enemy and healing with Togepi. Izuku explained, feeling bad about how little they succeed, as if it wasn't for 13 they would have been overwhelmed. Got it, and it was a good plan, but not everyone was experienced with dealing with threats. Also, we got a call from Kodai after she called All Might, and I wanted to know how she got at your house and why. Naomasa asked, already hearing this side of the story but wanted to make sure. Sorry, All Might, about her calling you randomly, but she was the closest person next to me when I summoned Abra, as it could teleport anyone to a waypoint we set up together. Also, I trusted her enough to not spill our connections to everyone since she was one of my first friends. Izuku explained, as he didn't regret sending Kodai away from the fight to get help. Why didn't you go, young man? Nedzu asked with a glint in his eyes. I couldn't just leave anyone while they were about to fight for their lives, as I also had an option to help with whatever I summon, like Hatina and Togepi. Izuku explained, making Nedzu smile, along with All Might for not leaving his classmates to die. As for the last few questions, what can you tell us about Shigaraki and Kurogyri? From a few students, it seemed Shigaraki was very interested in Midoriya. Naomasa asked, paying extra attention to the boy. I don't understand why he was interested in me at first, as he said he wanted to thank me for some opportunity before he killed me, but all that changed. Izuku shuddered, remembering that encounter very well. Changed as in how? Naomasa asked nervously, seeing the boy shudder. When I first summoned my Pokemon, he recognized Magikarp. He switched from a real threat to a child, and it was weird. I'm guessing he loves Pokemon, as he didn't want to kill me anymore because of it and wanted to kidnap me instead. Izuku explained, feeling a bit of confusion about his supposed rival, as Shigaraki stated. Writing down the last bit of information, Naomasa looked up from his pad and smiled softly. Thank you for this information, and if you want, I could set up protection around your house for a few days if you're scared of getting kidnapped, young man. I appreciate it, as I don't want my mom involved in this situation too. Also, since you know All Might, can I ask for a card or number in case I need your help if it involves trouble with One for All or the League? Izuku asked nervously, as he wanted to stay in touch if something ever happened. I don't see why not, young man. You need as much help as you can get when you go pro. Naomasa grinned happily as he handed him his personal card. Thank you, detective, I won't let you down. Izuku bowed, feeling better with this arrangement. I have a bad feeling this won't be the end of the League of Villains. I know you won't, champ, but please don't spam me with dog pics like your mentor here. Naomasa chuckled as he walked away, leaving an embarrassed hero. Naomasa isn't one to crack jokes rarely, so I believe he trusts you a lot, young Midoriya. All Might chuckled, trying to change the subject from ever happening. Or he just has a soft spot with children. Recovery Girl shrugged, still working on her computer. What happens now? Izuku asked, looking at his mentor and the principal. We would be taking this time to upgrade all security and some press releases, but you all should take some rest and check with Hound Dog if you need therapy. Nedzu suggested, making Izuku feel anxious about seeing a therapist. Can I visit Aizawa and 13? I want to see for myself if they are okay. Izuku asked, looking at the principal. That's a very thoughtful idea, young man, and I will see if they are comfortable with it. Also, I would like to ask you something, young Midoriya? Nedzu asked, having a small smile on his face. Yes, Nedzu, sir? Izuku asked, wondering what the principal was thinking. To his shock, the principal seemed embarrassed as he scratched his cheek and pulled out a handheld console from his tuxedo. Would you mind if we played some Pokemon after school? I have no friends who like to play with me. You were late for class that we almost died at because you wanted to give me a bike voucher? Izuku asked, bringing both hands to his face, pinching his nose. And some nostalgic high-tech earbuds. All Might grinned nervously as he handed him the small gift bag. You are so lucky we are in front of the gates, and away from staff as if they heard that reason, you will probably not see daylight again. Izuku sighed while taking the gift bag. Yeah, I should really pick my timing better, huh? All Might chuckled weakly. We were gonna meet again next week. Izuku explained in a deadpanning emotion. Sorry, young Midoriya, I'll try and be a better teacher and mentor, but even then I am way out of my league when it comes to teaching you all. All Might sighed as he kicked a small rock away softly. I won't fault you entirely since you didn't know about the attack, and if you want to be better then try and actually get a teaching license. Izuku suggested, making the man pale. That could be a long time, young Midoriya, before I could get one. All Might spoke, turning towards the school and shuddering. You just don't want to go to school again, do you? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow at the hero. I mean, sort of, but I'm not exactly the brightest and focused mind. All Might chuckled weakly. Tell that to my still scorched hero suit in the workshop still. But you are dedicated, sir, otherwise you would have given up on me when I collapsed multiple times during the beach. Izuku brought up, making All Might surprised from his pupil's words. That was all, you young Midoriya, and besides I still have hero work I'm still busy with. All Might interjected, making Izuku stare at him as if he was an idiot. He is busy? I have a job, school, and still training, yet I still have time to spare. You have a few hours, All Might. That's not a lot of time for you to work, sir. You basically have 20 hours a day to do something else with your life. What will you do when you finally retire? Izuku asked, making All Might cringe for a moment as he hated the idea of retirement. I don't know anymore. All Might sighed, not thinking he had a future anymore. All Might, I think it would be best if you take this weekend to think about your future instead of mine. Because I don't want to see the only person who believes in me struggle anymore, and I'm sure you will be an excellent teacher, Arceus, even a professor or principal if you tried hard enough. Izuku explained, giving his mentor a small hug before he started walking away. Watching his successor leave, All Might smiled at the boy for making him feel cared for again. He wants a bright future for everyone. Walking away, All Might muttered to himself as he looked up at a high school. I'll think about it, I promise. I wonder if this is too much? Izuku thought as he was walking home from the school's nursery with his new presents in hand. I appreciate the gifts, but I could have received it during our next meeting, and even then I don't need one of them. Izuku thought, remembering how that conversation went. Why would All Might give me a bike voucher when I run and walk everywhere? Izuku muttered to himself, checking the price on it. 100,000 yen. Izuku yelled out in his head. I don't deserve this, but I need to do something with this voucher, maybe I'll save it for later. Izuku muttered to himself, seeing this voucher never had an expiration date. Stuffing it in his gift bag, Izuku took out his second gift and started reading to himself. Nostalgic high-tech. Earbuds, listen to all themes or songs in the pre-Quirk era times. Comes equipped with 3 million songs. Thanks to iIsland's large media network. They were a new product that many people were hoping to buy, but the demand for these earbuds were slow. How did All Might even get these? Checking the price, Izuku nearly fainted again, but he knew this was worth the price. 50,000 yen, basically half the price for the bike voucher. I don't know if All Might got scammed or not. Opening the package, Izuku connected the earbuds into his ears and adjusted them into the appropriate settings. Weird, I can't hear the outside, well, but can hear people's voices clearly. Wonder what music I can find again. Typing in a random letter, Izuku was surprised by the sheer amount of options. Maybe I should just stick to something I know. Search, Pokemon. He didn't know why, but he wanted to test how nostalgic is the music, as the Pokemon genre was during the pre-Quirk era events. He was still surprised to see many options. Wanting to test the first one, he pressed play, still walking to the hospital. I want to be the very best. Like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. He was surprised at how great this song was for being old times, with clean music on top of it. Did they seriously rework the song themselves to make it clear? I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Picking up speed, Izuku decided to go for a light jog, matching his pace with the music, imagining a field with his Pokemon following him. Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon. Dodging many pedestrians, Izuku couldn't help keep the smile on his face from hearing the full potential of this song. Better than all those lost tapes I found, or even the scratched-up discs. Oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Looking into the horizon, Izuku admired the scenery of a sunset illuminating his home. Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. A heart so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. With the song ending, Izuku took a deep breath and searched his surroundings, and to his surprise he made it to the hospital Nedzu told him the address to. I must have been really into the music to not notice I arrived early. Taking off his earbuds, Izuku set them away, and made his way inside. Wonder how 13 and Aizawa are? Greetings Midoriya, glad to see you are well. Spoke a woman, with dark short hair covered in bangs and Saturn eyes. She was bandaged heavily from all sides as her body from her stomach all the way to her B. So glad they covered her up. Glad to see you are alive, 213. Izuku sighed looking at her bright smile, even though he was still guilty about her state. Aren't you a cutie, and sorry for being in this state in front of you but I can't wear my famous suit yet. 13 chuckled trying to lighten up the mood. It's fine, as I should say sorry for putting you in danger and not helping out as much as I could. Izuku explained letting a few tears loose. No need Midoriya, and remember, I agreed to your plan too. We were just trying to help each other as best as we could do. 13 stated as she stared into his eyes, still giving him a soft smile. Still, I just wish I could have done more and dash. Izuku didn't get to finish as 13 interrupted him. We all wish we could have done more, and I mean look at me, I always want to do more but I can't. Yes it is frustrating but I learned long ago that I have limits, and boundaries I don't cross. 13 stated making Izuku curious. What do you mean boundaries? Izuku asked, interested in his favorite rescue hero's story. She never reveals anything about herself, and even now she isn't revealing her name to me. Remember my speech at the USJ? 13 asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, about how quirks are dangerous and could kill if used wrongly. Izuku stated. Or if used purposely, and that was a boundary I was willing to cross at the USJ to protect you all. 13 stated as she laid back down staring at the ceiling. You were really planning to kill Shigaraki and his men? Izuku asked in disbelief. Not at first, but they were calling my bluffs and threatened you all. It is a rare moment that happens in a hero's life eventually, and I wanted to teach you all about that someday, but now is as good a time as any. 13 shrugged, still staring at the ceiling. But don't you want to stay clean and not spill any blood? Izuku asked nervously. Of course I do, but have you ever wondered why I gave that speech Midoriya? 13 asked, raising an eyebrow at the thinking child. You already killed before, haven't you? Izuku asked looking at his favorite hero in a new light. Yes, while I won't tell you the story, it was the reason I became a rescue hero. If I was a combat hero instead then there would have been a large body count and I don't deserve to call myself a hero if I resorted to killing villains in nearly every fight. 13 explained making Izuku have a whole new respect for his favorite hero. She actually cares about lives and is regretting her actions. Why are you telling me this 13? Izuku asked, wondering what point she was trying to get across. I saw you and your creatures, Midoriya, and I know you have a good heart. You could make an excellent rescue hero, but I want you to pursue more than just rescue. Don't get stuck in a one-option situation like me, and work hard to be adaptable in combat to defend yourself and others. Just don't forget that rescuing is also part of being a hero. 13 stated as she reached out and ruffled Midoriya's hair with a soft smile on her face. Thank you ma'am, I won't let you down. Izuku smiled brightly in her direction. I will be the best hero for combat and rescue. Even more if I have to. Oh, I forgot to mention I'm gender fluid, so just call me 13 but you can still call me a girl. Sorry if it's weird Midoriya, but some days I just see myself as male, while most days I feel like I'm female. 13 chuckled, scratching her cheek and looking away in embarrassment. Oh, that's why she showed up at the parade one year and visited Present Mike's radio show during that one controversy. That's fine, I understand and don't see you any differently. Sorry for making assumptions, as I finally got to see you without the mask. Izuku chuckled, staring away from her face in equal embarrassment. It is fine, as I said it is rare, but I like to feel like a boy once in a while, preferably when I don't get cramps. 13 chuckled weakly. Cramps? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Ask Midnight, I'm not corrupting you. Don't I see enough of you at school, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, glaring at him as he was wrapped in bandages. Why is he covered like a mummy? I mean sort of, but even then I wanted to see if you were okay myself. Sorry if it seems childish, but I do care for you all. Izuku explained as he bowed towards his teacher in an apologetic approach. I understand, what Noma did to me was really frightening, but I survived and expected to make a full recovery in a month. Though I have to retrain my quirk for the time limit has shortened. Aizawa shrugged as he stared at Izuku as if this was normal. Probably is normal? Still, I wish I could have helped you sooner, and maybe I could have done something differently to make Izuku didn't get to finish as Aizawa interrupted him. Stop, Midoriya, that has already passed, and even then this was what we all agreed to when we were assigned to be heroes. I didn't regret jumping into the fray then, and still don't have regrets now, I'm just glad you all are safe. Aizawa spoke, making Izuku tear up and smile at the hero. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. You may hear this a lot, but to me you are a real hero and I couldn't have asked for a better teacher. Izuku bowed, feeling grateful for the man. I appreciate the thanks, and I have a request, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, still staring at him. Yes. Izuku asked, tilting his head. Please bring me a cold coffee from a random cafe down the street. These nurses are a pain and Mike is too busy. I need my drink, also a jelly pouch if possible. I will pay you back. Aizawa explained with a serious face still glaring at him, but Izuku could see his pleading eyes. He is like a cat. Chuckling softly, Izuku looked up at his teacher and smiled. Will do, and I'll be a good student and throw in some shredded chocolate and whipped cream on the house. You can do that? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, see ya? Izuku called out as he walked away. So glad he chose someplace I work. I will make him and 13 the best coffee ever. Cleaning the house was always a chore for Izuku as his Pokemon always trashed it within minutes of being summoned, which was normal for the Midoriyas. However, if someone was visiting, Izuku himself put himself into overdrive so as to not embarrass his mother. Don't want people judging my mom and thinking she raised a slob, even though this mess belongs to my kids. Izuku thought as he was scrubbing the stains from countless messes. Izuku honey, take a break please. His mother pleaded as she watched her son hanging from the ceiling fan. He scrubbed the juice stains from the ceiling by Bouncesweet's apple juice accident. I can't, Mom. I need to prepare for Kodai's visit. Izuku spoke out, falling from the ceiling fan. Honey, she already saw the place, and it wasn't that bad. Inko informed him. Still, isn't she bringing someone else? Izuku asked worriedly. She said she was bringing a family member over. His mother explained. Then I have to make everything spotless. Izuku explained, grabbing a new mop bucket. Knock knock. Coming. Izuku yelled out in panic as he shoved the cleaning supplies in the closet, along with the mop bucket. I'll fix that later. Rushing towards the door, Izuku opened it up to find not Kodai, but a strange young man glaring at them. Are you the Midoriyas? He was a slim, tired-looking young man with pallid skin. His droopy eyes are cerulean-colored and he wears blue-gray eyeshadow around them. He has long, spiky, black hair with white patterns, probably dye, that covers one side of his face and is tied into a ponytail. He wore a long white jacket with black and purple undershirt, with punk-looking jean pants and shoes with matching accessories like bands and a choker necklace. Imagine Piers from Pokemon with one ponytail and jeans with less Team Yell symbols. Yes, I'm Midoriya, and you are? Izuku asked nervously, wondering if this was someone related to Kodai. They have the same eye color. I'm Karma Kodai, and I have a few words I would like to say to you, Green. Karma spoke, leaning over him. What would you like to say? Izuku asked worriedly, wondering if he did something wrong. Place a hand on his shoulders. Karma fixed him a hard glare as he smirked before speaking. You are a crazy man, and I respect the hell out of you for not ditching and leaving my sis to die. What? Izuku asked, tilting his head in confusion. Lay off him, Karma, he is squishy. A female voice spoke as Izuku turned his head and spotted Yui in casual clothing. She wore a pink turtle necklace and small black skirt, and had a small frown as she glared at Karma. Is he Kodai's dad? Uncle? Brother? I'm just saying how I see it. He is crazy and I owe him one for sending you to safety when he could have just ditched you all. Karma spoke, looking back at Yui, giving her a soft smile. Oh, no need to thank me. I just did what I thought was best, and Kodai is one of my best friends, so of course I'll save her too. Izuku explained, getting a soft glare from Karma. Is he glaring at me? Or is that just his neutral expression? Still, that was my sister, and I couldn't live with myself if the only family I had left disappeared while she hadn't started her dream yet. Karma explained, giving him a smirk as he patted the boy's shoulder. While I wish I could have stayed mad because you sent me away instead of helping you all, I'll let it slide since my brother gave me an earful on how I was the one who saved you all by calling for backup. Kodai spoke, not looking at him directly. That is true. Why, I'll say you saved her, Izuku. She was equally busy with trying to save you all. A sudden voice spoke up. Mom. Izuku replied, turning around quickly to spot his mother carrying a tray of tea. Want to invite our guest in for tea? Inko asked, smiling softly. Oh sure, come on in, and make yourself at home. Izuku replied, walking towards the couch with the Kodais following him. I appreciate the hospitality, and I have to say that we won't be staying that long, as we have a concert to attend to in another city. Karma explained as he sat on the couch enjoying it. Oh, you play both like music? Inko asked, starting the conversation. Yes, but I play at concerts more than listen to them. I just like the thrill of a good beat. Karma explained, drinking his tea. I like listening to music more than playing. However, if he needs a hand, I'll support my brother. Yui replied, giving off a soft smile. That's awesome. I wonder if I can join you on one of these concerts one day. Izuku said, making Yui blush, and Karma grinned. Why the hell not? I am always interested in people spreading their wings. I say come along in a few weeks, I can show you one of my performances. Karma grinned as he took another sip of his tea. Are you sure? Izuku asked nervously. Of course I'm sure, just think of it as my gift to you for saving my sister. Karma explained, making Izuku feel slightly excited. That would be wonderful, Karma. I'm sure Izuku will have a great time at your concerts. Inko spoke, making Izuku feel better about asking permission as she granted that already. Want to come too, Ms. M? Karma asked. Oh Arcus, no, I can't handle any more excitement that isn't my friend Mitsuki. Inko giggled, making Izuku glad she still hangs out with her friend despite his rocky relationship with Kakin. I get it, just know my offer is open to you as well if you change your mind. Karma explained, making Izuku stare at Kodai since she hasn't spoken yet. Still need to talk to her about All Might. I'm sure of it, young man, and besides it would be fun to spend a night with Mitsuki in a few weeks myself. Inko giggled, making Izuku smile for his mother. Oh Izuku, before I forget, how do you know All Might? Kodai asked, suddenly making Izuku stiff as a board from the sudden name drop. Wait, you know All Might? Karma asked, raising an eyebrow at him as he sipped his tea. I have been wondering that too, and I would like to know as well. Inko informed as all eyes watched him carefully. Think of something recent. Izuku thought, remembering the nurse's office before the USJ. Kodai, remember how I ended up in the nurse's office after the battle trials training he was supervising? Izuku asked nervously, staring at her. You what? Inko asked as Izuku ignored her for a pleading answer from Kodai. Yes, the one where Bakugo blasted you with a charged explosion, smashing you through the wall. Kodai informed, taking a sip of her drink. What? His mother yelled out in shock. Not helping my case. Yeah, and after All Might sent me to recover girl and finished his teaching. He checked up on me and told me he could probably teach me how to help with my new power output, but he needed my number because he was busy and wanted to find a good time to train me. Izuku explained in partial truth as All Might was already training him and not doing a good job at it. New power output? Inko asked in confusion. Saving it for a surprise later, Mom. Izuku muttered to her, giving her a soft smile. Then, the big man teaching you himself, I don't know how that will go, but I say knock him dead and learn as much as possible. Karma shrugged as he poured himself some more tea. I will also don't leak any of this to anyone. All Might told me he let this one slide because it was an emergency, but he doesn't need villains targeting us because we know the #1 hero. Izuku explained, looking at everyone's reaction, which was normal except Karma. Is that why there is a police scout walking in this neighborhood? Because you fear they may target you both because of All Might? Karma asked as he raised an eyebrow. They work fast and that was for something else. Izuku explained, not wanting to worry his mother. There is police outside? Inko asked in confusion. Yes, and I take it you and your son are being protected in case the League of Villains find out about your son's connection with All Might. Karma explained, easing his mother's worry. As they finished their tea and were about to leave, Izuku couldn't help but think to himself. How did he know so much? Leading them towards the door, Karma placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke up. I said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you for protecting my sis, and if you ever need a hand or ear, here is my card. Getting a card, Izuku noticed it had a rock band on it with Karma's number. Thanks, Kodai. Don't mention it, I'll see sis downstairs if she needs me. Karma explained, walking away as he stretched his body. Sorry about my brother, he can be a bit excited about meeting new people. Yui explained, making Izuku stare at her with a soft smile. No need to apologize, I like your brother, and would be glad to hang out with you two again. Izuku stated. With me too? Kodai asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, I think you are awesome and you are my friend, right? Izuku asked nervously. Also cute and cool, but I won't say that out loud. Yeah, I guess I am. See you around Midoriya and hopefully I can visit again sometime soon. Yui replied, having a small smile on her face as she walked away from the apartment. Closing the door, Izuku turned around to find his mother grinning at him. That isn't a good sign. Does my baby have a crush on someone? Inko asked as her smile grew. I pleaded the fifth. Izuku stated. This isn't America. Inko giggled as she walked away. Arceus, please help me, my mother is going to embarrass me, I just know it.